I take the Earth to wander. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176: Immortal Civilization and Technological Civilization. Is this really an interstellar civilization with highly developed technology? Why are there so many people obsessed with cultivating immortals? Lin Xu walked on the street holding Lin Xu's arm, looking at all kinds of advertisements related to cultivating immortals around him, and said in surprise, "The problem is that so far, we have not found any dojo that claims to help students truly cultivate immortals, and they really practice. Liu Yao, an old guy who has practiced for thousands of years, is the most authoritative in this regard. But cultivation is originally just to increase the proficiency of controlling nanorobots." Miss Qiu didn't quite understand Liu Yao's way of practice. "You, the clansmen who are born with intermediate authority, should not compare with ordinary people like us who can only practice a little bit, okay?" Liu Yao was a little unhappy when she said this. After all, although she was a genius back then, she also practiced hard for a long time. "Aren't you also a clan now?" Miss Qiu looked at Liu Yao, not understanding which side she was on. "At least I'm not a natural clan." Liu Yao suddenly found that she didn't seem to have the position to complain about the clans, because she was also one. However, while a few people were walking around the street, discussing this civilization that obviously had a high level of technological civilization, but was extremely fanatical about cultivation, and there were dojos everywhere on the streets. The crowd densely packed around the stage facing the street in front suddenly burst into cheers. Lin Xu and his companions also stopped and looked over curiously. A competition was taking place on that stage. Several college students majoring in mechanics were performing mechanical maintenance. Just looking at the mechanical maintenance methods of those college students, Lin Xu and his companions' expressions became a little strange. Because they did not use various tools for maintenance, nor did they use equipment such as CNC machine tools for maintenance. Instead, they stared at some broken parts with a serious expression, controlling the ubiquitous nanorobots to repair these devices. Some repaired quickly but a little roughly, while others repaired slowly but made fine work. Soon, several college students finished their repairs, and the judges came forward to comment. "Is this mechanical maintenance? Using nanorobots for maintenance?" Lin Xu's eyes widened. "I suddenly have a bad feeling." Liu Yao's expression was solemn. "What premonition?" Lin Xu asked. "Their current technological level is so advanced, can't it be developed by relying on the technical black box of nanorobots?" Liu Yao hesitated for a moment, but still expressed her opinion. "You mean to say that they use nanorobots to make many devices, but they know the fact but not the reason?" Lin Xu understood what Liu Yao meant. Who knows? Liu Yao was not sure. The way they use nanorobots is much better than simply using nanorobots as a force. At least they know how to use nanorobots to develop productivity. Lin Xu expressed his appreciation for this civilization. Afterwards, several people watched the game throughout, and after the game, they followed the college students from a distance and came to their campus together. Because Lin Xu wanted to see what the education method of this world is like. Walking through the classrooms of various majors, he listened to some lectures from a distance. The mechanic major was talking about how to use the ubiquitous spiritual particles to repair machinery. For example, what kind of arrangement and combination of spiritual particles can produce what kind of effect, or detect mechanical failures, or perform fixed-point repairs on various parts. The overclocker was talking about how to use spiritual particles to overclock computer chips, so that the chips can perform 10 or 100 times more computing power. The electronics expert was talking about how to use spiritual particles to touch chips to produce nanometer-level computer chips. As they listened, they understood more and more about the situation of this civilization. In other words, this civilization has developed from beginning to end relying on nanorobots. Even the production of chips is made by nanorobots. If nanorobots suddenly disappear one day, this civilization will be doomed. Liu Yao sighed. There is no need to be so pessimistic. The so-called science is more of a method, a way to look at the world and understand the world. Although they are using nanorobots to understand and transform the world, no matter what tools are used to understand and transform the world, they are still understanding and transforming the world. As long as you keep going, you will always find your own way. Lin Xu has a different view on this. It's just like humans used to understand and transform the world, relying on bronze tools at first, iron tools later, and more tools later. The only problem is that nanorobots are too powerful. This makes this civilization overly dependent on nanorobots. Any transformation of the world can be achieved through nanorobots. This excessive comfort may not be a good thing for a civilization. Master Lin Xu, there seems to be a debate going on in front. Do you want to go and take a look? Nanzu's sharp eyes heard the voice coming from a large classroom not far away. So a few people went over and found that this debate seemed to be quite formal. Not only were the debaters sitting on the stage in turn, but there were also formal judges sitting in the audience waiting for comments. There were also professional cameramen filming, and the reporters next to them seemed to be broadcasting live. At the same time, this large classroom was full of people of all kinds, listening to the debate. So Lin Xu and a few others also found a corner and sat down quietly. And the debate has just reached its most intense stage. We cannot agree with the other debaters' point of view. It is well known that the immortal civilization is the most advanced civilization in the universe. The path of scientific and technological civilization we are on is the wrong path from the beginning. It is too late to correct it now. If we do not correct it, we will be submerged in the historical torrent of the universe. The other debater believes that the immortal civilization is the most advanced civilization in the universe. We also admit this, but we do not think that we should change our own civilization. This universe allows a variety of civilizations to exist. The immortal civilization can exist, and the scientific and technological civilization can also exist. It is true that the immortal civilization is more developed, but this does not mean that the scientific and technological civilization is useless. Besides, even if we want to change our ways now, is it too late? Will it not lead to the collapse of the entire civilization in the process of changing the civilization form? Instead of this, we might as well stick to our scientific and technological civilization. Even if it is not as good as the immortal civilization, we still have our advantages. The debaters are not debating which is better, the immortal civilization or the scientific and technological civilization. It is a question of whether the scientific and technological civilization of this civilization should change its own development mode and develop towards the immortal civilization. It was as if the immortal civilization was superior, and it was already a consensus of the entire civilization. Everyone was yearning for the immortal civilization, but they were still a little hesitant about whether the entire civilization should change its development direction and switch from technological civilization to immortal civilization. This could also be heard from the discussions of the people around him. Some people supported the civilization's shift from technological civilization to immortal civilization, while others did not. But even if they did not support it, the reason was nothing more than that what suited them was the best, and that turning to immortal civilization might not necessarily produce the desired results, rather than that immortal civilization was inferior to technological civilization. Immortal civilization? Do you mean the civilization of cultivating immortals? Lin Xu was not surprised. This galaxy was full of nanorobots, and it would be strange if there was no civilization that simply cultivated immortals. After all, many of the functions of nanorobots were originally created for cultivating immortals because of human evil tastes. And it was understandable that some civilizations discovered this and embarked on the path of cultivating immortals. But Lin Xu never expected that technological civilization would actually think that it was inferior to immortal civilization. Moreover, judging from the meaning of various voices in the discussion, this is not the feeling of this civilization alone, but the consensus of all civilizations after this civilization came into contact with many civilizations in the galaxy. That is, technological civilization is not as good as immortal civilization. The best model of civilization development is immortal civilization. This makes people including Lin Xu, Nanzu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao feel absurd. After all, seriously speaking, Nanzu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao present are all immortals, and they are at the top even in the immortal way. Lin Xu is even a member of the Pangu tribe who created the civilization form of immortal way. However, none of them thinks that technological civilization is not as good as immortal civilization. After all, human beings themselves developed from technological civilization, and the so-called immortal way was originally created after human beings developed to a certain stage. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a toy. Who knows that the immortal civilization is praised here, and it is better than technological civilization. This made Lin Xu not even know where to start complaining for a while. Lord Lin Xu, do we have something to say? Nanzu asked eagerly. What do you say? Say you are an immortal, and then tell them that immortality is not as good as technology? Lin Xu asked back. Well, this. Nan Xu was stunned by the question. Let's go. Lin Xu stood up and left the large classroom where the debate was still going on. Now several people have understood why the streets are full of various Taoist temples claiming to have immortal cultivation techniques. The entire galaxy is filled with the idea of cultivating immortals first. Of course, everyone wants to cultivate immortals. However, before Lin Xu, who was in a complicated mood, walked far, suddenly, all the original advertisements on the screens in the entire university campus, as well as on the public screens on the streets in the distance, disappeared instantly, and were replaced by a solemn female announcer who was broadcasting to everyone. This sudden scene made everyone on the campus and the streets stop in surprise. After all, this kind of thing is rare, unless there is a major event. What people don't know is that the same situation is happening on the entire planet, and even on all the colonies in the galaxy. All people of this civilization in the entire galaxy are watching this urgent news at the same time. Lin Xu and his companions also stood on the roadside and watched in confusion. Then they heard the female announcer solemnly announcing to everyone. 3 days later, an immortal will visit. A grand celebration ceremony will be held, and the immortal will preach the great way to everyone in the entire civilization. If someone is lucky enough to understand one or two, he may even be accepted as a disciple by the immortal. The news was broadcast 3 times before it stopped. However, the people on the entire planet, and even all the colonies in the entire galaxy, could not remain calm. Everyone rushed to tell each other the good news, imagining that they were the genius who was chosen by the immortal to be a disciple, and that they would live a long and free life from then on. Immortal. Lu Yao was simply confused. Immortal. Nan Xu stretched out his finger and pointed at Miss Qiu, Lu Yao, Miss Qiu, and himself. There are 4 here. If Lord Lin Xu is counted, it will be 5. Is it necessary? Nan Xu looked at the crowd on the street who had already fallen into a kind of carnival, and his face was speechless. At this time, a man running by was still shouting. It's going to work, it's going to work. We can finally become an immortal civilization. Everyone can cultivate immortality, no longer have to work hard, no longer have to work 996. Becoming an immortal civilization, everyone can live forever, no longer have to worry about getting sick, no longer have to be afraid of death. Another person was also shouting and running by. Lin Xu was a little puzzled and pulled the person over to ask. The man was still cheering, and was a little impatient when being pulled. But under Lin Xu's eyes, he didn't know why, but he calmed down inexplicably, as if a biological instinct was telling him not to resist. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. I see everyone is very happy, saying that they are going to become an immortal civilization. What is the relationship between the visit of immortals and becoming an immortal civilization? Lin Xu asked. You don't know this? You just came from the countryside, right? The man looked up and down at Lin Xu, especially the beautiful girls with different styles around him. He didn't look like a country bumpkin, did he? Yes, I just came from the countryside. Can you explain it? Lin Xu didn't mind. The immortals' visit is actually to investigate the civilization and see if this civilization has the potential to become an immortal civilization. If so, they will select some disciples from this civilization and teach some exercises suitable for this civilization. Then whether this civilization can become a true immortal civilization depends on the civilization itself. The man explained. Is it really that good to become an immortal civilization? Lin Xu frowned and asked. Of course it's good. Isn't it good to have great power in oneself? The man seemed to not understand Lin Xu's train of thought and said in surprise. Okay. Lin Xu smiled and said nothing. And the man saw that Lin Xu had nothing to ask, so he turned and left. Before leaving, he secretly glanced at the girls around Lin Xu. They are beautiful, so envious. Lord Lin Xu, do you think that immortal is from the clan? But, the clan wouldn't do such a thing, right? Introducing technological civilization into some inexplicable immortal civilization. Nan Xu asked in confusion. Who knows? Lin Xu was not sure. Lord Lin Xu? Should we find a place to stay and wait for 3 days to see what happens? Watch. Nan Xu suggested with sparkling eyes. Obviously, he was very interested. Looking at Miss Qiu and Lu Yao, they were also very interested. That is Miss Qiu, who always followed Lin Xu, and nothing could shake her mind. Okay, Let's see what the preaching of the avenue will look like in 3 days. In fact, even Lin Xu himself wanted to know who the immortal who came to preach was. If it was really a clan, then what happened in this river system that made the clan do such a thing as guiding technological civilization to abandon technology and create an immortal civilization? The so-called immortal civilization is essentially a non-existent and fictitious thing. Just like that, 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Lin Xu and his companions had a good stroll on this planet. They also learned more about this galaxy, especially about the so-called immortal civilization. According to the information collected from various places, the local civilization flew out of the planet thousands of years ago and began to colonize this galaxy. When the local civilization almost occupied this galaxy and began to tentatively explore other galaxies, they encountered another civilization. Fortunately, that civilization was very friendly and also a technological civilization. After the two sides communicated, the local civilization realized that although technological civilizations like theirs were quite common in the galaxy, and there were many of them, the truly powerful one was the immortal civilization, a civilization they had never imagined. In fact, in the development process of the local civilization, they had long been aware of the existence of spiritual particles that were everywhere in the universe and could be affected by consciousness interference. However, the local civilization could only use spiritual particles to a limited extent to give birth to some superpowers or people with special abilities. In ancient times, these superpowers or people with special abilities could still use their own abilities to bully others, but with the development of science and technology, these superpowers and people with special abilities have gradually become part of the industry, using their special abilities to contribute to the development of industry, and cannot interfere with the progress of civilization. However, the local civilization could not imagine that there was a form of civilization called Xiandao civilization in the universe. They did not develop scientific and technological civilization, but took the interference of individual consciousness on spiritual particles to the extreme. They developed an incredible civilization. Among them, the most powerful immortal in Xiandao civilization can even shatter stars with one sword. This makes the local civilization yearn for it in fear. As the local civilization communicates more and more with the outside world, it knows more and more about Xiandao civilization. This yearning becomes more and more obvious. After all, who doesn't want to live forever, especially those who stand at the top of civilization and hold power? Therefore, under the indulgence of those in power, everything about Xiandao civilization gradually became known to the public, and the public yearned for Xiandao civilization more and more, until the local civilization finally invited an immortal to preach for civilization. Although it is unknown what the outcome will be, whether the local civilization can take this opportunity to get rid of the identity of a technological civilization and become an immortal civilization. But no one wants to give up and wants to try once. Just like that, 3 days later, the entire civilization is on holiday, factories are closed, students are on holiday, and shops are closed. Everyone is either waiting in front of their computers and TVs at home, waiting for the live broadcast, or they are on the streets, waiting for the celebrations that will begin when the immortals descend. Finally, on the big screens in the streets and alleys, on the TVs and computer screens at home, the familiar female announcer appeared, explaining to everyone the precautions in the process of preaching, and how everyone can better understand the Tao. Suddenly, there was a roar that shook the entire planet, and at the same time, a sword mark that tore the entire sky across the sky in the blink of an eye. The sword mark was embedded above the planet, tearing the atmosphere, and everyone on the planet facing the sword mark heard the roar at that moment and saw the appearance of the sword mark. Here he comes. The female announcer on the TV screen could no longer maintain her original elegance and calmness, and she became excited. As she finished speaking, the entire planet was in an uproar. Everyone knew that the immortal had arrived. Only Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu and Lu Yao were looking at the sky, their eyes thoughtful. Lord Lin Xu, why do you feel like you are not an immortal? Nanzhu asked in confusion. This aura is indeed worse than that of an immortal, but it doesn't seem to be much worse. Lu Yao frowned. No? It's much worse than me. Nanzhu disagreed. Of course it's much worse than you, but it's only a little worse than me. So it can barely be considered an immortal. Lu Yao said a little guilty. After all, although she is also an immortal, she is indeed the weakest among the few. For example, Nanzhu was born in the galaxy Great Wall Defense Line, and Mu Xiao was born in the ferry ship Penglei. They have been human clans since childhood and grew up with the clan, so their strength is naturally extraordinary. But Lu Yao is different. She became a clan member later under Lin Xu's certification. Naturally, she can't compare with Nanzhu and Miss Qiu. Well, a little weaker than you, okay, then he can barely be considered an immortal. Nanzhu thought about it and finally admitted that the boastful guy in the sky was an immortal. After all, not admitting that the man was an immortal was equivalent to not admitting that Lu Yao was an immortal. Internal unity is still necessary. However, that person doesn't seem to be a member of the clan. Miss Qiu discovered the blind spot. Indeed, he is not a member of the clan, but he can barely be considered an immortal, which is quite impressive. Nanzhu also nodded. But how can one become an immortal if he is not a member of the clan? Without the intermediate authority of nanorbits, can one really achieve an antimatter reactor in the body? Miss Qiu also expressed doubts. The biggest difference between immortals and ordinary cultivators is that they can generate antimatter reactors in the body with nanorbits and obtain almost endless power. This energy supply method, which is the same as the top battleships of advanced civilizations, is also the reason why the immortals on the ferry ships were able to win when facing the battleships of advanced civilizations. After all, only the top battleships of advanced civilizations can use antimatter annihilation energy, but immortals can use it. This is one of the reasons why the immortal ship Penglai crushes many advanced civilizations. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 177 Cyber Desolation. Brother K, will you or I come to preach this time? Two sword marks passed through the universe and quickly rushed to the galaxy ahead. Brother Zuo, if you are interested, you can come first. Anyway, there is still a long time for this inspection and preaching. The man on one of the sword marks bowed to the other sword mark and said, "Thank you, Brother K, for your humility. To be honest, this is my first time to preach outside, and I am quite interested in it." Zuo Wenda took the job without hesitation. Qiu smiled and didn't care. Thinking back to the first time he left the prehistoric world and preached the Tao, he was also very excited, which was no different from Zuo Wenda now. But later, as time went by, this enthusiasm gradually faded, and now there is only time to waste. In this way, the two soon arrived above the planet where they were going to preach the Tao this time. Qiu stayed directly above the planet and gestured to Zuo Wenda. Zuo Wenda was not polite either. He broke through the atmosphere and landed on the planet. He even left a clear sword mark in the sky. Qiu, who was still in space, laughed. Zuo Wenda was born in the orthodox Xiangxin sect, but he didn't expect that he had a detached personality. But then, Qiu also started to get busy. It is impossible to preach on only one planet. All members of this civilization in the entire galaxy must be able to listen to the Great Way. Although the technology level of this civilization can easily spread the sound of the preaching to the entire galaxy, as a preaching immortal, this kind of thing naturally cannot be done by the indigenous civilization, otherwise it would make the immortal seem too low profile. So Qiu waved his hands, and cast a series of magic formulas, which immediately stirred up a lot of spiritual energy in the galaxy, and formed a series of amplification magic arrays above the planets, which could transmit the subsequent preaching voice of Zuo Wenda. On the planet, amid the cheers of countless people, the sword mark in the sky slowly dissipated. At the same time, a lotus flower rose in the sky like the rising sun. A figure sat on the lotus platform. It was Zuo Wenda, who was full of spirit and had an unparalleled demeanor. As soon as he opened his mouth, his voice spread throughout the entire planet. It was even transmitted to the neighboring planets through the sound transmission and amplification array. On all the planets in the entire galaxy, it was his voice. This was the immortal preaching. He had just arrived and ignored the welcome ceremony held by the local civilization. He started preaching directly. So the people who were ready to have a carnival at the beginning immediately quieted down. Everyone listened attentively, and at the same time, they used various devices to record the sound, preparing to study it repeatedly in the future and slowly understand it. Even Lin Xu and others listened carefully out of curiosity. It turned out that the language used by the immortal to preach was actually Chinese. Well, this is not something difficult to understand. Secondly, what he said was not something mysterious, but some basic things about how to concentrate and calm down to start practicing, and what methods can be used to enter the state of practice faster. How to use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for your own use, and how to use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine yourself, and condense the golden elixir in the primordial infant in your body. It even directly explained that the golden elixir and the primordial infant in the immortal way are similar to the application of nuclear energy in scientific and technological civilization. Yes, what is this golden elixir? Isn't it the energy generated by nuclear fission? The primordial infant is the energy of nuclear fusion, which is exactly the same. Even people who are very familiar with the technology discussed it in a low voice. But this way of energy utilization is much simpler and more convenient than building a nuclear power plant. Nuclear fission or even nuclear fusion is directly carried out in the body. It is worthy of the immortal civilization. It is really amazing. The person next to him immediately said, "Indeed, a nuclear power plant cannot be made so small, and it can even be placed directly in the body. It is amazing." The previous person also nodded repeatedly. Lin Xu, who was watching the whole process, looked at Miss Qiu, and the two were quite speechless. "Please, what do you mean by nuclear power plants cannot be made so small? That's because your technical level is not good enough. If your technical level is good enough, you can just put a nuclear power plant on each person. What's the point of practicing? Isn't it that everyone can ascend directly?" Lin Xu complained. However, no matter how Lin Xu complained, the immortal continued to preach. During the preaching process, the immortal continued for a day and a night before stopping. At this time, there were still many people who could listen, but not many people could remember it carefully. Fortunately, countless devices recorded the entire process of the immortal's preaching, and the whole people can study it repeatedly later. As for whether they can really study out the immortal cultivation method belonging to this civilization, it depends on the civilization itself. Zuo Wenda, who completed his mission, had disappeared into the sky. After joining the inscription, the two landed somewhere. The people cheered with their last strength, and then went back to rest. Lin Xu and others were always tracking the location of the immortal. From the information fed back by the nanorbits, we can know that the immortal has met up with a companion and is currently being received by many high-level people in the current civilization and is resting in a high-end hotel. However, the two immortals did not notice that Lin Xu and his companions were being monitored closely by the nanorbits. Even the nanorbits in their bodies are making it easy for them to be monitored. There is no way. The authority is here. On one side, it is only low-level authority, while on the other side, it is intermediate and high-level authority. It is clear at a glance who the nanorbits should listen to. It is really just low-level authority, but how did they achieve the antimatter reactor? This is not scientific. Lin Xu is still struggling with this problem, because in theory, without intermediate authority, it is simply impossible to generate an antimatter reactor in the body and achieve immortality by repeatedly contacting or practicing with low-level authority. So this is indeed unscientific. Zuo Wenda and Kwan did not know that the spiritual energy in their bodies, that is, the nanorbits, had become the guides, and completely sold out the two of them, causing their every move now to not escape the eyes of Lin Xu and his companions. Brother K, what are the results of the observation? Did anyone succeed in attaining enlightenment during the sermon just now? After entering the resting place and confirming that there were no monitoring devices, Zuo Wenda turned to Kwan, who had been monitoring the audience on several planets in space while preaching, and asked, 178 people who have attained enlightenment have all completed the steps of drawing spiritual energy into their bodies on the spot. These people can be summoned and taught by us personally. Kwan replied with a satisfied expression. 178 people, not bad. These people are the seeds of this civilization. I hope they can continue to preach after we leave. Zuo Wenda said with a look of relief. The two of them looked like they really wanted to help this civilization. Lin Xu, who was eating snacks and observing the situation in the distance, was a little confused for a while. They don't really think that it is good for this civilization to introduce a technological civilization into the evil path of some immortal civilization. Lin Xu said puzzledly. Look at their unpretentious appearance, it seems that they really think so. Liu Yao scratched his head, looking equally incomprehensible. Think about her, Liu Yao, who practiced for more than 1,000 years, and later also embraced mathematics and physics. As a result, you don't develop science, but you have to focus on the immortal civilization. It's really unreasonable. It seems that if I want to resolve my doubts, I can only ask these two in person. Lin Xu stood up and said. Okay, let's go. Lin Xu jumped up happily immediately. She was about to be suffocated by these questions. Just like that, several people disappeared without stopping. When they reappeared, They had already arrived outside the hotel where the two immortals were staying. "Who are you? How dare you break into the immortals' residence? Are you going to die?" The guards immediately discovered Lin Xu and others who were swaggering and unconcealed. But the next moment, the guards who were about to raise their guns felt that their whole bodies were uncontrollably unable to move. Just like that, thousands of guards sent by various indigenous civilizations outside the hotel all lost their ability to move at this moment. A large number of alarms continued to sound. The high-ranking officials of the civilization who had just laid down were called up, and their minds were full of confusion at this moment. Arranging guards for immortals was originally more of a courtesy than a safety guard. After all, immortals can travel across the stars and travel the vast sea in their physical bodies, so they don't need their guards. But they really didn't expect that someone would actually break into the immortals' residence. They must be tired of living. But the next moment, as the high-ranking officials learned that all the guards lost their ability to resist at the first time, they couldn't figure it out again. Who are these people? Until the slightly surprised voices of the two immortals came. "Where are you from, fellow Taoists? I didn't expect to meet you again in the wild land." Zhuo Wenda was really surprised, but also very excited. After all, it was indeed an interesting encounter to meet other immortals outside the prehistoric world. Kai Wen was still a little wary, but he didn't show it on the surface. Instead, he and Zhuo Wenda went out of the room to greet Lin Xu and his group. "I'm sorry to bother you with coming here." Lin Xu also nodded politely. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. Lin Xu couldn't turn his face and ignore others when they greeted him with a smile. The senior executives were relieved. Although they didn't know where these immortals came from, since they were all immortals, you immortals can just chat with each other. We won't care about your business. In this way, after Nanzhu withdrew the control, all the guards who had recovered their ability to move continued their guard work as if nothing had happened. At the same time, they urgently cleaned up a reception room for several people to meet. In this way, under the invitation of Zhuo Wenda, Lin Xu soon took Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu and Lu Yao, and sat down in the reception room and chatted with Zhuo Wenda and Qian. The first question Lin Xu asked puzzled Zhuo Wenda and Qian. "Excuse me, where are you two from?" "I am Zhuo Wenda from Lidian sect, and this is Brother Kai Wen from Fenyu Valley. May I ask what your names are?" Zhuo Wenda thought Lin Xu was asking them what sect they came from, so he told them frankly. No, that's not what we're asking. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Nanzhu, this is Lord Lin Xu, this is Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao. We want to ask, where are you from? Or, which civilization are you from? Which planet or region? Nanzhu jumped out and explained. From which civilization, which region? Zhuo Wenda and Kai Wen glanced at each other, and both noticed that Nanzhu called the others by their names, and only called Lin Xu Lord. Combined with the various behaviors before, it is obvious that these people respect Lin Xu in the middle. We are naturally from the prehistoric world, where else can we be from? Zhuo Wenda was a little puzzled, but he still looked at Lin Xu and answered. Well, if someone else asked such a strange question, Zhuo Wenda would probably think that the other person was mentally ill. After all, where else could immortals come from? But who can make this be considered as meeting an old friend in a foreign land? Meeting the same immortal at the edge of a distant river system, plus he still couldn't see through the cultivation of the people in front of him. It was obvious that their strength was far above his, so naturally it was much easier to talk. Honghuang? Can you introduce what kind of place Honghuang is? Lin Xu didn't expect to hear this word, so he asked immediately. You don't know Honghuang? Zhuo Wenda couldn't hide the surprise on his face. As an immortal, but you don't know Honghuang, what a joke. Only then did Zhuo Wenda realize that there seemed to be something wrong with the people in front of him. At the same time, the engraving next to him changed his face. Looking at Lin Xu and the others, his expression became hesitant. Yes, can you please introduce it, the so-called Honghuang? Lin Xu nodded and continued to ask. What is there to introduce about Honghuang? Honghuang is Honghuang. Zhuo Wenda didn't even know what to say for a while. Because for him, the concept of prehistoric is taken for granted. When it comes to prehistoric, the other party should understand what prehistoric is. It's like someone asked you in the 21st century, what is the Earth, and asked you to introduce it. For a while, you will be confused. Because the Earth is the Earth, does it need to be introduced? Well, it's not that I can't introduce it, But you have to let me sort out the language first and see where to start. But first of all, the question also arises, why do you ask me what the Earth is? You are an Earthling in a developed area in the 21st century, don't you know what the Earth is? This is also Zhuo Wenda's doubt. You are an immortal, don't you know prehistoric? You still ask me what prehistoric is, let me introduce prehistoric. Before Zhuo Wenda could sort out his chaotic thoughts, the engraving next to him spoke first. This Senior Lin Xu, I'm presumptuous to ask, Senior, you haven't been back to prehistoric for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. The engraving suddenly became much more respectful and asked, and even the address to Lin Xu became Senior. Zhuo Wenda, who was standing by, was stunned when he heard his companion's question, and then his face changed drastically, because he had also thought of it. Even Hong Hong didn't know who else could there be except those old monsters who had been in seclusion for who knows how long. And these old monsters, which one is not extremely powerful, and some are even moody. He was just talking around and not answering the question. Fortunately, this old monster seemed to have a good temper, otherwise he might have directly attacked. 10,000 years? There's nothing wrong with that. Lin Xu thought about it. He had never been to Hong Hong. Not to mention 10,000 years, even 100,000 years would be fine, so he nodded. Of course, it was mainly because Lin Xu also saw the change in the attitudes of the two. If this misunderstanding could make the two answer the questions honestly, Lin Xu would not mind the misunderstanding. The senior may not know that Hong Hong began to exist 10,000 years ago, and it is the place where immortals live. As for why Hong Hong appeared 10,000 years ago, we are both juniors who are less than 1,000 years old, so we really don't know. Kwen explained with a wry smile. Then can you introduce the Hong Hong you know? Lin Xu nodded and asked again. Since the senior asked, I will tell you everything I know. Kwen said immediately, and at the same time quietly pushed Zhuo Wenda. So Zhuo Wenda, who had become much more honest, also spoke immediately. The two of them talked to each other and introduced a Hong Hong they knew to Lin Xu. However, it was only about some things about the sects they were in, as well as some customs and practices in the Hong Hong. All kinds of strange races all depended on the Hong Hong for survival. At the same time, it was introduced that the environment in the Hong Hong was peculiar, the spiritual energy was extremely active, and it was relatively easy to achieve enlightenment, so it also made various sects flourish. Wait a minute, you said so much, where's the Hong Hong? Nanzhu interrupted the two and asked. This, Senior, please don't blame me, in fact, we don't know where the Hong Hong is. The two hesitated for a while, but still answered honestly. You don't know? Then how did you get out of the Hong Hong? Nanzhu was surprised. We left the Hong Hong through the guidance of the immortal envoy. Kwen continued to answer. From what you just said, the Great Desolation seems to be very big. How big is it? Nanzhu continued to ask. The Great Desolation is infinite. This time, the two answered in unison. Infinite. Nanzhu was stunned for a moment and glanced at Lin Xu. Lin Xu was also surprised and asked again. Infinite? Are you sure? Yes, the Great Desolation is indeed infinite. There were countless immortals who wanted to explore the boundaries of the Great Desolation, but none of them succeeded. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the Great Desolation is infinite. The two answered affirmatively. How can it be infinite? Isn't the Great Desolation within this river system? Nanzhu asked puzzled. Yes and no. The two nodded and shook their heads. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket and a recommendation ticket. Chapter 178 Assassination. Yes or no? Explain clearly, is it yes or no? Nanzhu couldn't stand the two people's guessing and almost slammed the table. Zhuo Wenda and Kwen were so scared that they almost flew away on their swords. But in the end, reason overcame emotion. Thinking that if they couldn't escape and were caught, they probably wouldn't be treated like this sitting and talking, so they endured it again. Calm down, don't scare others, don't be anxious, talk slowly. Lin Xu comforted the two. They were greeted with grateful eyes. Don't blame us, Senior, it's not that we deliberately want to hide it, it's really that the two of us don't know about it. The secrets of the prehistoric world can only be fully understood by the prehistoric saints. We are just two small immortals, how can we understand these? Qiu explained carefully. Prehistoric saint? What is that? Lin Xu continued to be curious. Zhuo Wenda and Kwen almost jumped up when they heard Lin Xu call the prehistoric saint. But then he thought that this was not the prehistoric world, And the saints here were not so powerful, so he calmed down. The prehistoric saints are naturally saints. We know very little about saints. We only know that saints have great powers, know everything, and can do everything. Kaiyin tried his best to explain. Have you seen the so-called saints? Lin Xu asked. We are just two small immortals. What qualifications do we have to meet the saints? Senior, please don't joke. Zuo Wenda waved his hands repeatedly. At this point in the conversation, Lin Xu probably realized that although the two people in front of him looked like immortals who could call the wind and rain outside, they were actually just two small characters in the prehistoric world, and they only knew the facts but not the reasons for many things. If we want to go to the prehistoric world, how can we get there? Lin Xu asked directly. Compared to continuing to ask from these two people, it is better to go to the prehistoric world directly. If ordinary people want to go to the prehistoric world, it is naturally extremely difficult, but the senior is a person of the immortal way, and his strength is far beyond that of ordinary immortals. It is naturally very simple to go to the prehistoric world. As long as you find the location of the immortal gate and are led by the guiding immortal envoy, you can reach the prehistoric world. Qiu answered immediately. The immortal gate, the guiding immortal envoy. Lin Xu nodded slowly. Then Zuo Wenda and Qiu, without waiting for Lin Xu to continue asking, immediately contributed the coordinates of the location of the immortal gate. The location of the immortal gate is not a secret in this river system. Maybe the indigenous civilization where the few people are now does not know the location of the immortal gate, but that is only because the indigenous civilization is too weak and lacks strength. Generally, civilizations with a certain level of strength will know the location of one or two immortal gates. There are 12 immortal gates in the river system, located in 12 locations in the river system. Zuo Wenda and Qiu directly contributed the locations of all 12 immortal gates. As for the guiding immortal envoy, as long as the immortal gate is found, the guiding immortal envoy can naturally be found. What needs to be considered is whether your strength can be recognized by the guiding fairy envoy and guide you across the fairy gate, rather than whether you can find the guiding fairy envoy. Just like that, after Lin Xu collected the information he wanted, he stood up and said goodbye. Zuo Wenda and Kaiyin finally breathed a sigh of relief, and sent them off more enthusiastically than when they received Lin Xu and his friends. Seniors, are you going to the fairy gate next? Zuo Wenda asked carefully before parting. Kaiyin on the side quickly kicked him, but the words had already been spoken and could not be taken back. Why? Are you in such a hurry to let us go? Lin Xu looked at the two with a smile. How could it be? We thought that it was a great fate to meet you when we came here to preach. If you have time, would you like to give some guidance to the enlightened people who have just enlightened in this civilization? Kaiyin immediately smiled and explained enthusiastically. Me? If I were to give them guidance, I would tell them not to believe in cultivating immortals, and that science is the right path. Is that okay? Lin Xu looked at the two with amusement and said. This, senior, you are joking. Science is just a side path. How can it be compared with the right path of immortals? Zuo Wenda laughed as if the joke you told was really funny. Even Qiu showed the same reaction. Both of them thought Lin Xu was joking. Really? Then I won't tell them. Anyway, even if I tell them, they won't believe it. Don't waste time. Lin Xu suddenly lost interest. He didn't know how this river system got to this path. But everything should be related to the so-called prehistoric world. So, Lin Xu wanted to take a look. Just like that, he parted with the two. Lin Xu and his companions did not stay on this planet any longer, but came directly into space. Lin Xu waved his hand to summon the Skylark. Several people entered the Skylark and then headed towards the coordinates of the nearest immortal gate. In the near-Earth orbit of space, Zuo Wenda and Kaiyin, who saw Lin Xu and others off, breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Lin Xu and others enter a spaceship and speed away. The two had just been considering whether to give up this preaching and run away directly. Unexpectedly, Lin Xu left so swiftly. This is also good. If the preaching is abandoned halfway, the sect will also punish it. So after confirming that Lin Xu really left, the two returned to the planet and continued to preach according to the original plan. As for the encounter with Lin Xu and others, they were only regarded as an episode by the two. On the other side, the Skylark, which had left the galaxy, also entered the space jump state. The nearest immortal gate is only 2,000 light-years away. At the speed of the Skylark jumping 1,000 light-years each time, it only takes 2 jumps to reach it. So after just 2 jumps, the Skylark drove out of the space jump channel. According to the coordinates given by Zhuo Wenda and K Wen, the Immortal Gate is at most a few light years ahead. At the same time when the Skylark sailed out of the space jump channel, the hyperspace radar detected a high-energy void signal response several light years away. Master, the signal response location coincides with the coordinates of the fairy gate we got. The suspected source of the high-energy void signal is the so-called fairy gate. Miss Qiu reported. High-energy void? Let's go and take a closer look. Lin Xu ordered. So the Skylark first made 2 short-distance space jumps. Each jump distance was only about 1 light year, so the preparation time could be ignored. Then it drove quickly towards the fairy gate, which was less than 1 light year away, at 1,000 times the speed of light. Finally, as the distance to the fairy gate got closer and closer, the Skylark also detected more and more signals from various spacecraft. Is this the so-called fairy gate? It looks like a fairy ship. Nanzhu lay on the porthole and looked at the so-called fairy gate in the distance. As for why Nanzhu said that this place looked like a fairy ship, it was because the huge fairy gate was not isolated in the universe, but stood on a base. The base was a huge ship similar to a fairy ship, a huge ship as big as a planet, and the fairy gate stood on it. Compared with Nanzhu, Miss Qiu, who was born in the fairy ship Penglai, was more touched when she looked at the ship similar to the fairy ship from afar. Are there any relatives here? Miss Qiu murmured to herself. Go and see and you will know. Lin Xu reached out and patted Miss Qiu on the shoulder to comfort her. In this way, the Skylark got closer and closer to the huge ship that looked like a fairy ship, until it arrived at a checkpoint. Checkpoints like this were scattered around the huge ship, everywhere, and all kinds of spaceships from all over the universe stopped at the checkpoints and accepted inspections. Then they were allowed to approach the huge ship. From a distance, Lin Xu also saw that around the huge ship carrying the fairy gate, there were more than a dozen motherships, each as big as the moon. These motherships looked different in style, and they should belong to different civilizations. And all these civilizations were guarding around the huge ship, which should be a kind of subordinate relationship. Soon, the Skylark passed through the scanning device of the checkpoint, and no dangerous goods were detected on it, so it was allowed to pass. Well, in fact, there are still many dangerous goods on the Skylark, but the technical level of the checkpoint is not enough to detect them. In this way, the Skylark followed the guidance and flew towards a mothership on the side of the huge ship carrying the Immortal Gate. All the ships that passed the checkpoint were guided to the motherships and could not directly log on to the huge ship. Nanzhu was lying on the porthole with high interest, observing all the time, and she really observed something. Lord Lin Xu, these motherships we are going to dock look like the product of technological civilization. They are all surrounding the immortal ship. Are they surrounding the immortal ship and the Immortal Gate on the immortal ship? But this is unreasonable. Don't they think that the immortal civilization is the best? Why do they need technological civilization to protect the Immortal Gate? Nanzhu said puzzledly. What if these technological civilizations have turned to the immortal civilization? Lin Xu signaled Nanzhu to observe carefully. Soon, when the Skylark docked on the mothership, Nanzhu also saw the figures flying over the mothership from time to time. There are so many immortal cultivators here, so this is a civilization that is transitioning from a technological civilization to an immortal civilization. Nanzhu suddenly realized. Then he wondered again. Are they volunteers now? Volunteering to maintain order near the Immortal Gate? Who knows? Lin Xu shook his head. Soon, the Skylark had docked. Lin Xu and his companions also got off the spaceship. Accompanied by a large number of merchants or passengers of various races who had just arrived at the port, when they walked out of the port, an alarm suddenly sounded above the port. What's going on? Are we wanted? Nanzhu immediately remembered the fact that he had been wanted in the Galaxy Alliance, and said subconsciously, we haven't committed any crime, why are we wanted? There must be something wrong. Lin Xu guessed. Sure enough, there was a broadcast announcement soon, and all the personnel who were preparing to leave the port immediately returned to the spaceship and waited for notification. What's going on? Why do we have to return to the spaceship? Aren't we just a few steps away from the port? A passenger nearby asked in confusion. Brother, this is your first time to travel to Xianmen, right? Brother Dong immediately answered. Yes, it's your first time here, what else can you say? Of course, the port is blocked, and everyone returns to the spaceship and waits for the notice to leave the port. I encountered it once last time, And later I found out that it turned out that there was an immortal entering the port, so we were organized to avoid it. Immortal entering the port? I came here just to see the immortal. Brother, is there any way to avoid returning to the ship? Can I just hide here? Take a look at the immortal from a distance. The man immediately became excited. Of course not. Why do you think they blocked the port and asked everyone to stay on the ship? They are to prevent people like you, otherwise who can afford it if they bump into the immortal? I advise you not to think about hiding secretly. If you are caught, you will be detained in the detention center. I don't want to stay there for a few days. Brother Dong said, shaking his head and walking towards the direction of the spaceship. The people nearby who heard the conversation between the two also started to discuss it enthusiastically. The latest novel is first published on the 69th Book Forum. Immortal, it's really an immortal. It seems that this trip to the immortal gate is the right one. Maybe I can really have the chance to meet an immortal. So what if I meet an immortal? Do you really think that the immortal can discover your buried talent and take you as a disciple, and you will soar into the sky in a few years? What's wrong with thinking about it? Do you dare to say that you haven't thought about it? With infinite yearning for the immortal, everyone walked back to the direction of the spaceship, looking back every 3 steps. Although everyone wanted to stay and see the immortal's demeanor, they did not dare to violate the port's regulations. Soon, everyone returned to the spaceship, with the exception of Lin Xu and a few others. That's right, they did not return to the Skylark. Instead, they headed above the port. With a detection capability at the port, if Lin Xu and his men were to hide intentionally, they would naturally not be discovered. However, they did not leave the port, but hid in the dark until a moment later, a sword light flashed across the starry sky. A flying boat over 100 meters long, wrapped in sword light, landed at the port. It's a flying boat. Miss Qiu recognized the flying boat at a glance. That was the most commonly used mode of transportation for the clans on the ferry ships and the Great Wall of the Milky Way. It's a flying boat, more advanced than what we used at the beginning. Lin Xu sighed. But it's normal. After all, when humans were still in the Milky Way, the level of technology was indeed not comparable to that of later times. Lord Lin Xu, do you want to say hello? Lin Xu watched the sword light land, and a male figure walked out of the flying boat, seemingly slowly but actually quickly moving away from the port. But Lin Xu frowned, because he had already discovered that something was wrong with the male immortal. Sure enough, the next moment, the immortal who was leaving the port quickly suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Then he rolled to the ground and was motionless. Instantly, the air in the entire port was quiet. Master Lin Xu, that person. Lin Xu's eyes widened, and it was a little hard to believe for a moment. Dead. Lin Xu didn't need to go over to see. Just through the feedback of the nanorbit, he could determine the status of the male immortal, and he was indeed dead. No, how could he die just now? Lin Xu said he couldn't understand. And then, the whole port sounded a series of alarms. Countless guards rushed out from every corner. In thousands of years, this was the first time they encountered an immortal dying in the port. Countless people who had just returned to the spacecraft and watched the descending immortal from afar through the portholes were also looking at each other at this time. Some people saw the death of the immortal, but many people didn't see it at all, and were still wondering why the alarm sounded again. Until some broken voices came. The immortal was assassinated, the port was blocked, and no one was allowed to escape. Repeat, no one was allowed to escape. It's really an unprovoked disaster. Lin Xu patted his forehead, speechless. What happens next has nothing to do with us. Let's go. If we don't leave now, we might get into trouble. Lin Xu turned around calmly and walked directly out of the port. Let's go, let's go. We are here to find the guide to the prehistoric world, not to get involved in these messy things. Lin Xu hurriedly followed Lin Xu. Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, and Lu Yao followed closely behind. The endless stream of guards ran past them, but no one noticed them. Lin Xu and his party left the port and came to the entrance of the ship city in the mothership. Similar to all highly developed civilizations, this is an extremely prosperous city. It was still daytime, and the sunlight simulated by nuclear fusion in the sky shone brightly, shining warmly on the body. Sure enough, the nature of intelligent creatures is that they cannot be separated from the warmth provided by stars. At the junction of the port and the city entrance is the identity processing office. All those who want to enter the ship city must apply for a temporary identity here. The port behind him suddenly became chaotic. Many people who had left the port earlier and were applying for identity cards were still confused about what had happened. The staff who were applying for identity cards seemed to have received some news and silently accelerated the speed of applying for identity cards. Soon, it was Lin Xu's turn. "Excuse me, what are you doing here, gentlemen and ladies? Tourism? Or business?" the female staff at the processing office asked with a smile on her face. "We are just passing by here," Lin Xu replied. "Passing by here? Then what is your next destination?" The staff member was puzzled. "To the prehistoric world," Lin Xu answered directly without hiding anything. After all, this was his purpose, and there was nothing to hide. What? What did you say? I don't think I heard it clearly. Can you please say it again?" The female staff member thought she had heard it wrong, so she asked again. "We are going to go through the immortal gate and go to the prehistoric world." Lin Xu simply said it in a little more detail. "You mean, you are going to go through the immortal gate and go to the prehistoric world?" The female staff member's expression was already a little bit unbearable, and she looked at Lin Xu as if she was looking at a fool. "That's right." Lin Xu nodded. "Well, may I ask this gentleman, is it?" The female staff member had to look at Nanzhu, Miss Qiu, Liao and Miss Qiu who were with Lin Xu with a look of help. "Look at your companions, is there something wrong?" "What's wrong? Isn't this where the immortal gate is?" Nanzhu asked with some surprise. "Well, this is indeed where the immortal gate is, but only immortals can go through the immortal gate to the prehistoric world." The female staff member found that the people in front of her seemed to have problems with their brains, so she had to answer with an embarrassed expression. "Well, we are immortals." Unexpectedly, Nanzhu nodded and said as if it was a matter of course. You mean immortals? You are all immortals." The female staff member seemed to have heard something very funny. But she kept reminding herself that I have received professional training and cannot laugh no matter how funny it is. So, it was very hard to hold it back, and her face was a little deformed. "What's wrong? Don't you believe it?" Nanzhu looked a little helpless. She had seen that the man in front of her obviously didn't believe that they were immortals. Not only she saw it, but Lin Xu and the others also saw it. However, it was a matter of course that several people were immortals. To even say that Lin Xu was an immortal was to underestimate him. But how could we prove it to an ordinary staff member? Then how can we prove that we are immortals? Nanzhu asked directly. "Well, if you want to prove that you are an immortal, it's actually very simple. You just need to do a simple little test." "Are you sure you want to take the test?" the female staff member asked. "Is there anything wrong with this test?" Nanzhu asked puzzled. "There is nothing wrong with the test, but once you choose to take the test and fail, then we can only think that you are here to make trouble, and you will have to bear the consequences yourself," the female staff member kindly advised. Obviously in her eyes, these are just a few guys with unclear minds. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 179 Conspiracy. At the test site at the entrance of the city in the ship, the supervisor looked at the time impatiently from time to time. In the port not far away, the commotion caused by the assassination of the immortal was still spreading around. Countless figures wrapped in sword light landed in the depths of the mothership. They were the practitioners from the mothership management office who came to investigate the situation on the scene. The death of the immortal was a big deal and could not be vague in any case. The supervisor also wanted to get closer to see the excitement. However, he had to accompany a few lunatics who claimed to be immortals to do some tests here. Although according to regulations, if someone claims to be an immortal, he must report it immediately after the test, but in fact, no one who claims to be an immortal has appeared in all these years. After all, there are only a handful of immortals in the entire number 6 immortal gate. Whether they have just come out of the prehistoric world to perform tasks or are stationed in the number 6 immortal gate all year round, they all have unique personal identification codes. Before they get close to the port, the monitoring system will react from a distance and begin to arrange to welcome them. There is no need to expose your identity. Besides, immortals don't ride spaceships, they just fly swords. Just like in the city inside the ship, many practitioners who are not immortals like to fly swords, rather than ride cars. After all, this is a symbol of status. Now suddenly there is a person who rides a spaceship and walks through the ordinary people's channel to leave the port, claiming to be an immortal. When the supervisor just heard the report from his subordinates, he almost spit out a mouthful of water. But according to regulations, only simple tests can be conducted for these people. Who will be the first to take the test? A staff member took Lin Xu and others into the test site. It is called the test site, but in fact it is a huge alloy steel plate standing in the parking lot next to it. This alloy steel plate is said to have been a fragment of the main deck of a battleship. In a conflict a long time ago, the battleship was damaged. After dismantling the usable parts, the remaining main decks should have been sent to the steel plant for recasting, but the staff at that time had an idea and used it as a test board for various tests. Whether it is the strength test of students in various schools or various strength tests in society, it can be used. After all, although there are very few immortals on the motherships around the number 6 immortal gate, there are a lot of practitioners. Over the years, many test boards have been damaged or even replaced. But only the one standing at the entrance of the city in the ship, which is used to test the identity of immortals, has never been used. Until today, there was finally a bold guy who claimed to be an immortal to conduct the test. So the staff who greeted the few people looked at them with great pity. There is nothing wrong with pretending here, even if you pretend to be an official senior official, it is nothing more than a crime of fraud if you are exposed. As a result, you have to pretend to be an immortal, which is really asking for death. Until Miss Qiu took a few steps forward and came to the test board. The staff looked at this girl with outstanding temperament, and a rare compassion broke out, and persuaded her. Everyone, it's not too late to regret now. At most, you will be locked up for a few days. Continue to hold on. When the test results come out and report them, it will be too late to change your words. The staff kindly advised. The supervisor, who had been looking at the port nearby and was curious about the assassination of the immortal, became a little dissatisfied when he heard the staff's advice. He turned around and was about to give a warning. Miss Qiu had already swung the sword in his hand. With a loud bang, the fragment of the main deck of the warship, after standing there for an unknown period of time, finally turned into dust, leaving only a deep pit in its original place. The scattered airflow messed up the hair of the staff and the supervisor. The warning and reprimand that the supervisor was about to blurt out had been completely swallowed back. Being able to turn the main deck of the warship into dust with one blow, even if this strength is not an immortal, it must be at least the strength of the nascent soul, the god of transformation, or even the fusion stage, right? Even if such a person is not an immortal, it is no longer something they can question. This immortal is really good at swordsmanship. No wonder I saw this immortal just now so smart and handsome. The supervisor ran over at a trot, flattering Miss Qiu with a smile on his face. At the same time, he was thankful that although he was a little impatient just now, at least he didn't show it on the surface, and he didn't show his face. Otherwise, it would be a disaster now. The test of this immortal has been completed. We will report it to the mothership management office immediately, and soon the staff of the management office will come to greet you. The staff who just advised Miss Qiu was shaking a little. He was also recalling whether he had done anything rude just now. In fact, there is no need to greet him. We just want to find the guiding immortal envoy and go through the immortal gate to the prehistoric world. Lin Xu said. And this time the supervisor no longer dared to treat Lin Xu's words as a joke. Although Miss Qiu was the only one who took the test, he could still see that Lin Xu was the leader among the few people. If the immortal wants to find the guiding immortal envoy, the staff of the management office can help you find it. We don't have the authority to contact the guiding immortal envoy. The supervisor quickly replied. In that case, the guest will follow the host's wishes. Lin Xu nodded, indicating that he had no objection. The supervisor was relieved, and secretly sighed that he was indeed a real big shot, much easier to talk to than those little devils. He didn't realize that he was also a little devil. Soon, one of the countless figures wrapped in swordlight that had just landed in the port split up from the port and arrived at the entrance of the city in the ship in the blink of an eye. The parking lot was already a ruin. His eyes swept over the edge of the ruins and noticed Lin Xu and his group. Then he ignored the supervisor and staff standing by who didn't know where to put their hands and feet, and landed directly in front of Lin Xu and others. Are you a few who claim to be immortals? The cultivator from the mothership management office obviously didn't believe that they were immortals, and his eyes were full of suspicion when he looked at Lin Xu. As for the destruction of the main deck of the battleship during the test, perhaps in the eyes of the ordinary staff below, it was already a big shot who could not be offended. But in his eyes, it could not prove the identity of Lin Xu and others as immortals. Even he could destroy the main deck and a parking lot at the same time. Could he be an immortal too? So Miss Qiu and Lin Xu looked at each other, and Lin Xu nodded. Miss Qiu instantly controlled the nanorbits in his body, communicating with the nanorbits between heaven and earth, and danced in a certain pattern. In an instant, the practitioner who was still questioning just now had his eyes popped out. What did he see? He saw that with the girl in front of him as the center, the aura of the entire universe seemed to be interacting with her and responding to her call. At that moment, he couldn't even control the aura in his body, and the whole person fell from midair. At the same time, he even saw that countless practitioners who were investigating the assassination of the immortals in the sky above the port not far away also fell from midair while flying, and it was obvious that they were also affected. Mo Fan, the scout from the Mothership Management Office, has met the immortal. It was my duty to suspect the immortal's identity before. Please don't blame me, immortal. The cultivator scout named Mo Fan fell to the ground and bowed his hands immediately. It's okay. We came here just to see the immortal envoy and go to the prehistoric world. Miss Qiu answered on behalf of Lin Xu. This. Mo Fan suddenly got stuck. What's wrong? Lin Xu asked puzzledly. If it were normal, this would be easy to handle, but the immortal envoy was just assassinated today. I'm afraid it will be impossible to guide the immortal to the prehistoric world in the short term. Mo Fan said in embarrassment. The one who died was the immortal envoy. This time even Lin Xu was surprised. Yes, we have just confirmed his identity. It is indeed the immortal envoy. Mo Fan replied. While the conversation was going on, more sword lights wrapped around figures inside the mothership and came here. At the same time, even on the port, many figures came to Mo Fan. After Mo Fan confirmed that Lin Xu and his party might really be immortals, the Mothership Management Office immediately took Lin Xu and his party seriously. In the sword light coming from the interior of the mothership, Lin Xu even sensed two auras that were close to immortals, although they had not yet generated an antimatter reactor in their bodies. They were not immortals, but they were close to immortals. They should be the so-called practitioners in the fusion stage or the Mahayana stage. They went straight to where Lin Xu and his party were. Originally, because the immortal envoy was assassinated, the entire mothership was in a state of great danger. After all, if the existence that could assassinate the immortal envoy really launched an attack, I am afraid that the entire mothership would be unable to resist. Who made it so that there was no immortal on the entire mothership at this time? There were only some practitioners in the fusion stage and the Mahayana stage in the management office. This was also the reason why they did not appear after the immortal was stabbed to death. They had to hide in the dark as much as possible to deal with possible disasters. At the same time, they asked for help from the number 6 immortal gate, hoping that the immortals there could come to reinforce as soon as possible. Anyone would be scared to investigate the assassination of an immortal without an immortal in charge. Until now, Lin Xu and his group suddenly appeared, not only proving that it was indeed possible that they were immortals, but also appearing near the scene where the immortal was assassinated, which could not help but cause some associations. Mr. Zhang Hao, are you sure that these people didn't kill the immortal? The two people in the fusion stage were discussing with each other in the sword light. Whether it is or not, we have to treat them as if they are not. Why is that? There is no immortal in charge at this time. Even if they really did it, we will be the only ones who will suffer if we break up. The questioner was silent for a while, and finally sighed. Yes, it seems that we can only pretend to be polite for the time being. I just hope that the immortals at the immortal gate can arrive earlier, so that we can have some confidence. In fact, I think that the assassination should not be done by them. Who knows that the person called Zhang Hao suddenly said again. Why? The other person was excited. It's very simple. Since the assassin chose to assassinate the immortal envoy, he didn't want to expose himself. If that's the case, then why did he deliberately appear near the assassination scene to arouse suspicion? Zhang Hao explained. That's true. If the assassin didn't care about exposing himself, why did he choose to assassinate? If that person wanted to hide himself for some reason, he wouldn't stay at the scene so blatantly after the assassination, so it's more likely that it wasn't these people who assassinated him. The man's face also became happy. Yes, we are now lacking immortals to take charge. These few people happen to be here. If we can ask them to take charge, we can have some deterrent power before the immortals from the number 6 immortal gate arrive. Zhang Hao said solemnly. But, what if they really did it? Then let's consider it as a loss. Although I don't like it, we have to gamble this time. For the dead immortals, we can temporarily not show up on the grounds of investigation, but can the living immortals just ignore it? Zhang Hao said with a wry smile. Yes, it was unreasonable for them not to greet the immortals who came to visit. So, they actually had no choice. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, the group of practitioners led by the two men had landed in a ruined parking lot. At the identity processing office not far away, the female staff member who had just processed the identity of Lin Xu and others was now staring with wide eyes, stunned by what was happening not far away. Now they all knew that the few people who claimed to be immortals just now seemed to be immortals. The latest novels were first published on the 69th book bar. This made the female staff member a little excited in addition to panic. She actually received a real immortal? This is enough for her to brag about for the rest of her life. Zhang Hao. Chang Ling. Hello, all the immortals. The two leading people in the fusion stage, named Zhang Hao and Chang Ling, saw Lin Xu and his group of 5, and their scalps tingled a little. Could it be that these 5 are all immortals? Isn't this a bit too much? We just heard that the one who died at the port was the immortal envoy. Lin Xu waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be polite, and immediately asked, "Nothing is as big as this now." Yes, it was the immortal envoy. Zhang Hao replied seriously. Can we go and see the scene? Lin Xu is now interested in this matter. He didn't care about the death of an immortal before, but now, the one who died happened to be the immortal envoy, which is a bit too coincidental. Of course, please, all the immortals. Zhang Hao was stunned for a moment, but still answered immediately. To put it bluntly, at this moment, Lin Xu and others asked for his opinion to give him face. Even if they didn't ask for his opinion, what would it matter? You can't beat him. In this way, under the leadership of Zhang Hao and Chang Ling, 2 people in the fusion period, Lin Xu and his party returned to the port. Back to the scene of the death of the immortal just seen. Lin Xu and others didn't care before, but now they observed it again, especially Lin Xu communicated with the nanorbits in the body of the dead immortal. Finally found the problem. The nanorbits recorded the data of all the functions in the immortal's body before his death. These data are generally impossible to call. But Lin Xu naturally has a way to call them. You guys step back. Lin Xu waved his hand. So many practitioners in the mothership management office immediately cooperated and stepped back. Only Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nansu and Lu Yao continued to follow Lin Xu. Lin Xu had already awakened the nanorbits in the dead immortal's body. In an instant, projections appeared above the dead immortal's body. The projections were exactly what the immortal experienced before his death. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hao and Chang Ling's eyes almost popped out. They quickly signaled the people around them to record it with various camera equipment. They really didn't expect that this immortal named Lin Xu actually had the power to go back in time and space. They had only heard of such immortal arts, but had never seen them. At least none of the immortals who lived here in the number 6 Immortal Gate had such great magical powers. Of course, despite their feelings, the two were soon attracted by the scenes of going back in time and space. Because the two of them saw it clearly. No, not just the two of them, but all the practitioners at the scene saw it. The immortal Jian was not assassinated on the port. He was assassinated before entering the port, but died after landing at the port. But what shocked everyone the most was not this. Everyone saw the figure who suddenly attacked and dealt a fatal blow to the immortal Jian during the high-speed sailing of the flying boat. It was the immortal Xiao Hua who was walking arm in arm with the immortal Jian just a moment ago. The two of them left the number 6 Immortal Gate at the same time and came to the mothership. But when they were close to the mothership, immortal Xiao Hua suddenly attacked, and after a successful attack, he turned around and left. It seemed that he was very confident that this attack would have a good effect. And the result was indeed so. The immortal Jian barely managed to land at the port, and before he could pass on the message, he died here. How is this possible? How could it be that immortal Xiao Hua secretly plotted against the immortal Jian? This is impossible. Chang Ling was already trembling all over. It's impossible to go wrong when retracing time and space, but I really didn't expect that the murderer turned out to be Xiao Hua. Did you record everything just now? Zhang Hao remained calm and immediately looked at the practitioners holding various camera equipment next to him. Recorded. The practitioner in charge of recording nodded quickly, but he would rather not record it. Who is that? That was Xiao Hua. Although I don't know why he suddenly attacked the guide fairy, I know such a big secret, I will definitely be killed. Even if it was recorded, what can I do? If Xiao Hua says this is not evidence, then it is not evidence. Ling smiled bitterly. If it was something else, Zhao Hua could naturally cover it up, but this matter has already involved the death of the guide fairy. Can he still cover it up? Even if he wants to cover it up, how can the other immortals sit and watch? Usually, the immortals let him go, but it doesn't mean that they will let him go in this matter of assassinating immortals. Zhang Hao had a different opinion. That's right. This matter has already involved the death of the immortal. How can he cover up the truth? Ling also reacted and was immediately refreshed. But then he worried, what if the immortal Zhao Hua chooses to silence us before we present the evidence to the other immortals? Yes, if the immortal wanted to silence us, he would definitely not find them one by one and kill them. He might just destroy the entire mothership. In that case, it would be a disaster. However, Zhang Hao did not answer Ling's concerns, but bowed directly to Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu and Lu Yao. Please have mercy on us, immortals, and support justice for us. Ling also reacted immediately. Even the many practitioners around who were still worried reacted. Yes, we also have a ready-made immortal here to rely on. There is no need to protect this place forever. As long as you can protect us from being silenced during this period, and then we can announce the truth and let all the immortals of the number 6 Immortal Gate know about it, that will be enough. Ling and many other practitioners, who were refreshed, immediately bowed in the direction of Lin Xu and the others. Please have mercy on us, immortal, and uphold justice for us. And they kept bowing, as if they would not stand up if Lin Xu and the others did not agree. What does the immortal Zhao Hua you just mentioned do? Lin Xu did not care whether they stood up or not, but asked directly. Immortal Zhao Hua came from the prehistoric times 1,000 years ago and is responsible for all the management of the number 6 Immortal Gate. I have not heard that he has any conflicts with the Immortal Envoy. While Zhang Hao answered, he seemed to realize that Lin Xu was a little unhappy that everyone did not stand up, so he stood up first, and at the same time raised his palm slightly, and a force signaled everyone around to stand up quickly. Although everyone was puzzled, they also stood up quickly. Is that so? After the Immortal Envoy was stabbed, how long will it take for a new Immortal Envoy to appear? Lin Xu asked. This kind of thing is not something we can know, but the Immortal Envoy is extremely important. I believe that the prehistoric world will not let such a position be controlled for too long. Zhang Hao thought for a while and replied. In this case, let's stay here for a few days. Lin Xu thought for a while and said. Stay for a few days to see if the successor Immortal Envoy will come. If not, go to other Immortal Gates. Of course, Lin Xu doesn't mind protecting this mothership for a while during this period. Thank you, Immortal. Zhang Hao immediately bowed excitedly. However, before he could finish his excitement, a star-like light suddenly flashed in the distant starry sky. Then a sword light came from far away, seemingly slow but actually fast, with a will to destroy everything, and in the blink of an eye it had already flown over the mothership. The power contained in that sword light can undoubtedly easily destroy the entire mothership without leaving any trace. Zhang Hao, Ling and countless practitioners instantly stared at the sword light with wide eyes. At this moment, there was only one thought left in everyone's mind. Immortal Zhao Hua has silenced me, my life is over. Only Lin Xu is puzzled, how did that Immortal Zhao Hua know that he was exposed? P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 180. Human Relics Buzzhao Mountain. Before Lin Xu could make any move, Miss Qiu's figure flashed, and when she reappeared, she was above the port, and at the same time, she slashed at the sky with a sword. In an instant, a sword energy that was no weaker than the sword light flew towards the sky. With a loud bang, the vibration made the entire mothership shake. Even though the mothership had an anti-gravity device, the people in the city inside the ship were still shaken to the ground, and they couldn't figure out what was happening for a while. In this way, before the people in the city inside the ship could react, a crisis of extinction was overcome. Miss Qiu returned to Lin Xu's side in the port. As soon as she landed, she was bowed by Zhang Hao, Ling and other practitioners. Thank you for your help. Thank you. Many practitioners said in unison. Miss Qiu just nodded and continued to stand beside Lin Xu without any reaction. And Lin Xu was also looking at the sky, as if he was wandering in the sky. Until a few seconds later, Lin Xu suddenly laughed. Found it. While speaking, Lin Xu had already shared the coordinates with Miss Qiu through the nanorobots. The next moment, Miss Qiu's figure flashed away from the port again, wrapped in sword light, and rushed into the universe. A large number of nanorbits gathered around Miss Qiu. There was no need to take out a flying boat to fly. The nanorbits had already formed a curvature engine around Miss Qiu, driving Miss Qiu to continue chasing at a speed exceeding the speed of light. When Miss Qiu was in the Milky Way, he had to rely on a flying boat with the curvature engine function to fly at superluminal speed. However, with the continuous development of nanorbits can now simulate the function of curvature engines. Therefore, Miss Qiu does not need a flying boat, and can also accelerate directly to superluminal speed in an instant. Even the so-called Xiaohu immortal, who was hiding in the dark and found Miss Qiu rushing towards him, could not do this. After discovering that he was exposed, the Xiaohu immortal instantly took out a flying boat, then wrapped it with sword light, and used the curvature navigation ability of the flying boat to escape. But it was too late. As the saying goes, one step slow means all steps slow. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Hua was caught up by Miss Qiu. Facing the sword slashed from the air by Miss Qiu, Zhao Hua had to turn back to fight. Unfortunately, the gap between the two sides was too huge. One sword, just one sword, the flying sword that Zhao Hua had cultivated for thousands of years was directly shattered by Miss Qiu. Even Zhao Hua himself flew backwards for tens of thousands of kilometers, crashing into several spaceships along the way, and did not stop the trend of flying backwards. Then he was directly imprisoned by Miss Qiu, who caught up with him with nanorobots. Zhao Hua, with blood spraying from his mouth, was about to continue to resist, but suddenly found that the spiritual power in his body was suddenly out of control. It was not that the spiritual power was frozen and uncontrollable, but that he could clearly feel that the spiritual power was still there, but it was no longer obeying his command. He could clearly feel that these spiritual powers were still his own, but they were obeying the orders of another will. Zhao Hua, the immortal, had also experienced this feeling before. Daluo Jingxin? You are Daluo Jingxin. How could there be a Daluo Jingxin in the lower world? Zhao Hua looked up with a shocked face, and stretched out his hand to pick him up with his spiritual power to fly back to the mothership at an accelerated speed. However, Miss Qiu did not answer him, and even thought he was a little noisy, so she frowned and sealed his mouth. So, Miss Qiu was at peace. In this way, he took him all the way back to the mothership and landed next to Lin Xu. The cultivators who watched Miss Qiu leave and then watched her come back. Seeing her coming and going, she directly captured Zhao Hua, who they were worried about being silenced just now, and the expressions on their faces were all numb. This is Zhao Hua? He was captured directly. Even Zhong Hao, who is always calm, was not calm at this time. Now that the murderer has been caught, can the new guide fairy envoy take office quickly? Lin Xu asked. This. Zhong Hao and Chang Ling looked at each other. Whether they could take office quickly or not was not something they could know. Unexpectedly, after hearing Lin Xu's words, Zhao Hua, who was blocked by Miss Qiu, suddenly struggled violently, and seemed to want to say something. What do you want to say? Lin Xu looked at him and motioned to Miss Qiu to let him speak. So Zhao Hua was able to speak immediately. You want to go to the prehistoric world, right? I can take you there, because I am the new guiding fairy envoy. Zhao Hua said directly as soon as he opened his mouth. So you killed the previous guiding fairy envoy just to become a guiding fairy envoy? Lin Xu looked at him speechlessly. Humph. Zhao Hua did not answer, but looking at his expression, it was already very obvious. But how did you know that we were going to the prehistoric world? And when you suddenly took action just now, did someone tip you off? Lin Xu asked. That's right. He secretly told me what happened, so I wanted to destroy this place directly. I didn't expect you to be so strong. I lost everything because of one careless move. Immortal Zhao Hua hesitated for a moment, and then he sold out the traitor with a look of unwillingness. At this time, as long as he could please Lin Xu and his group, he was willing to do anything, and it was not shameful to please the Golden Immortal. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, and it was one of the many practitioners from the Mothership Management Office next to him. The man was still confused at this time, as if he had never expected that Immortal Zhao Hua would confess so readily. Or maybe in the mind of Immortal Zhao Hua, he didn't regard him as one of his own, but just a pawn. Is it really you? Zhong Hao looked at the practitioner he was usually optimistic about, and a trace of disbelief and heartache flashed across his face. I. The man turned around and flew away on his sword without saying anything. This move directly confirmed the truth. Stop right there, you traitor. Chang Ling, who had a hot temper, was the first to chase after him. Zhang Hao didn't care about the cultivator anymore. With Chang Ling around, he couldn't run away. The most critical thing now was what to do with immortal Zhao Hua. Even if immortal Zhao Hua had assassinated the immortal guide, cultivators like them who were not even immortals were not qualified to judge him. As for keeping him in custody and waiting for the arrival of other immortals before conducting a trial, Zhang Hao didn't have the confidence to keep an immortal under guard. At the same time, immortal Zhao Hua, who had betrayed the traitor, was also trying to save himself. Your goal is to go to the prehistoric world, right? If you wait for the arrival of the new immortal guide, you may have to wait for a long time. It's better to let me go and let me take over as the immortal guide and send you to the prehistoric world immediately. Take over as the immortal guide? You killed the previous immortal guide, can you still take over as the immortal guide? Lin Xu looked at him with interest. Now, besides the few immortals, who else knows about this? As long as you immortals don't tell me, I can naturally take over the position of the immortal envoy smoothly. Immortal Zhao Hu tried to persuade Lin Xu. If we don't tell them, what about them? Lin Xu looked at the nearby practitioners. It's just a mothership. It was destroyed by a meteorite impact. Isn't it normal? As long as you don't tell me, no one will know. In this way, you can go to the prehistoric world soon. Immortal Zhao Hu persuaded him. Zhang Hao, who was listening, almost popped his eyes out. Although the immortal envoy can lead people to the prehistoric world, he can also inform the prehistoric world of the identity of the people he led. If he makes a move at that time and directly identifies the immortals and their party as villains who attacked the immortal gate and forced him to send the immortals and their party to the prehistoric world, it would be a disaster for the prehistoric world to destroy the immortals as soon as the immortals show up. And the immortals know his biggest secret, so he will definitely spare no effort to get rid of the immortals. Please be careful. Zhang Hao immediately said to Lin Xu. Your name is Zhang Hao, right? For the first time, immortal Zhao Hua finally looked at the ordinary practitioners around him who he didn't care about. That's me. Zhang Hao stepped forward and said. Okay, I'll remember you. But you may have made a mistake. I don't have the courage to get rid of the golden immortal. Immortal Zhao Hua looked at him with a terrifying look and smiled. Then, he was slapped in the forehead by Nanzu. With a bang, he fell to the ground with a loud bang. You are already a prisoner, and you still dare to threaten others? Believe it or not, I will kill you right now. Nanzu said, very unhappy with his arrogant look. However, immortal Zhao Hua looked flexible and slowly raised his upper body from the ground, ignoring the gravel on his forehead, and continued to try to persuade Lin Xu. I can swear a great oath to the inner demon. If I plot against you, my inner demon will attack immediately. How about it? Unexpectedly, Lin Xu sealed his mouth just like Miss Qiu just now, so that he could no longer speak. There's more than one immortal gate here. If you can't find it, go to another one. You overestimate your role. Lin Xu said lightly. Zhang Hao, who was a little nervous just now, suddenly relaxed. He bowed to Lin Xu again. The immortal is unparalleled in benevolence and righteousness. Then, Zhang Hao reported everything that happened on the mothership, including the assassination of the reception immortal, the 5 foreign immortals who found out the truth, and the capture of Zhao Hua to the immortal gate. Not long after Lin Xu and his friends checked in and rested in the luxury hotel arranged by Zhang Hao, more than one immortal rushed over from the immortal gate. After all, what Zhang Hao reported was too explosive. Zhao Hua, who was responsible for the daily management of the number 6 immortal gate, actually plotted to assassinate the reception immortal, just to become the new reception immortal. There are also 5 foreign immortals who want to enter the immortal gate and go to the prehistoric world. You have to know that there are only a dozen immortals in the number 6 immortal gate. This time, 5 of them came at once. In short, all kinds of events made several immortals rush to the mothership as soon as possible. At the same time, more immortals will come after explaining their responsibilities. They need to confirm whether the incident is exactly as Zhang Hao reported. Some people even suspect that the 5 immortals from outside framed Zhao Hua. After all, they have known Zhao Hua for so long, and he has never been such a person. So as soon as they arrived at the mothership, several immortals came directly to see Lin Xu and others. Then, one by one, they were stunned. Daluo Jingxin, it's actually Daluo Jingxin. We have met the immortal. I'm sorry for offending you just now. The 3 immortals who came at the first time stood in a row, looking nervous like elementary school students, and they didn't have the scrutiny they had when they first entered the room. After all, this is Dalhuo Jingxin. Zhang Hao and other ordinary practitioners may not understand, but they are all immortals, so they naturally understand. Let's put it this way, the gap between ordinary immortals and practitioners is as big as the gap between them and the golden immortal. As for the question that Lin Xu and his friends framed the immortal Zhao Hui, they no longer think so. Just like immortals would not frame mortals for no reason, why would the golden immortal frame ordinary immortals for no reason? If there is a grudge, why would they just slap him to death? Why frame him? It's so troublesome. The latest novels are first published on liujiujiashu.com. For a moment, Lin Xu and his friends looked at each other in bewilderment. They had never expected that they would be mistaken for golden immortals. They also didn't expect that the so-called golden immortals would be so intimidating in front of these immortals. Thinking about it this way, it's no wonder that when immortal Zhao Huo was negotiating a deal with them, he said that he didn't have the guts to get rid of the golden immortal. At that time, I thought he was just saying it nicely. Now, looking at the frightened immortals in front of him, maybe he was telling the truth. Several immortals said that you want to go through the immortal gate and go to the prehistoric world, right? The leading immortal asked cautiously. Yes, is there a problem? Lin Xu didn't understand why he brought it up again. I'm afraid the immortals don't know that if ordinary immortals want to go through the immortal gate, they naturally need to be guided by an immortal messenger, but if they are golden immortals, they can just go in directly. They don't need any guidance and can cross the immortal gate and reach the prehistoric world. The leading immortal explained. Just go in directly. Lin Xu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect it to be like this. Yes, just go in directly. The immortal nodded. So, Zhao Hu lied to us before, and said that only if he took over as the guide fairy envoy, we could go to the prehistoric world as quickly as possible. Nanzhu jumped up. Looking at her, she was afraid that she wanted to rush to the next room and slap Zhao Hu who was imprisoned there to death. I'm afraid he saw that several immortals were the golden immortals who were left outside 10,000 years ago, so he lied to them. It's really hateful now. I usually interact with him, but I didn't realize that he was such a person. The leading immortal looked very angry. People who don't know it may be completely unimaginable that he and Zhao Hu are usually brothers and sisters. So, we don't need to prepare anything, just fly directly to the fairy gate and go in, right? Lin Xu sighed. He didn't expect that one day, he would almost be deceived by someone. Zhang Hao and others didn't have enough status, so it was normal for them not to know that the golden immortals could enter the fairy gate directly, but Zhao Hu knew it and pretended not to know. His acting skills were also good. No wonder he could deceive so many immortals in normal times. So Lin Xu and his companions did not stay here any longer, and directly threw Zhao Hu, whose spiritual power was imprisoned, to these immortals. They were ready to go directly to the immortal gate. Sir, how can this imprisonment be removed? The leading immortal tried, but found that he could not shake the imprisoned spiritual power in Zhao Hu's body at all. The spiritual power in Zhao Hu's body was running on its own, and no matter whether it was Zhao Hu himself or the interference of external forces, it could not affect the operation of the spiritual power. It also made Zhao Hu unable to use the power in his body. Release? Why do you want to remove it? Lin Xu looked at him and smiled. Could it be that it will never be removed from now on? The immortal was stunned for a moment. Yes, it will never be removed. Lin Xu nodded. He personally imposed the imprisonment. Unless another human came, this so-called Zhao Hu would be a waste for the rest of his life even if he did not die this time. Lin Xu was not going to give him a chance to recover his strength. Who knew what would happen after he left? If Zhao Hu came back to retaliate against a mothership, Lin Xu would be unhappy. Not slapping him to death directly was already a great courtesy to these immortals. In this way, 3 immortals with complicated emotions were left behind, as well as the immortal Zhao Hu who would forever be a useless person. Lin Xu brought Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu and Lu Yao back to the port again, boarded the Skylark, and headed directly towards the direction of the immortal gate. When Zhang Hao heard the news and rushed to the port, Lin Xu and his party had disappeared in the dark background of the universe. Even with Zhang Hao's eyesight, he could not see them. So Zhang Hao stood on the port, staring at the dark universe for a long time, and then turned and left. Next, he would be busy for a long time with the trial of the immortals. Normally, it would not be his turn to judge an immortal, even if this immortal killed another immortal. But because Lin Xu sealed the cultivation of the immortal Xiaohu before leaving, the three immortals thought they understood Lin Xu's meaning. So, they directly handed over the matter of judging the immortal Xiaohu to Zhang Hao. Of course, Lin Xu no longer knew about these things. The Skylark flew all the way to the ferry gate above the huge ship that looked like a ferry ship. There was no warning here, because ordinary spaceships would be crushed by the huge energy surging in the ferry gate just by approaching the ferry gate. Although the Skylark would not be like this, Lin Xu still cherished the Skylark very much. After all, he had used it for so long. So after approaching the ferry gate, several people came out of the Skylark. Lin Xu put the Skylark into his personal space. Then Mu Zia's sword light enveloped several people, and the nanorbits formed the effect of curvature navigation. Several people rushed directly to the location of the ferry gate. During this period, the alarm near the ferry gate was naturally alarmed, but the people guarding the ferry gate were indifferent. Because the ferry gate is not something that everyone can pass. If you can pass, it means that you are strong enough, and you are welcome to pass the prehistoric world. If you are not strong enough, you deserve to die. So no one cares at all. In this way, Lin Xu and his friends rushed directly into the ferry gate. When they appeared again, they had come to the sky above an endless land. The land was endless and seemed to have no end. Looking back, there was a huge hole in the sky. This was another level of the immortal gate, and also the side of the Great Desolation. So, we have come to the Great Desolation. Nanzhu looked at the different scenery around him, his eyes full of curiosity. It seems that we have arrived. This place is a bit like the subspace, but it doesn't seem to be the subspace. Lin Xu looked around and said, "It looks a bit like the subspace, but the difference from the subspace is really big. How should I put it? It seems to be more lively here, more like a vibrant universe." Nanzhu held his chin with one hand and analyzed. A new universe. Lin Xu thought about it and said, "Wait, this is not really the Great Desolation, right?" Nanzhu suddenly thought of a possibility. "This is the Great Desolation, what are you talking about?" Lu Yao said, puzzled. "No, I mean the real one, the one that created a brand new universe from nothing. That is, this universe did not exist originally, and then suddenly one day a figure like Panga separated the chaos, so the universe was created, and the prehistoric world appeared." Nanzhu said with wide eyes. "Your idea is really a good one." Lu Yao was also shocked by Nanzhu's brain hole, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, although they have not been to other universes, they still know the theory of multiverse. Although it is just a guess, this guess is very interesting. Lin Xu's eyes flickered. With the high-dimensional ability of humans when they arrived in this galaxy, is it possible to create a universe? Maybe this so-called prehistoric world is an experiment of humans to create a universe at that time? What is the sky here? Is it also space? Nanzhu looked at the sky again. Lin Xu thought about it, waved his hand and found a group of autonomous mechanical aggregates. These autonomous mechanical aggregates were directly combined into temporary warships, and then sailed at a curvature of 1,000 times the speed of light, flying towards the sky, wanting to see what was at the end of the sky here. But this is just a small episode. What Lin Xu is most concerned about now is the huge mountain range standing in the center of the prehistoric land in the distance, with a radius of tens of millions of miles. The diameter of that huge mountain range is as large as the sun. And the main peak of this mountain range is straight into the sky, as if it extends to the end of the sky without boundaries. Is that Mount Buzzhao? Lu Yao also guessed. Who knows? Lin Xu shook his head. Lord Lin Xu, where are we going now? Nanzhu asked. Let's go to that mountain and have a look. There's a high-dimensional breath there. Lin Xu decided. High-dimensional breath? Could it be human relics? Nanzhu reacted instantly and widened his eyes. No wonder there has been no trace of human relics since coming to this river system. It turns out that they are hidden in the prehistoric land. Who knows? Just go and see, you will know. You always have to go and see. Lin Xu replied lightly. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 181 The Multiverse and the Rejection of Humanity. The sword light wrapped around them, and they sailed at a speed that was countless times faster than light. The five of them headed for the place that was suspected to be Mount Buzzhao in the distance. As the saying goes, a horse will die if it is seen from a mountain, not to mention the huge mountain range that is as big as the sun. It doesn't seem to be far away from a distance, but if you really want to get close, The distance required is calculated in billions of miles. It is about 1/3 of the distance from the Earth to the Sun. Such an astronomical distance is just a corner of this vast land. For the vast land that stretches infinitely and whose exact size is unknown, it can even be said to be just the distance from the countryside. While controlling the nanorocket to transform into a swordlight and flee to Mount Bashao, Lin Xu gradually realized that something was wrong with the nanorocket. Not only Lin Xu noticed it, but the others also noticed it. Why do the nanorobots here seem to be more active? Nanzhu asked in confusion. Indeed, it seems to be easier to control and more intelligent. Lu Yao also nodded. It feels like, even without intermediate authority, only low-level authority, it would be much easier to control nanorobots. Is this a unique feature of this newly opened prehistoric universe? Mu Ziao guessed. It seems to be true. Could it be that the laws of this new universe are more compatible with the characteristics of nanorobots? That's why this phenomenon occurs. Nanzhu also guessed. If that's the case, it's no wonder that the immortals here can condense antimatter reactors and become immortals without intermediate authority. Mu Ziaoyu suddenly realized. That's right. With the activeness of the nanorobots here in the prehistoric world, even with low-level authority, there is a high probability of becoming immortals. No wonder. Nanzhu also nodded. Everyone was relieved of a doubt. Soon, Yinghe, who had been measuring the data, also reported to Lin Xu. Master, this area suspected to be a new universe has different physical constants from the previous universe, and the speed of light is also slightly different. For example, Lin Xu asked. For example, here, sulfur, saltpeter and charcoal cannot be used to make gunpowder. In other words, even if something resembling gunpowder is made, the effect of burning is different from that of gunpowder. Yinghe replied. No, if a spaceship of a technological civilization falls here, wouldn't the engine be unable to start because of the different physical constants? The computer might also fail. Although Nanzhu guessed that the laws of this primitive universe might be different, he didn't expect them to be so different. Doesn't this mean that when the technological civilizations of the original universe come here, all the tools made based on observing and summarizing the laws of nature may face the problem of being unusable, and the entire scientific system needs to start all over again? Of course, this does not mean that science is useless. Science itself is just a way of thinking that observes and summarizes objective natural laws, and then creates various tools to transform the world. If the natural laws originally summarized cannot be used, as long as this scientific thinking is still there, it is fine to summarize new natural laws in a new universe. However, this still cannot change the fact that the tools that were once made, such as spaceships, may not be able to be started and used. It is unknown whether the huge blow that followed would make a civilization unable to recover. After all, not every civilization can start over. So, it is no wonder that the technological civilization of the entire galaxy believes that the immortal civilization is a more advanced form of civilization. Because the spiritual energy of the immortal civilization can be used in this primitive universe or in the original universe, at most it is a little more active in the primitive universe. Lin Xu said with some emotion. If you think about it from this perspective, it seems to be true. Nanzhu said with some mixed feelings. So, the experiment of creating the universe conducted by humans 10,000 years ago created a universe tailored for nanorobots. Mu Ziaoyu summoned the nanorobots casually, and looked at these nanorobots that were becoming more and more active and free in the new world, with a bit of mixed feelings. So, if it is a universe where the underlying physical rules restrict the existence of nanorobots, will the nanorobots enter that universe and be completely ineffective like the spacecraft of ordinary technological civilization when they enter the primitive universe? Lu Yao thought. If it was a nanorobot from 10,000 years ago, it might be possible. But the nanorobots of today won't. Maybe due to the limitation of the underlying physical rules, the activity of the nanorobots will further decrease, but they won't be completely ineffective. Lin Xu shook his head and said, Master Lin Xu, is it because humans have upgraded their dimensions? Nanzhu thought about it and understood. Yes, the nanorobots of today have the conceptual endorsement of high-dimensional humans, which makes the nanorobots of humans have high-dimensional characteristics. Conceptually, they will definitely be accepted by all universes in the multiverse. Maybe the underlying physical rules of some universes reject the existence of nanorobots, which will reduce the activity of nanorobots to a low point, but they will never completely collapse and become ineffective. Lin Xu explained to the others. At the same time, Lin Xu also opened the portable space and took the Skylark out of the portable space. So the Skylark flew with the others for a distance, and everything worked well. Lin Xu then sent the Skylark back to the portable space again. The Skylark is a human creation, so even though it is also a technological creation, it can still operate well in the wilderness. This is the dimension upgrade. As humans upgrade and enter higher dimensions, they also leave their own marks in the multiverse. Even if human creations are incompatible with the underlying rules of some universes, that universe still cannot completely reject humans. At most, it will impose some restrictions on humans. The sword light flashed across the sky, and the land below passed by quickly. Mountains, plains, and even the sea that were no different from those on Earth passed by underfoot. It was as if countless worlds like the Earth were turned into plains and spliced together. On the vast and incomparable land, there were countless countries and various immortal sects. When Lin Xu and his companions flew by quickly, they could even see the old farmers hoeing the fields below and the cultivation sects flying on swords in the mountains. Some practitioners saw Lin Xu and his companions passing by the sky from a distance, shouting, "Immortal, it's an immortal." Then they flew towards Lin Xu and his companions on swords. Unfortunately, he was left far behind before he could chase him far. He crossed countless countries and countless immortal sects along the way. However, these countries and sects were basically isolated from the deep mountains, dense forests and the sea where few people went. It can even be said that 99% of the places that Lin Xu looked at were all kinds of deep mountains, dense forests and oceans, and only 1% of the areas were with countries and sects. These countries and sects neither knew each other nor had any contact with each other. It is even possible that in their senses, their place was the whole world. Immortals only exist in legends. But looking at their happy life, maybe ignorance is really a blessing. In this way, it took about a day, and the continuous mountain suspected to be Buzzhao Mountain finally appeared in a close place. And the mountains in front of him looked more and more like a huge wall that was boundless on the left and right and boundless on the top and bottom. At this time, on a branch mountain range on one side of the wall, several sword lights came towards the location of Lin Xu and his companions. Apparently, they had discovered Lin Xu and his companions, so they came to intercept them. However, those sword lights were polite, slowing down when they were still far away. The old Taoist priest who was leading the group bowed to Lin Xu from a distance. "Excuse me, Taoist friend. May I ask where you are from and where you are going?" The old Taoist priest had white hair and beard, and looked as if he had no aura at all. However, in Lin Xu's eyes, he could clearly see that the antimatter reactor in his body was interacting with energy in large quantities with various parts of his body. No, or should it be called the Immortal's Inner Elixir, or the Immortal's Elixir? Lin Xu was not quite sure what the Immortals in the prehistoric times called the antimatter reactor in their bodies. But just by looking at the operation of the antimatter reactor composed of nanorbits in the old Taoist priest's body, the energy whistling out was far more powerful than that of the immortals behind him, who also had antimatter reactors in their bodies. Lin Xu knew that this old Taoist priest should be considered a figure even at the foot of this suspected Buzzhao Mountain. "We came here to climb the mountain, of course," Lin Xu replied. "Climbing the mountain? Taoist friend wants to climb the mountain? This. The old Taoist priest seemed to be frightened by Lin Xu's words, and he couldn't speak for a while. The several immortals who looked younger behind him also looked at each other. "Taoist friend, this is Buzzhao Mountain, you can't climb it," the old Taoist priest immediately persuaded. "Why can't you climb it?" Lin Xu was puzzled. "I don't know where you came from, but Taoist friend has just become an immortal not long ago," the old Taoist priest asked slowly. The eyes looking at Lin Xu and the others were like looking at a few ignorant young people. "How did you tell?" Lin Xu asked puzzledly. But the old Taoist priest took Lin Xu as tacitly agreed. "Taoist friend has just become an immortal, so it's no wonder that you don't know. Taoist friend, do you know the origin of Buzzhao Mountain?" The old Taoist priest stroked his long beard and said as if he was going to teach the younger generation well. "I don't know." Lin Xu shook his head, and at the same time he suddenly realized, it is indeed called Buzzhao Mountain. I knew that Lin Xu was not surprised at the name of the mountain. After all, with the evil taste of human beings 10,000 years ago, the prehistoric world has come out. It would be strange if this place is not called Buzzhao Mountain. Forget it, it is fate that we meet. I have a Taoist temple in front. If you are interested, you can come to my Taoist temple and I will tell you in detail. The old Taoist sighed and invited. "Okay, then go and sit down." Sorry to bother you. Lin Xu thought about it for a while, and he was indeed interested in the origin of Buzihao Mountain. And the ruins are there, and they can't run away. It's better to listen to the story first. In this way, Lin Xu and others, under the guidance of the old Taoist, soon landed on a peak of many small hills at the foot of Buzihao Mountain. This is what the old Taoist called the Taoist temple. And don't think that this mountain is a small mountain compared to Buzihao Mountain. But in fact, if you really count the height, it is several times higher than Mount Everest. However, the sky of this world is higher and farther. Even though it is several times higher than Mount Everest, the mountain is not covered with ice and snow all year round. At most, it is a little colder than the foot of the mountain. However, in the Taoist temple of the old Taoist priest, flowers and grass are lush and spring-like all year round. The Taoist temple covers a large area and looks as big as the Forbidden City. On the huge square, there are countless disciples who are only in the key training and foundation building stages, meditating there. There are also some Jinden and yearning stages who are responsible for presiding over the daily affairs of the Taoist temple. The gate of the Taoist temple is open all year round. If a mortal can climb all the way from the bottom of the mountain to here, he will be qualified to study in the Taoist temple for a month, but if he cannot feel the key after a month, he will be driven down the mountain. You have to feel the key in 1 month. Only geniuses are welcome here. Liu Yao sighed after hearing this. Thinking back to the time when he was on Zionid Star, those who felt the key in 1 month were already geniuses that all major sects were vying for, but here it is just the basics of getting started. Don't forget, the nanorobits here, no, the aura is very active, and it's much easier to feel the aura than in your place. Nanzu was adapting to the local customs, and even stopped calling it nanorobits and changed it to aura. Why does the word aura sound so strange when it comes out of your mouth? Liu Yao felt awkward. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. What do you know? Atmosphere. This is called atmosphere, don't you know? This is the primitive world. Here we have to have the primitive atmosphere, and it's not fun to talk about technology terms. Nanzu answered with interest, as if he regarded this as an interesting role-playing game. Okay, as long as you are happy. Liu Yao said indifferently. At this time, Lin Xu and his party had been invited by the old Taoist priest to a secluded but beautiful place in the backyard of the Taoist temple. The immortals who had followed him had already left. It was obvious that they were not his disciples, but his subordinates. So, on the pavilion between the rockery and the flowing water in the courtyard, there were only 6 people left: Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzu, Liu Yao, and the old Taoist priest. And several servants in the Jinden stage came over respectfully to serve tea to the few people not far away. Looking at this scene, Liu Yao's expression was complicated again. When he was still on Zionid Star, the Jinden stage was already the backbone of each sect, and even the heads of many sects were in the Jinden stage. Here, he was only qualified to serve tea. Well, the prehistoric is the prehistoric, amazing. At the invitation of the old Taoist priest, after the few people drank a sip of tea, the old Taoist priest began to tell the origin of Buzihao Mountain. 10,000 years ago, when the prehistoric world was first established, the saints divided the order of heaven and earth. Only this Buzihao Mountain was neither in the sky nor on the earth. It can be said that this Buzihao Mountain is the only place in the whole prehistoric world that is not under the control of the saints. The old Taoist priest said with great emotion. So since then, all beings in this world who want to transcend heaven and earth, whether they are immortals, demons, gods or ghosts, will come to this Buzihao Mountain to find the foundation of Taoism. I guess you are also here to find the foundation of Taoism. The old Taoist priest said, looking at Lin Xu with a smile. The foundation of Taoism, it can be considered as such? Lin Xu thought about it and nodded. After all, the human relics are his shortcut to becoming stronger. Ha, to be honest, the old Taoist priest, set up a Taoist temple here, and I am also here to find the foundation of Taoism. The old Taoist priest suddenly sighed. Since you are here to find the foundation of Taoism, why can't you climb Buzihao Mountain? Lin Xu asked. You come to find the foundation of enlightenment, and I come to find the foundation of enlightenment, but how many gods and immortals have come here to find the foundation of enlightenment throughout the ages? It can be said that there is an immortal every 3 steps and a demon every 5 steps on Buzihao Mountain. It is an extremely dangerous place. If you go directly to the mountain, it is no different from seeking death. The old Taoist explained. So that's the case. Then why did you stop us? Lin Xu asked curiously. Of course it's for my foundation of enlightenment. I can only ask you to sacrifice a little. A strange smile suddenly appeared on the face of the old Taoist. In an instant, the previous immortal style in Taoist bones disappeared completely. Are you not pretending anymore? I want to continue asking about Buzhao Mountain. Didn't you say you knew the origin of Buzhao Mountain? Lin Xu was a little disappointed. Ha, the origin of Buzhao Mountain, I'm afraid only saints can know. The old Taoist laughed happily, as if Lin Xu and others were already in his hands. But then he realized that something was wrong. Wait, do you know that there is something wrong with me? The old Taoist said vigilantly. You don't know what you put in this tea, do you? Lin Xu smiled and took another sip of tea. You know what's going on, but you're still drinking it? This is a thing that disperses power. Even with the power of an immortal, you won't be able to mobilize the immortal power in your body for a short period of time after drinking it. The old Taoist priest completely realized that something was wrong. I never have to mobilize any immortal power. I just give orders and let the immortal power move on its own. Lin Xu said with a smile. Pretend. The old Taoist priest stopped pretending and immediately slapped Lin Xu with a slap. Unfortunately, before his palm touched Lin Xu, Miss Qiu next to him had already pointed out. The flashing sword light on his finger directly cut off the old Taoist priest's palm and wrist. Seeing his palm fall, the old Taoist priest had no idea that the girl next to Lin Xu, who looked like an ordinary immortal, could actually cut off his palm silently. His figure retreated instantly, and in the blink of an eye he had already left the pavilion and even the yard. What are you waiting for? Do it! With a roar from the old Taoist priest. Several immortals who had just followed the old Taoist priest around the courtyard immediately started to move, and directly imprisoned the entire courtyard. This is the immortal prison formation. Even if the power-dispersing items are ineffective against you, it doesn't matter. Once you enter my immortal prison formation, you will never get out again. The old Taoist priest watched the formation start, and he laughed loudly. The other immortals, who were obviously his partners, also laughed loudly. This time, they harvested 5 immortals at once. If they were used to refine elixirs and use immortals to enter the elixir, their strength would definitely be able to reach a higher level. It's a pity that such a stupid immortal is not easy to find. They have been waiting here for hundreds of years before they got this chance. However, before their laughter stopped, a sword light had already broken the so-called immortal prison formation like a dead tree and rotten wood. The roaring sword energy broke the formation and swept across the body of an immortal. The immortal mustered all his spiritual power to resist, but was still directly cut by the sword light and completely destroyed. Suddenly, the few people who were still laughing, including the old Taoist priest, were like ducks with their throats pinched. They stared with their eyes wide open and could not make any sound. Dalluo Jingxin, how could it be Dalluo Jingxin? Finally, someone let out a scream. Then, the man turned around and fled with all his strength, ready to escape. The rest of the people were no exception, including the old Taoist priest. Every one of them was surrounded by sword light, and they started running wildly in one direction. They even ran away in all directions intentionally or unintentionally. Unfortunately, this was useless. Because Miss Qiu soared into the air, waved his sleeves, and several sword ki chased after several people. The old Taoist priest only heard several screams in the air. Looking back, he saw several immortals who had escaped. Except for him, they had all been strangled by the sword ki. What made him even more frightened was that there was also a sword light chasing him rapidly behind him. But even if he used all his strength, he still couldn't escape the sword light. My life is over, this was the last thought in the old Taoist priest's mind. The next moment, he was cut by the sword light. Even if he mobilized all his spiritual power and even threw out all his protective magic weapons, he still couldn't stop the sword. He was strangled directly in the air. At the same time, when Miss Qiu took action. In a cave somewhere on Buzhao Mountain, a figure with a young face, but white hair and beard, who had been meditating with his eyes closed for many years, suddenly moved in his heart and opened his eyes. The information fed back from the surrounding spiritual energy made him a little uneasy. But he didn't know where the source of his restlessness came from. He counted with his fingers, but couldn't figure out anything. This made him even more irritated. Because there are not many things in this world that even he can't figure out. At the same time, in the void at an unknown height in the prehistoric sky, an ancient courtyard was located here. The young man in the courtyard was carefully pruning an apricot tree. Suddenly, his brows frowned, and he slowly walked to the edge of the courtyard and looked into the void. At the same time, he counted with his fingers, but couldn't figure out anything. Why is it that all the calculations are nothingness? Everything in the prehistoric world has traces to follow, unless the variables come from outside the prehistoric world. The young man looked up at the void, where there was nothing, but in his eyes, it seemed to contain everything. Forget it, it's been 10,000 years, and it's time for some changes. Otherwise, it will remain so lifeless. It won't be a real, vibrant universe. If this primitive universe can mature soon and completely separate from the original universe, then I will have lived up to your expectations. P.S. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 182. The universe expands for 10,000 years and 13.8 billion years. The temporary warship composed of autonomous mechanical aggregates traveled towards the sky at a speed of 1,000 times the speed of light. However, as the distance from the ground increased, the speed began to slow down. Although the speed was still 1,000 times the speed of light, the actual distance traveled was not far. The situation was naturally reported to Lin Xu as soon as possible. At this time, Lin Xu and his men had just dealt with the old Taoist priest and several accomplices. Looking at the Taoist temple below, the practitioners who were in chaos because of the changes here did not intend to trouble them. After all, the purpose of the old Taoist priest to build this Taoist temple was just to cover up his tracks. He never really took the Taoist temple to heart, and the disciples in the Taoist temple did not know the real purpose of the old Taoist priest. Lin Xu would naturally not do anything to vent his anger on others. So after dealing with the old Taoist priest and his party, several people continued to fly directly to Buzhao Mountain. At the same time, they discussed the situation encountered by the autonomous mechanical aggregates. The space and the high altitude is slowly solidifying, making the speed of curvature navigation slower and slower. It seems that the speed of light is also slowing down. What is going on? Nanzhu frowned, realizing that things were not simple. It looks like that, but the specifics will depend on the test results. Lin Xu nodded. While the few people were talking, the temporary warship that had already reached a very high position had disintegrated into countless autonomous mechanical aggregates. Then the experiment began on the spot. Soon, the experimental results were sent back, verifying the guess of Lin Xu and others. It was indeed as they guessed. In the high altitude of the prehistoric world, the higher the position, the slower the speed of light. Not only that, as the speed of light slowed down, the space here also changed, becoming more and more stable, and squeezing the space for curvature navigation became more and more difficult. The speed of the temporary warship also began to slow down. Since the speed has slowed down, should we try to use the thrusters to continue flying upwards? Nanzhu suggested. Not for the time being. Even if the speed slows down, the speed of curvature navigation is still far beyond the speed that the thrusters can reach. Lin Xu glanced at Nanzhu, who was swinging his tail, and said, "If it keeps slowing down like this, will the space be completely stable after reaching a certain height, and curvature navigation can no longer be used? Will the speed of light also stagnate?" Nanzhu guessed. "Then let's try to break through the limit with the thrusters." Lin Xu agreed this time. In this way, the autonomous mechanical aggregates in the sky reassembled into temporary warships, and continued to strive to break through the sky with curvature navigation. And this primitive universe is, after all, just a newborn universe. Although the size of the primitive universe has continued to expand and has been growing for tens of thousands of years, its size is still completely incomparable to the universe born on Earth, which has expanded for 13.8 billion years. So the temporary warship only explored upward for about a day, and it was gradually approaching the place where the space was completely stable and the speed of light stagnated. At this point, the distance traveled by curvature navigation has gradually become almost the same as the distance traveled by the normal thrusters when the warship was pushed forward. So, have we reached the boundary of the universe? The newborn universe is still a little small. Nanzhu sighed on a peak of Buzhao Mountain. At this time, Lin Xu and others were flying upward along Buzhao Mountain. Just after crossing a peak, they were blocked by the thousands of rays of light in front of them. It was late at night, the sun was setting, the stars were twinkling, and the full moon was hanging high in the sky. Under the moonlight, the auspicious light was even brighter and more unusual. Lin Xu stood on the edge of the mountain, with his back to the auspicious light, and was not attracted by the light at all. Instead, he looked at the tiny prehistoric land below, which was like a chessboard, and then looked at the starry sky and the moon above his head, his eyes full of curiosity. "These stars and the moon are very similar to the starry sky I saw on Earth," Lin Xu said with emotion. At the same time, Lin Xu could also see the pictures transmitted by the temporary warship in the sky through his consciousness. The temporary warship that had just arrived at the edge of the prehistoric universe took precious pictures at the edge of the prehistoric universe. Countless celestial bodies as big as the Earth are embedded at the end of the sky and on the edge of the universe. It was just that because the light of the sun was too dazzling before, these celestial bodies could not be found by the naked eye on the ground in the sky, until the sun set and the sky darkened. So these celestial bodies became like stars, lighting up the night sky. It formed the Milky Way of the prehistoric world. And the traces of the arrangement of the stars are exactly the same as the starry sky seen on Earth. No wonder Lin Xu sighed. It's just that the stars here are all planet-sized and embedded in the sky. The stars seen on Earth are all huge stars, spread throughout the universe, and constantly running. Of course, the starry sky of the prehistoric world is also running slowly according to a certain law. Lin Xu doesn't know whether this law is also equivalent to the law of starry sky operation on Earth. However, to know this, it is necessary to observe for a long time. At least Lin Xu has no data to support his judgment now. Order some temporary warships to continue flying towards the sky. If the curvature navigation cannot be used, then change the jet propulsion to continue to propel the flight. The other part of the warships will explore the starry sky to see what is on it," Lin Xu ordered. So Yinghuo immediately began to execute. At the end of the prehistoric universe, the temporary warships that were already parallel to the starry sky were divided into two parts. One part continued to fly towards the limit of the sky, and even planned to cross the boundary of the prehistoric universe. The other part scattered and explored the stars in all directions. As they approached those stars, they could see that many of them had pavilions, various buildings, and even immortals flying. During the leap, some immortals on the stars seemed to have discovered temporary warships and were looking at them in surprise. Those who continued to leap upwards soon flew above the stars and reached the boundary of the prehistoric universe, where the speed of light completely returned to zero and even light could not move. This is an area that even immortals cannot explore, because the autonomous mechanical aggregates that arrived here have discovered that after crossing the starry sky, the area above the starry sky has entered a zone without spiritual energy. In other words, there are no nanorobots in this prehistoric boundary. And immortals who rely entirely on spiritual energy, that is, nanorobots, naturally cannot reach here, the prehistoric boundary above the starry sky. Here, there is no spiritual energy, and even light cannot move. It can be said that this is really the end of the universe. Although there are no nanorobots there, it's okay for the immortal to explore upwards with the nanorobots in his body. At most, he can't replenish them from all around. Nanzhu had a different opinion. Until the temporary warship sent back the latest experimental results. After the experiment, it was shown that the nanorobots in the prehistoric universe seemed to be banned from approaching the boundary of the universe. So even if the temporary warship tried to carry the nanorobots from below the starry sky to above the starry sky, those nanorobots would still automatically return to below the starry sky. It was as if there was an order for the nanorobots, which was suppressing the nanorobots in the prehistoric universe and not allowing them to enter above the starry sky. This means that even if the immortal wants to approach the edge of the universe by relying solely on the nanorobots in his body, the nanorobots in his body will continue to flow away and return to below the starry sky when he reaches above the starry sky. In the immortal's senses, it is probably that once he enters above the starry sky, he will start to lose his power continuously. In this way, naturally no immortal dares to reach above the starry sky. Of course, the nanorobots that come with the temporary warships are completely fine when they are above the starry sky. In other words, this rule that nanorobots are not allowed to enter the starry sky is only effective for the native nanorobots of the prehistoric world. The foreign nanorobots brought by Lin Xu are not affected. Lin Xu wanted to try it out. What would happen if he gave all the nanorobots of the prehistoric world a new instruction to allow them to enter the starry sky with his authority? But Lin Xu just thought about it and didn't do it. He didn't want to break the current balance of the prehistoric world, at least not before he figured out some things. Otherwise, it would be bad if the prehistoric world was in chaos. In short, the speed of light stagnates above the starry sky, and nanorobots are prohibited. so no immortals can explore here. But the temporary warships are fine. So this part of the temporary warships, relying on the propulsion device, kept flying upwards, gradually getting farther and farther away from the stars below. It was also farther and farther away from the prehistoric land. The temporary warships crossed the boundary of the universe, and there was a dark void in front of them, as if hiding secrets outside the universe. However, the current speed of the temporary warship, which is only propelled by the thrusters, is extremely slow compared to the 1,000 times the speed of light. Therefore, it will take some time for the exploration to produce results. Lin Xu was not in a hurry. He stood on the hillside of Bazhao Mountain and looked up at the dark night sky. According to calculations, it can be known that a day in the prehistoric world is 24 hours, which is exactly the same as a day on Earth. It is obviously such a vast prehistoric world, but a day is the same as that on Earth. It can be said that humans 10,000 years ago are really nostalgic. The exploration of the autonomous mechanical aggregates at the end of the sky is still continuing. The horizontal exploration of some autonomous mechanical aggregates of the stars has attracted the attention of some immortals living on the stars. On the hillside of Bazhao Mountain, Lin Xu slowly turned around and looked at the colorful lights behind him that finally changed. In an instant, the originally blooming light converged instantly, and finally converged on an old vine hanging on the hillside of Bazhao Mountain. I saw a gourd with a faint glow on it, which was about to fall, as if it was ripe and about to fall to the ground. Calabash brothers. Lin Xu looked at the gourd with a strange look in his eyes. What gourd, brother? This should be called a treasure of heaven and earth, right? Liu Yao glanced at Lin Xu speechlessly. So the big guy next to him is the monster guarding the treasure of heaven and earth. Miss Qiu stepped forward and stood in front of Lin Xu, and at the same time, a sword light flashed in her hand. I saw a giant python that was 1,000 meters long circling around the old vine hanging on the hillside of Bazhao Mountain. It was salivating at the gourd that was about to fall from the old vine, and it was staring at Lin Xu and others here warily, with the cold light flashing in its eyes. Hey, what kind of monster is this? You call this a monster? Do you look down on us monsters? Lin Xu shook the fox tail behind him and the hard-working ears on his head, emphasizing his identity as a fox spirit, and glared at Miss Qiu. Okay, that's called a demon beast. Demon beast is okay. Miss Qiu was speechless, but still compromised. At this time, the 1,000-meter-long giant python's eyes wandered for a long time between the gourd that was about to fall and Lin Xu and his group on the mountain next to it, as if it was sure that the gourd would not fall for a while, and made a decision. It had to eliminate the threat next to it first. So the 1,000-meter-long giant python opened its blood-red mouth and shot towards the hill where Lin Xu and others were. If it bites hard at once, it is estimated that it can bite the hill directly. Unfortunately, before its snake head arrived, the giant python suddenly found that after a dazzling light, why was its sight flying in the sky? And it also saw its own body? It is normal to see the body, after all, its body is long enough, and you can see the huge body by just turning your head. But why is the body you see this time falling towards Bazhao Mountain? And it is a headless corpse? The place where the snake head should be is still spurting blood? Wait a minute, the snake head? The giant python realized something. The latest novel is published on 69 Shuba. But then, its snake head was shattered by another sword light slashed by Miss Qiu, and it completely lost consciousness. Lin Xu lay on the edge of the mountain, looking at the body of the giant python falling, with a little regret in his eyes. It's a pity, I haven't eaten such a big python yet. It would be nice if I could taste it. Here, eat it. Miss Qiu said, and reached out to grab a piece of python meat that fell from midair, and handed it to Lin Xu. Where is this meat? Isn't it disgusting? Lin Xu quickly stepped back and fanned his nose. It should be the meat on the neck, don't you want to eat it? Miss Qiu continued to ask. Of course not. Lin Xu hid behind Lin Xu, and kept winking at Lin Xu, as if accusing Miss Qiu of bullying her. Tisk, ye gong likes dragons. Liu Yao complained without hesitation. At this moment, it was unknown whether the fall of the giant python had alarmed the old vine, so the gourd on the old vine suddenly fell and fell down along Mount Bazhao. Lin Xu looked at the falling gourd, without any intention of catching it. It was as if he wanted to watch this rare treasure of heaven and earth fall into the mortal world. Miss Qiu, Lin Xu, Miss Qiu and Liu Yao beside Lin Xu also counted one by one, and no one was interested in catching the gourd. In this way, the gourd became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared at the foot of Mount Buzzhao. In the end, it was unknown which lucky person would get this treasure of heaven and earth. At the same time, in a cave somewhere on Mount Buzzhao, a figure with a young face but white hair and beard closed his eyes and meditated as usual. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and those eyes seemed to contain the sun, moon, stars, and everything in the universe. He raised his hand and counted with his fingers, and his irritable mood came again. How is it possible? That is an extremely rare spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, but it can't attract the variable's heart? What does he want? If he doesn't even want the spiritual treasure, how can I lure him into the trap? The figure with white hair and beard frowned, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. Lin Xu, who had just watched the gourd fall into the mountain stream, was thoughtful. The other people were also thoughtful. Lord Lin Xu, why did the gourd keep looking at you just now? Nan Xu asked, puzzled. Maybe ordinary people can't see it, even the Dalao Jinkson can't notice it. But who are Lin Xu and his friends? How can they hide things related to nanorobots? As early as when they just arrived at this mountain, when there were thousands of auspicious auras, they noticed that the nanorobots gathered on the old vine had been watching Lin Xu faintly. Those nanorobots seemed to be regarded as their own bodies by a certain consciousness, and that consciousness used the nanorobots as its own body for survival. But it didn't even notice that its body was unusually active when facing Lin Xu, just like a dog seeing its owner. The consciousness itself didn't react, but its body was still very honest. Then the nanorobots on the old vine condensed into the gourd, and the consciousness also gathered into the gourd. At the same time, it was always paying attention to Lin Xu, as if waiting for Lin Xu to take it away. Unfortunately, Lin Xu watched the gourd and the consciousness fall into the mountain stream. Do you feel that if we took the gourd just now, the many invisible threads composed of nanorobots in the space would seem to entangle us? Miss Qiu also said. This is also the reason why no one reached out to take the gourd. Indeed, it feels like taking the gourd will result in some cause and effect. My God, is there really such a thing as cause and effect? Why do I feel that this prehistoric world is really becoming more and more fantasy? Lu Yao couldn't help complaining. How can it be fantasy? It's obviously a fairy tale. This is a prehistoric universe built according to the fairy tale world. Nan Xu corrected. Okay, but the point is not this, okay, is there really any cause and effect? Lu Yao asked curiously. Her curiosity was also the same as the others, but even if they were curious, they would not reach out without Lin Xu's decision. Interesting. Lin Xu was also very curious. So, watching that the gourd had fallen far enough that it could not even be seen with the naked eye. Suddenly, a giant ape of 100 feet in length rushed out from the halfway point of Buzzhao Mountain below, raised his hand to grab the gourd. Lin Xu also reached out his hand at the same time. With a flick of his fingers, there was a thump. It was as if the void was hit hard by a heavy hammer. With a bang, the giant ape's huge body of 100 feet in length instantly collapsed, turning into a sky full of blood and flesh, falling towards the bottom of Buzzhao Mountain. At the same time, the gourd flew up with a thump, and was held in Lin Xu's hand in the blink of an eye. Cause and effect, let's see what kind of cause and effect it is. Lin Xu weighed the gourd in his hand and said curiously. At the same time, feeling the nanorobots everywhere around him, some of them seemed to have some kind of connection invisibly, like a silk thread, wrapping Lin Xu and his party in a certain fate. Of course, with Lin Xu's authority over the nanorobots, he could easily cut off this connection. In other words, it is easy to cut off the cause and effect, and no cause and effect can find him. But Lin Xu didn't. He allowed this invisible connection to occur, because he had already noticed that the appearance of this so-called gourd seemed to be a certain existence that wanted to calculate him. So Lin Xu wanted to see who was calculating him. At the same time, in a cave somewhere in Buzzhao Mountain, a figure with white hair and beard but young face, was just wondering that even the spiritual treasure could not attract that variable, but now his face suddenly changed again, and he immediately pinched his fingers to calculate. Soon he finished the calculation, and a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, no one can resist the temptation of spiritual treasures. Since you have fallen into my trap, you will be a chess piece and work hard. The variable from the prehistoric world is a good chess piece. Ho ha ho ha. The figure who had always been expressionless laughed out loud. At the same time, at the end of the sky, the temporary warships that were exploring the stars turned around the stars the size of the Earth and explored the area shrouded in clouds and mist. Finally, the temporary warships found a huge palace surrounded by countless stars. It was a palace that was much larger than a star. The palace complex alone was several times the size of the Earth. Layer upon layer, peak upon peak, the boundless palace hidden in the clouds is like a large ferry ship. However, the ferry ship still has some traces of ships. After all, it has to sail in the universe. But this palace is a real palace, without any trace of ships. This is a luxurious palace for living. Or it can be called a heavenly court. That's right, this is the heavenly court above the prehistoric land. 10,000 immortals gather here, and the immortal lord reigns over the prehistoric land, and it is not a puppet heavenly court created by the conferred god list. At least, at this moment, this prehistoric land, which has just been born for 10,000 years, has no plans for the conferred god. When the temporary warship discovered the heavenly court and reported the existence of this huge palace to Lin Xu, the existence above the heavenly court, which is revered by all the immortals and called the immortal lord, also received the news. There are machines that seem to be technological creations, coming from the lower world, and are exploring the periphery of the heavenly court. A technological creation? Is it a creation from the technological universe? But can't the creation of the technological universe operate in my prehistoric world? An immortal wondered. Who knows, but that thing does look like a technological creation. Could it be that some immortal imitated the creation of the technological universe and built a similar toy with mechanical techniques? An immortal guessed. Why think so much? Just capture it and check it out, and you will know. But if it is really a game made by some Taoist friend? Humph, who cares if it is a game or not? Disturbing the heaven is a serious crime. The immortal venerable has already known about this. Are you going to excuse it in front of the immortal venerable? Suddenly, no immortal dared to speak. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket and a recommendation ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183. Then you are really useless. After catching the gourd, Lin Xu saw Nanzhu's curiosity about it, so he threw the gourd to Nanzhu. Then the group continued to climb up Buzhao Mountain. This time, Lin Xu's speed was even slower. He didn't even fly with the group, but kept leaping upward on the wall of Buzhao Mountain, while opening a high-dimensional perspective and carefully observing the exact location of the human remains on Buzhao Mountain. The prehistoric world is very large, and Buzhao Mountain alone is as big as a star. It is not a simple matter to accurately find the location of human remains in such a large area. Lin Xu can only be sure that the remains are on Buzhao Mountain. When he just entered the prehistoric world, Lin Xu was able to determine that the remains were on Buzhao Mountain, not because he accurately sensed the location of the remains, but because Buzhao Mountain itself was too special. Buzhao Mountain itself is full of high-dimensional information. It can even be said that Buzhao Mountain is a collection of high-dimensional information. It supports the heaven and earth of this world with a large amount of high-dimensional information. The existence of Buzhao Mountain itself is one of the foundations supporting the existence of this primitive universe. This makes Buzhao Mountain like a magnifying glass, magnifying the breadth of human relics inside, making the entire Buzhao Mountain full of the breadth of human relics, so Lin Xu can easily detect it. But when Lin Xu really arrived at Buzhao Mountain, he was confused by the aura of human relics that could be seen everywhere after this magnification. It became more difficult to really find the target. So Lin Xu could only be more careful and not miss every change in the high-dimensional perspective. While Lin Xu was looking for it carefully, Nanzhu was following behind Lin Xu, studying the gourd in his hand. What is the use of this thing? Nanzhu put his eyes next to the gourd and carefully observed the gourd that was suspected to be extremely precious in this primitive universe. Looking at the arrangement and combination of the nanorbits inside, it's a bit like the function of a portable space, which can be used to store things. Mu Zai was also observing the gourd, and then came to a conclusion. Indeed, this thing seems to have its own subspace, and there's nothing else. Nanzhu weighed the gourd and said, "So, how can we make it open the subspace?" Lu Yao also came over to study it together. "Well, how about intimidating it?" Nanzhu thought about it and came up with a good idea. Intimidate? Will it work? Lu Yao was a little hesitant. Of course it will work. This thing originally has its own consciousness. Now its consciousness shrinks inside and ignores us. Maybe it's still laughing at us for not being able to do anything to it. For such a guy who doesn't know how to advance or retreat, it deserves to be intimidated. Lin Xu said confidently. At the same time, he was still weighing the gourd in his hand up and down. But the gourd still didn't react. Look, I said so, it didn't react, it's clearly looking down on me. Lin Xu suddenly got angry. I'll do it. Miss Qiu was also very unhappy with the gourd. Although it was unknown who was trying to use cause and effect to plot against Lin Xu, this thing was obviously one of the accomplices. It would be strange if Miss Qiu could like it. So without waiting for Lin Xu to answer, he reached out and took the gourd, and threw it upwards. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a sword energy filled with a fierce killing aura rushed towards the gourd in midair. The sword energy was still some distance away from the gourd, and the evil spirit in it had already made the space around the gourd unstable. As the sword energy got closer and closer to the gourd, no one would doubt that the moment this sword energy hit the gourd was the moment when this spiritual treasure of heaven and earth completely disintegrated and shattered. Lin Xu continued to walk in front, as if he had seen nothing, and didn't care about Miss Qiu's actions at all. Anyway, he took this gourd, which meant that the cause and effect had been established, and the rest was to wait for the follow-up. Whether the gourd still existed or not had little impact on this. It can even be said that if the gourd was destroyed by him, the cause and effect might be even greater, and Lin Xu was happy to see it happen. Lin Xu stared at the gourd with great interest, and even took out a camera, as if to take a picture of the gourd breaking into pieces. Then, before the sword energy really touched the gourd, and when it was still some distance away from the gourd that had been acting like a dead object finally made a sound from inside. Help, help, someone is trying to kill the gourd, help. The gourd kept shaking, making waves of sound. Miss Qiu snorted coldly, and the sword energy in the air instantly dissipated, as if it had never existed. Lin Xu's expression was a little disappointed, and he reached out to catch the gourd that finally spoke, and the first sentence made the gourd unable to hold back. Hey, you have some backbone? I want to see what it would be like if I split you in half. If you split me in half, I'll die, you abominable monster. I'm a spiritual creature nurtured by heaven and earth. The gourd angrily scolded Lin Xu. Monster? I'm a fairy fox. When did I become a monster? I see you're still not awake. Let me help you wake up. Lin Xu blew his beard and glared, but it was a pity that she didn't have a beard. Miss Qiu on the side was a little speechless. You called that big python a monster before, but you didn't want to. Now you don't admit that you're a monster? Lin Xu tightened his arms and clenched his palms. In an instant, a force that was enough to crush mountains and rivers was generated on Lin Xu's palms, as if the whole gourd was going to be crushed into pieces in the next moment. So the gourd immediately became timid again. Fairy Fox, Lord Fairy Fox, please have mercy and spare my life. There was even a cry in the gourd's voice. That's right, be careful when you speak in the future. This society is still very complicated. The first thing you need to learn when you are a rookie is to be low-key. Do you understand? Lin Xu nodded with satisfaction, and said with a persuasive look, for your own good. I understand, I understand. The gourd was already crying without tears. After all, he was transformed from the innate gourd vine, a spiritual creature nurtured by heaven and earth. Who would not treat it as a treasure if they got it? How come he met a few people who didn't play by the rules? Come on, introduce yourself first. What abilities do you have? Lin Xu was very satisfied with the gourd's statement, so she decided to give it a chance to show off. I can store everything, and even nurture a small world on my own. The gourd immediately replied proudly. At the same time, it was already waiting for Lin Xu's surprised expression. After all, it can nurture a small world on its own. This ability is simply against the sky. It's a pity that it didn't see the expression it wanted on Lin Xu's face. I know this, let's talk about something else. Is there anything else? Lin Xu didn't care about storing everything and nurturing a small world on her own. After all, her own portable space can also accommodate everything. Putting a few planets in it can also be considered a small world, so Lin Xu really didn't care about nurturing a small world. Not to mention that she had already concluded by observing the operation of the nanorbits inside the gourd that the subspace attached to this gourd was probably not as big as her portable space, so even if it could breed a small world, how big could it be? So Lin Xu was more concerned about whether this gourd had any abilities that she had not discovered. I can breed a small world, not those ordinary storage magic weapons. The gourd repeated a little confusedly, afraid that Lin Xu didn't understand what it said. Knowing that you can breed a small world, what else can you do? Isn't that all you can do? Nanzhu looked at the gourd in confusion. And Nanzhu's questioning eyes obviously hurt the gourd's self-esteem. I am a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Do you understand spiritual treasures of heaven and earth? I can store everything and breed a small world. Isn't that enough? The gourd said stubbornly. Then you are really useless. Nanzhu sighed. Suddenly, the gourd felt that it was doubting its life. No, it was doubting the gourd's birth. Is it useless? Then what is useful? I think you still don't understand how powerful I am. So I'll teach you how to control my magic. You can open my space and see how big it is, and you'll understand. It's not comparable to storing magic weapons. The gourd still insisted that it was a useful gourd. No need. I can see the size of your space without opening it. You can go to my portable space first and take a look around, and you'll understand what I mean. Nanzhu said, and without waiting for the gourd to answer, he directly opened his own portable space and threw the gourd in. Nanzhu's current portable space is much larger than when she first met Lin Xu. It was added to her after Lin Xu and his party obtained the portable space technology. Now Nanzhu's portable space can already hold an entire small galaxy. It's just that she puts less things, so it looks empty. But this doesn't prevent the gourd from being stunned as soon as it entered. The nanorbit in Nanzhu's portable space took the gourd around in the portable space at 1,000 times the speed of light, and then Nanzhu released it. You, what kind of monster are you? Why do you have a small world like me? Are you not a monster, but a transformed treasure of heaven and earth like me? Boss, teach me how to transform. I want to transform. I don't want to be a magic weapon. I want to be free. As soon as Hulu came out, he began to cry and hug Nanzhu's thigh. Obviously, Nanzhu's portable space, not the space in the magic weapon, made Hulu think wrong. What did you call me? Nanzhu's eyes flashed with cold light. Fairy Fox, Lord Fairy Fox. Hulu immediately changed his words. Do you have a name? Nanzhu asked. No. Hulu is now very honest. It really regards Nanzhu as a transformed treasure of heaven and earth, and wants to learn how to transform. Well, I will call you Calabash Boy from now on. Nanzhu said casually. You, just be happy. Hulu replied with great frustration. Tell me, why are you waiting for us there? Who sent you? Nanzhu continued to ask. I don't know. I only know that I should have matured on the gourd vine a long time ago, but was suppressed by some kind of force. As a result, just now, that force retreated and even accelerated my maturity. I also realized that I should be involved in some kind of cause and effect, but I don't know which powerful person set up this situation, so I don't know who sent me. The gourd hesitated for a moment and told the truth. If it were someone else, it would definitely not be so honest, but now in order to obtain the imagined heaven and earth spiritual treasure transformation method and become a real free body, it has now completely surrendered to Nanzhu. Great power of the prehistoric world. Lin Xu nodded slowly. While discussing the great power of the prehistoric world here, above the 9 heavens, in the starry sky, Gilai Immortal Venerable, one of the great powers of the prehistoric world, was sitting cross-legged on the white jade platform of the heavenly court. The sea of clouds below was curling, blocking all the sights that could peek up, but it could not block Gilai Immortal Venerable's downward gaze. He watched the quarrels of the immortals, the intrigues among them, and the flattery of them, just like watching a drama. But today, in his long years, something interesting finally appeared. Above the 9 heavens, there were technological creations from another universe that arrived here. Unlike those who speculated that these things that looked like technological creations were actually immortals created by the mechanical techniques of a certain immortal family, Gilai Immortal Venerable saw at a glance that these strange-shaped objects that could be combined in a myriad of ways were not driven by spiritual energy. Even these objects themselves could drive spiritual energy. This was a bit strange. This was also the reason why he ordered the immortal soldiers to capture it. He wanted to figure out what this strange thing was. The latest novels are published on the 6th 9-book bar. But at this moment, Gilai Immortal Venerable didn't know what kind of disaster his idea would bring to the heavenly court. Of course, before Gilai Immortal Venerable ordered the immortal soldiers to capture these machines, he subconsciously pinched his fingers to calculate. This is also a habit. Even if it is a small matter, these great powers in the prehistoric world are used to calculating before doing it, for fear that some small things will lead to cause and effect. It can be said that for these great powers in the prehistoric world, The most feared thing is cause and effect. And the result of this divination showed that there was nothing. Giai Immortal Venerable was not surprised by such a result. Although he was cautious, in fact, there were not many causes and effects in the prehistoric world that could make the great powers afraid. So the result of nothing was normal, which meant that there were no consequences. In fact, if Giai Immortal Venerable could be more cautious and calculate the origins of these technological machines, he would be alert, because the results would also be empty. But he didn't do so, because in Giai Immortal Venerable's view, calculating once was already cautious enough, and there was no need to calculate more. The reason for this is that the autonomous mechanical aggregates come from humans, and human creations are in the prehistoric world. According to the saying here, they are outside the three realms and not on the five elements. Even the prehistoric great power can't calculate anything about the autonomous mechanical aggregates. Unless these autonomous mechanical aggregates have been entangled with the prehistoric world and have caused cause and effect, they can calculate something. Just like Lin Xu and his party, when they first arrived in the prehistoric world, no prehistoric great power noticed it, but after they killed the old Taoist priest who wanted to calculate them, it was considered that they had caused cause and effect with a prehistoric world and were noticed by the prehistoric great power. In fact, if Lin Xu took the initiative to cut off the cause and effect at this time, the prehistoric great power would also lose its awareness of Lin Xu, but Lin Xu didn't do so. He was also very curious about where these cause and effect entanglements would lead to in the end. In this way, thousands of immortal soldiers set out and headed towards the warship composed of autonomous mechanical aggregates. They were even afraid that the temporary warships would escape, so the immortal soldiers dispersed and surrounded them from all directions, wanting to keep all the dozens of temporary warships. Then, the disaster happened. Although the immortal soldiers are called immortals, they are not immortals at all. They are more because they serve the heaven, so they are called immortal soldiers. But in fact, the strength of these immortal soldiers is just the level of incarnation and fusion. After all, who would be willing to be a soldier if they can really reach the realm of immortals by their own practice? So the result of these thousands of immortal soldiers surrounding the temporary warships can be imagined. Lord Lin Xu, the place suspected to be the heaven, has sent a large number of soldiers, and they seem to want to attack us. Yinghua reported. Don't fire the first shot, but if the other party starts first, don't let the other party fire the last shot. Fight until they are convinced. I also want to see what this so-called great power of the prehistoric world looks like. Lin Xu gave the order. He has learned a lot of basic information about the prehistoric world through the communication with Hulu, who knows everything. For example, the huge palace complex in the sky is where the heavenly court ruled by Giai Immortal Venerable is located. Giai Immortal Venerable is a well-known great power in the entire prehistoric world. Compared with many low-key and unwilling to show off great powers, Giai Immortal Venerable is a rare and more ostentatious one, and even formed a force like the Heavenly Court. So if the Heavenly Court really wants to take action, it would be a good opportunity to use this Heavenly Court to weigh the current weight of the entire prehistoric world. In this way, when many immortal soldiers surrounded dozens of temporary warships, the first immortal soldier swung his long spear at the temporary warship and fired the first long-range spell attack. The battle began. And at the beginning, it was a one-sided massacre. On dozens of temporary warships, the densely packed main guns only fired a round of bombardment, and nearly half of the thousands of immortal soldiers were directly slaughtered. Many of the remaining immortal soldiers were also affected by the bombardment of the main guns, and everyone was injured. In fear, these immortal soldiers no longer cared about the order of the immortal to capture technological creations, and fled directly, and just collapsed. Some turned and fled to the Heavenly Court, while others felt that they would be punished if they returned to the Heavenly Court, so they fled to other places. There were still thousands of immortal soldiers left, and they fled in all directions. For a while, the main guns of the temporary warships became more difficult to hit. So in the next moment, the temporary warships instantly disintegrated and turned into thousands of ultra-small warships that were only tens of meters in size, chasing the immortal soldiers scattered everywhere. According to Lin Xu's order, the autonomous mechanical aggregates would not let these immortal soldiers go. These temporary warships were not big, only about 500 or 600 meters in length, and each one was composed of 3 to 5 autonomous mechanical aggregates. A long time ago, because they needed to accommodate the curvature engine, the temporary warships were still relatively large, and each one needed to be several thousand meters long. But as the curvature engine became smaller and smaller, and even now there is no need for the curvature engine, only the curvature navigation device temporarily formed by nanorobots can be used for curvature navigation. The temporary warships composed of autonomous mechanical aggregates began to change accordingly. The pursuit of size is becoming less and less, but functionality is more pursued. Sometimes, when certain environments require it, it is common for an autonomous mechanical aggregate to transform into a warship. It is also possible for an autonomous mechanical aggregate to split into multiple temporary warships. And now these dozens of temporary warships are composed of more than 100 autonomous mechanical aggregates. Although each temporary warship is only 500 or 600 meters long, it still seems too big in the face of the immortal soldiers. So dozens of temporary warships collapsed in an instant. Not only did it recover into more than 100 autonomous mechanical aggregates, it even continued to split and directly turned into thousands of ultra-small warships of dozens of meters in size, directly blocking the thousands of fleeing immortal soldiers. Then they were eliminated one by one. And the scene naturally fell into the eyes of the immortals watching the battle in the heavenly court. The immortals were immediately shocked and angry. At the gate of the heavenly court, slaughtering immortal soldiers in front of the immortals in the heavenly court, you are slapping your face in public. So without waiting for orders, countless immortals rushed up, and for a while, the sword energy was everywhere, rushing towards the autonomous mechanical aggregates. But compared to the immortals' anger, they were determined to wipe out these technological creations that came to slap their faces, so that these technological creations would know who is the master of the prehistoric world. The immortal master Qiu, who was sitting cross-legged on the white jade platform, suddenly felt a wave of palpitations. He felt that some kind of crisis was coming. It was a crisis that was even enough to make him fall. Immortal Master Qiu immediately ignored the technological machines in front of the door and immediately concentrated on calculating with his fingers. He wanted to know where the crisis came from, and why he suddenly felt the danger. As for whether this crisis was related to the technological creations at the door, Qiu Immortal Venerable had not thought of it at this time. After all, he had habitually calculated the divination at the beginning, and the result of the conflict with these technological creations at the door was an empty space, without any danger at all. Then how could this sudden crisis be related to these technological creations at the door? It must be something else. So while Qiu Immortal Venerable was carefully deducing the origin of the crisis, he completely ignored it. The battle that could have been stopped was getting bigger and bigger, and more immortals rushed out to die. Qiu Immortal Venerable also felt that the crisis was getting closer and closer, and even sweat stains appeared faintly on his forehead. Finally, the result of the deduction came out, but Qiu Immortal Venerable was dumbfounded when he looked at the result. It was too late to stop anything, because the dog brains at the door had been beaten out. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 184, Primordial Battle and Omnic Crisis. At first, only a few hot-headed immortals rushed to the outside of the heaven, or the outside of the immortal court, and joined the battle between the heavenly soldiers and the mechanical creations. Unfortunately, these immortals who rushed over with full confidence at the beginning were soon beaten up by the mechanical creations. These immortals who thought they had been to another universe and had seen many technological civilizations all doubted their lives. No, they doubted immortality. I have been to that technological universe and have seen many technological civilizations. Technological civilization is not like you. You are simply cheating. In the technological universe, I, an immortal, can chase a fleet of technological civilization. How come you, a small spaceship, can chase me? I have a sword in my left hand and a magic weapon in my right hand, but you can't even break your skin. Not only did you not break your skin, it seems that even your shield was not broken. Are you sure you are a mechanical creation of technological civilization? Obviously, these immortals who have only seen the low-level technological civilizations in another universe cannot understand what a technological civilization that has truly developed to the extreme is like. What they didn't know was that even the basic spiritual energy of their immortal civilization was a product of technology. Of course, they didn't need to know, because in the pursuit of the small spaceships that were split by the self-disciplined mechanical aggregates, the immortals were crushed to ashes in the first place, and they were directly destroyed. Not only were the immortal bodies destroyed, but even the immortal infants who wanted to escape and find an opportunity to reshape their bodies in the future did not escape, and were directly beaten to ashes on the spot. So, As the immortals who joined the battle one by one were also eliminated in a short time, the immortals who were still watching and did not join the battle could not continue to sit and watch. At the beginning, it was okay if it was just the immortal soldiers, but now even the immortals died in the battle. This matter must not be resolved peacefully, otherwise where is the face of the heavenly court? Of course, in fact, when the immortal soldiers were eliminated at the beginning, this matter could not be resolved peacefully, but some bigwigs in the heavenly court were still waiting for the order of the immortal. But now even the immortals have begun to die and be injured, so there is no need to wait for orders, just go ahead. The evil creatures from the lower world dared to run wild in the heavenly palace. Immortal soldiers, listen to my order and take down those evil creatures from the lower world. The immortal carrying 2 jade swords gave an order. Suddenly, the clouds around the heavenly palace slowly retreated, and millions of immortal soldiers emerged, holding various weapons and rushing towards the small spaceship with autonomous mechanical aggregation. While still in the air, millions of immortal soldiers kept waving their weapons, and the various sword lights and sword shadows gathered together and bombarded the spaceship. For a while, the attack of millions of immortal soldiers also caused the shield of the spaceship to begin to shake. At the same time, another immortal with a celestial appearance and surrounded by green dragon shadows also gave an order. All immortals, join me in taking down those evil creatures and present them to the immortal lord. Yes. The immortals bowed their hands in greeting. So tens of thousands of immortals came out together and attacked the thousands of ultra-small warships. For a while, the scene looked like the heavenly palace had already won. Anyway, in the eyes of several bigwigs in the heavenly court, although they don't know where the technological creations below come from, they are definitely not the opponents of millions of heavenly soldiers and tens of thousands of immortals. In fact, if these spaceships had not just demonstrated their ability to slaughter thousands of immortal soldiers and suppress immortals in a one-on-one fight, several bigwigs in the heavenly court would not have been so serious to order millions of immortal soldiers and tens of thousands of immortals to attack together. What they want is stability. They must use absolute strength to suppress these technological creations so that they can no longer continue to be presumptuous. After all, if they continue to be presumptuous, it will really be a slap in the face of the heavenly court. Otherwise, in the eyes of the bigwigs, as long as 100,000 heavenly soldiers or more than 10,000 immortals take action, it will be enough to deal with these mechanical creations. It's a pity that the laws of the material world will never be changed because of the imagination of some people. It's not that you think you are going to win, you can really win. So when millions of immortal soldiers and tens of thousands of immortals pressed forward, the big men of the heavenly court who were sitting firmly on the high platform waited for the thousands of small spaceships to be destroyed and captured, so as to find out the origins of these small spaceships and further go to ask for punishment. What they did not expect happened. These thousands of small spaceships actually withstood the bombardment of the sword energy of millions of immortal soldiers and tens of thousands of immortals. Even when they were fighting back, the main guns killed a lot of immortal soldiers and immortals one after another. Although some small spaceships were killed under the concentrated fire of millions of immortal soldiers and tens of thousands of immortals, the losses of immortal soldiers and immortals were not small. The two sides seemed to be evenly matched for a while. Of course, it was just an appearance. In fact, the losses of immortal soldiers and immortals were much greater than those of autonomous mechanical aggregation. At this time, the thousands of small spaceships seemed to feel that even such a loss was unacceptable. Because their own targets were too large and easily concentrated by immortal soldiers and immortals, they changed their tactics. In the blink of an eye, those small spaceships continued to split into smaller existences. In an instant, endless battle mechas appeared in the starry sky. Thousands of small spaceships were formed by the aggregation and splitting of more than 100 autonomous machines. Now if they continue to split, it is equivalent to an autonomous machine the size of an aircraft carrier, which is aggregated and split into 10,000 3-meter-high mechas. More than 100 autonomous machines are aggregated and split into 1,000,000 3-meter-high battle mechas, which rush up to fight with 1,000,000 immortal soldiers. Suddenly, the millions of immortal soldiers and tens of thousands of immortals can no longer focus on a single spaceship. Although some battle mechas are destroyed from time to time, overall, the losses have indeed become smaller. On the other hand, the immortal soldiers and immortals have suffered more losses because they were entangled with the battle mechas. Because the combat effectiveness of each battle mecha is higher than that of the immortal soldiers. At the same time, each battle mecha can also fight against an immortal. This is equivalent to a million immortal-level battle mechas fighting against millions of immortal soldiers and tens of thousands of immortals. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that every immortal had some backup and all kinds of strange magic weapons to help them in the battle, the strength of the immortals alone would not be as good as that of the battle mechas. After all, every battle mecha can absorb vacuum zero-point energy, and has endless energy to squander, which is even more powerful than the antimatter annihilation energy produced by the immortals' infants. This makes it extremely awkward for the immortals to fight. Those 3-meter tall robots don't seem to have any strange skills and magic weapons, and they can only use brute force, but their brute force is really strong enough. Every time they hit, they can only use their best efforts to resist. After a long battle, the magic weapons gradually began to fail. What is even more unacceptable is that as these battle mechas continue to eliminate immortal soldiers, more and more mechas have freed up their hands. At first, one mecha fought against one immortal, and then it gradually developed to several mechas fighting against one immortal. The immortals were so angry that they cursed. You can't beat anyone, but you still come to fight in a group. Where is your face as a strong man? Well, it seems that you are just machines, not strong men. But I am an immortal after all, how come I can't even beat a machine? So, one immortal after another was knocked down by the battle mechas that performed miracles with great force in this self-doubt. And on Mount Buzzhao in the distance, Lin Xu, who was still slowly searching for human remains, had already begun to think about whether to add more functions to these battle mechas that were split out of inspiration. Because it seems to be really useful. Especially when dealing with small targets, these battle mechas split out of autonomous mechanical aggregates seem to be much more useful than warships. And because the material used is a special alloy for making autonomous mechanical aggregates, it is much stronger and more useful than similar mechas composed of nanorobots in terms of sturdiness. However, if it continues to split and become smaller, it is not necessary for the time being. 3 meters is enough. Because if it is smaller, the sturdiness of the special alloy will not be obvious. For example, armor composed of nanorobots will be more flexible to use on a smaller scale. Although the sturdiness is not as good as the special collection used by autonomous mechanical aggregates, considering the flexibility, it is more convenient to use nanorobots. For example, the power armor that Lin Xu carries with him is always made of nanorobots, although he basically has no chance to use it now. In short, large-scale autonomous mechanical aggregates are more suitable, but small-scale creations are still more suitable for nanorobots. As for using nanorobots to make large-scale creations, it can only be said that the characteristics of nanorobots determine that the more nanorobots are combined together, the more fragile the creation formed will be. Compared with the solidity of autonomous mechanical aggregates, it is really incomparable. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary civilizations, large-scale creations composed of nanorobots are already strong enough. But unfortunately, humans cannot accept it. In short, this battle gave Lin Xu an idea, and he split the autonomous mechanical aggregate into combat mecha, which is more convenient for fighting small targets. It can be said that the harvest is not small. But it is time to end the battle. So under Lin Xu's order, the millions of combat mechas suddenly became more serious. Immediately, the pressure on the front-line immortal soldiers and immortals increased again. The brows of the big men in the heaven who were watching the battle in the back were already frowning. The green shadow golden immortal, who was surrounded by the green dragon shadow, was already thinking, where did these technological machines come from? Moreover, they had been fighting for so long, and several spaceships had been blown up before, so how come there were no human hands inside? It looked like a purely self-driving machine. It was not that he had not been to the neighboring technological universe before, and he even traveled there for a long time because of his interest. So when he looked at those mechanical creations that could aggregate and split, a word suddenly flashed through his mind. An intelligent machine crisis. Could it be an intelligent machine crisis? Is it that the computers of a certain technological civilization developed intelligence, then killed their creators, continued to develop on their own, and finally became a purely mechanical intelligent civilization? Looking at those ever-changing machines, machines that do not need human control, the truth has filled the green shadow golden immortal's mind. An intelligent machine crisis. Is this an intelligent machine crisis from the technological universe invading the prehistoric world? Thinking back to when he was traveling in the neighboring technological universe, he also read science fiction novels. At that time, he just read it as an interesting story, but he really didn't expect that one day intelligent machines would actually come to the prehistoric world. Could it be that the technological universe has been quietly occupied by these intelligent machines without his knowledge, and then the intelligent machines began to counterattack the prehistoric world? If so, thinking of the ruthless, fearless, and boundless intelligent machine army described in science fiction novels, how many factories can immediately produce more intelligent machine armies after they are destroyed? King Ying was a little scared for a while. Although these millions of battle mechas in front of him have completely suppressed millions of immortal soldiers and tens of thousands of immortals, they are not invincible. At least King Ying is confident that it is not impossible for him and other golden immortals to destroy these battle mechas. And even if they can't do it, there is still Qiu Immortal Venerable. But the problem is, if there is really an intelligent machine crisis, what will happen even if these are destroyed? If the machine is destroyed, it can be rebuilt, but for an immortal, especially a golden immortal, to grow up, it takes thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. Thinking of this, King Ying became more and more pessimistic. He now only hopes that all his guesses are wrong. But the more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. If it weren't for the Qiu Immortal Venerable who was holding him back and making him afraid to run, he might have quietly escaped by now. However, although his thoughts were outrageous, in a sense, they seemed to be correct. Autonomous mechanical aggregates can indeed be produced endlessly. 100 or so autonomous mechanical aggregates are indeed just a drizzle for Lin Xu. In short, when the battle became more and more dangerous, the Liu Iron Golden Immortal, who was carrying 2 jade swords, was ready to take action himself, and the King Ying Golden Immortal was full of thoughts of escaping, but did not dare to run. The Qiu Immortal Venerable, who was fortune-telling, finally completed the divination that made him feel exhausted. And he was dumbfounded when he saw the result of the divination. The danger of falling that made him palpitate was actually caused by those technological creations at his doorstep that he didn't take seriously. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. However, regarding those technological creations, I had clearly already made a divination, but the result was nothing. How come it has become a crisis of falling now? Who has obscured the secret of heaven? Could it be that old thing Hong Yuan? I know that old thing has not given up the heart to destroy me. It must be him who is behind the scenes and obscured the secret of heaven. Gnashing his teeth, Immortal Qiu cast his eyes towards the gate of the heavenly palace, ready to find a way to survive this crisis. Over the past 10,000 years, he has experienced a lot of various crises, but he has solved them one by one and finally ascended to the position of Immortal Venerable. So although this time is dangerous, Immortal Qiu is still confident that he can successfully survive. But when he cast his eyes towards the gate of the heavenly palace, he found that during the period of time when he was divination, the two sides had actually fought each other to the point of losing their minds. Millions of combat mechas chased his millions of immortal soldiers and beat tens of thousands of immortals. What's more, even the Golden Immortal was ready to go down and take action. No, the conflict cannot continue to escalate. This was the first thought of Qiu Immortal Venerable, but the two sides had already fought a real battle at this time, especially the heavy losses on the Heavenly Court side. If he called a halt, what would his subordinates think? What kind of blow would it be to his prestige? At this time, Qiu Immortal Venerable began to understand why many powerful people did not like to show up, but liked to hide. In fact, his cause and effect had long been tied to the entire Heavenly Court, and could not be separated. So how to stop the conflict between the two sides? If it continues, the conflict will only get bigger and bigger. However, Qiu Immortal Venerable thought again, although he did not know what was behind these technological creations, since it could put him in danger of falling, it must not be easy to deal with. If I stop the conflict, will the other party accept it? Will it make the other party take advantage of it? Think that I am weak and can be bullied? If so, just go all out. Qiu Immortal Venerable suddenly made a decision. What is the crisis of falling? What if there is a crisis? Think about me. Qiu Immortal Venerable has been accompanied by crises all the way to now. How come now that he has reached a high position, he is so timid? Since there is a crisis ahead, let's just kill it with this sword. I, Qiu Immortal Venerable, have achieved the position of Immortal Venerable, but I have never relied on compromise, but on moving forward courageously. In an instant, Qiu Immortal Venerable only felt that his mind was clear and his cultivation level had reached a new level. So he made a decision. Qiu Immortal Venerable did not hesitate, nor did he wait for his Golden Immortal to make a move. A huge incarnation rose from the white jade platform where he was sitting cross-legged. As the incarnation rose, it became bigger and bigger, until it was hundreds of feet high. With one step, the golden incarnation arrived on the battlefield. With the arrival of Qiu Immortal Venerable's incarnation, the golden immortal who was about to take action and the immortal soldiers and immortals on the battlefield were immediately refreshed, and then their morale was greatly boosted. For a moment, they even pushed the battle mecha back a distance, although it was soon suppressed again. Looking at the golden incarnation that was hundreds of feet tall, it looked exactly like the immortal Qiu, carrying an ancient long sword, with half-opened eyes, staring at the battlefield ahead. Then, he stretched out his hand and the long sword came out of his body, and in an instant, the entire prehistoric world seemed to change color because of this sword. Even Lin Xu and others who were not around in the deep saw another round of golden sunlight suddenly lit up in the sky, although the light flashed and disappeared. Fuck, this momentum, how did he do it? Nanzu's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe that there was someone in this prehistoric world who could be stronger than her. After all, she was also a human family and had intermediate authority over nanorobits. After all, this is also a universe, and there is still some foundation. Lin Xu looked up at the sky and said. Miu Xiaoyu's eyes were piercing, and the desire to fight rose in her eyes. It's over, after all, it's also 100 autonomous mechanical aggregates, what a pity. Nanzu sighed. Only 100 units, not enough to place an order for the factory. Do you believe that if the order is less than 100,000 units, Yinghao will be angry with you, but it is not enough to cover the loss of the factory? Lu Yao complained about Nanzu's stinginess. I know, but this guy is really powerful. His name is Qiu Xianzhen. Nanzu muttered to himself and remembered this name. At the same time, in the starry sky, Qiu Xianzhen slashed with a sword, and his long sword swept across the battlefield. The sword energy instantly turned into golden light that enveloped the entire starry sky. In the blink of an eye, the bright light made the golden immortals watching the battle lose their minds. The remaining immortal soldiers and immortals on the battlefield were instantly covered by the golden light. However, these golden lights did not cause any harm to them. But every battle mecha covered by the golden light instantly exploded, shocking the universe. Millions of battle mechas were covered by a sword and exploded at the same time. The vibration could even be felt on the prehistoric land. Countless ordinary people who were tilling the fields, as well as emperors and generals who were reciting poems and singing, all felt the earth shaking and saw the second sun rising in the sky. Suddenly, countless people thought that it was the anger of the heavens. The common people knelt down and begged for forgiveness from the heavens. The emperors and generals immediately stopped drinking and bathed, and offered sacrifices to the heavens. This caused countless dynasties in the mortal world, and even various cultivation sects, to suffer lasting chaos. At this moment in the sky, the immortal Qiu's sword instantly turned millions of battle armors into ashes, leaving only some remaining fragments. After a while, the immortal soldiers and the immortals finally recovered from the dissipated golden light. Looking at the empty battlefield and the hundreds of feet high incarnation of the immortal Qiu, cheers suddenly resounded throughout the universe. The immortal is invincible. The immortal is invincible. On the white jade stage, the immortal Qiu nodded with satisfaction while listening to the cheers through his incarnation. That's right, that's it. There is no crisis that cannot be dealt with. If one sword doesn't work, then two swords. The incarnation of the immortal Qiu slowly faded until it dissipated, leaving behind a sentence. All those above the golden immortal level must come to the imperial court to listen to the orders. Yes. Countless golden immortal level heavenly court bosses bowed and responded. The cheers of the immortal soldiers and immortals continued. It was as if the heavenly court would always be invincible with Qiu Immortal Venerable. Qiu Immortal Venerable, who had taken back his external incarnation, had a solemn expression. It was a huge consumption for him to destroy the millions of battle armors with one blow, but he did not regret it. Because this was the path that Qiu Immortal Venerable took. He went forward without hesitation and cut off all the crises encountered in front of him, and then he achieved the position of Immortal Venerable. In his view, this crisis of falling was a danger, but it was also an opportunity. Maybe his possibility of getting closer would depend on this crisis. So he had to make some arrangements with many golden immortals. He had to do his best to deal with the possible crisis. Even if there were mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, with thousands of difficulties and dangers, I would just cut it with one sword. This was the confidence of Gai Immortal Venerable. But while he is confident, he will never be blindly arrogant. He firmly believes that only by knowing both oneself and the enemy can one win every battle. So, where did the enemy come from this time, and why did they want to spy on the heaven? Is all this really a trap set by the old thief Hong Yuan? These are all things he needs to consider. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 185, The Stormy Times at Mount Buziao. Above the starry sky, the temporary warships that were truly exploring the edge of the prehistoric universe were still flying upwards, getting farther and farther away from the prehistoric universe. Although the speed was much slower than the 1,000 times speed of light, they were still determined. In the starry sky, the temporary warships that were exploring the starry sky were destroyed by the immortal Lord himself because they encountered the heavenly court. On Mount Buziao, Lin Xu and his companions stopped and turned to look in the direction of the heavenly court. Lin Xu thought about it, and with a wave of his hand, the space on his body opened, and a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates poured out. This time, the number was tens of thousands. Explore again. Lin Xu gave an order. Then these tens of thousands of autonomous mechanical aggregates combined into thousands of smaller temporary warships and headed towards the location of the starry sky. Wow, what's going on? How come you also have a small world? Are you also a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth incarnated? You are not all. If the guard held in Nanzhu's hand with a rope could make an expression, I believe it must be stunned now. What's the matter with the transformation of heaven and earth spirit treasures? Who told you that we are heaven and earth spirit treasures? Nanzhu said, swinging the rope. Then, how can you have a small world? Hulu said unwillingly, because he really didn't want his ideal of transformation to be shattered. Who told you that only heaven and earth spirit treasures can have a small world? Nanzhu said bluntly. Could it be that you are really not heaven and earth spirit treasures? So I can't learn the transformation method. Hulu's voice was already crying. Don't worry, you just want to transform? As long as you are honest and obedient, I will teach you the method of transformation later. Nanzhu said with a big promise. In fact, it can't be considered a promise, isn't it just to give it a body? It already has consciousness, and it is too simple for Nanzhu to make a body that can move. Really? You are not allowed to lie to me again. Hulu said in surprise, but still looked like he wanted Nanzhu to sign a document. When did I lie to you? You said you were a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth in human form. When did I say that? It was obviously you who thought so. Oh, you didn't say that. So you won't lie to me. The guard became happy. Don't worry, it's just a human form. I will definitely teach you. Seeing its innocent look, Nanzhu couldn't bear to fool it. While the two were talking, Lin Xu suddenly stopped. Did you feel it? Lin Xu asked. It seems that something has established a connection with this guy just now. Nanzhu held the gourd in his hand and looked it up and down. What connection? How come I don't know? The gourd itself was confused. It seems that someone has an item similar to this gourd in his hand, and it came here along the induction between the two. Lu Yao also looked at the gourd and said. So, is this the so-called cause and effect? Because we caught this gourd, the cause and effect related to the gourd found us. Mu Zai looked interested. Cause and effect? Related to me? Help, I don't want to leave, I haven't learned the shape-shifting method yet, I don't want to leave. Hulu suddenly became nervous, almost crying. Stop arguing, no one can take it away from you, no one can take anything away from us. Nanzhu stretched out his hand and flicked the gourd. With a bang, the gourd was bounced up and fell down, swaying, and in the distant clouds, a smiling old man riding a crane appeared in the sight of several people. A voice of Dao Yao, please stay, was clearly transmitted to the ears of Lin Xu and his party. Is it him? Someone who came here by relying on the induction between a certain object and the gourd. Nanzhu shook the gourd in his hand and looked at the old man riding a crane in the clouds. It should be the gourd in his hand. Could it be that it grew on the same vine as the gourd baby? Mu Ziyu had already seen the gourd hanging on the handle of the whisk in the hand of the old man who was getting closer and closer. Huluwa, 7 flowers on one vine. Nanzhu stepped in the rhythm and hummed. But he was greeted with a look of a fool from Lu Yao and Mu Ziyu. What's wrong? Can't I sing a song? Nanzhu also realized that he was distracted, and quickly coughed, changing the subject and asking the Huluwa in his hand. Huluwa, let me ask you, how many gourds were there on your gourd vine? I don't know. Anyway, I was the last one. The gourd tried to shake its body and hide behind Lin Xu, but it couldn't do it at all. As a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, but it doesn't have legs, it is very difficult for it to move, and it is mostly used as a magic weapon. Unless it takes a long time to comprehend the creation of heaven and earth, and slowly figure out the method of moving with spiritual energy, it's a pity that the gourd in front of him has just grown not long ago, and there is no chance to comprehend the creation of heaven and earth. What else can you do? Lin Xu pointed at the gourd with his fingers, and said with a look of regret. At this time, the old man riding a crane in the sky had also landed, and came to Lin Xu and his companions with a smile. Dao, please stay. The gourd in your hand is destined to be with my yin-yang sect. How about giving it to me? The old man said bluntly, without any nonsense. Listening to the famous lines of the old man in front of him, Lin Xu felt a sense of déjà vu. This feeling of novels entering reality is really true. However, why is it yin-yang sect, not Western sect? Thinking about this prehistoric world, there are many places that are similar to the settings in prehistoric novels. It is believed that humans established a prehistoric universe 10,000 years ago and then left, and there was no way to accurately control the development of the prehistoric world. So it is natural that new things appear in the development. Who are you? Lin Xu asked. I am the Wuji Jingxin of Yin-Yang sect, and a disciple of Yin-Yang Taoist Yangji Xianzhen. The old man introduced himself, and at the same time looked at the men and women in front of him with a reserved face. It seemed that he had already imagined how his name would shock these people. You have to know that the Yin-Yang sect is one of the most powerful sects in the whole prehistoric world. The Yin-Yang sects Yin-Yang Xianzhen and Yang-Yang Xianzhen, with their combined strength, even the Gai Xianzhen, who is high above the immortal court, has to give them some face. It is precisely because of this that the Yin-Yang sect can occupy a place in the prehistoric world. His reputation is far-reaching, and every time he announces his name, people will be extremely afraid. If he is timid, he might just drop his things and run away. This time, while he was traveling outside, he had a thought and sensed the birth of a treasure with the same origin as the Wuji gourd in his hand. He was greedy and chased after it all the way. You have to know that this Wuji gourd is a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth that he got in his early years. It was with this gourd that he was able to leap to the realm of Dao Jingxin. If he hadn't been a disciple of Yang-Yang Xianzhen, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to keep this gourd. Now, he looked at the men and women in front of him. They were obviously not disciples of famous sects. Their auras were mixed. Even if they could be considered immortals, they could only be considered as mixed immortals. In this case, he would not refuse such a heavenly treasure. However, when Wuji Jingxin reported his name, the face of the other party did not change as expected. Instead, a little disappointment appeared on the face of the only man. Are you sure you are Wuji Jingxin and not Zunti Taoist? Lin Xu confirmed it without giving up. Zunti Taoist? Who is that? Wuji Jingxin was confused by this unexpected development. At the same time, he was a little angry because of the indifferent look of the people on the other side. It's a pity for a person similar to you. Lin Xu shook his head. It seems that although this prehistoric world is generally similar to the prehistoric world set in the novel, it is completely different when it comes to the characters. But it is also true that humans only created this prehistoric universe. As for the follow-up of the prehistoric universe, it is still allowed to develop as it is. It is normal without those characters. But it is also in the process of free development, and similar characters have been born, which is also interesting. People similar to me? Ha ha ha, I am not bragging. In this world, people who can be similar to me must at least be a golden immortal, but I have never heard of such a person. Do you not want to give up the gourd in your hand, so you are pretending to be crazy here? Wuji Jingxin's eyes have begun to become unfriendly. He decided not to pretend and show his cards. Anyway, these people are going to die. Only in this way, the news that he got another gourd will not spread. Why pretend to be a good person before they die? In fact, I also think that the gourd in your hand is destined to be with us. Why don't you give it to us? Lin Xu said with a smile. Humph, I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. If so, you can't blame me. Wuji Jingxin said, and he had already waved his whisk towards Lin Xu and others. In an instant, the thousands of silk threads in the front of the whisk suddenly surged and extended towards Lin Xu and others, as if they were going to sweep over them in the next moment and sweep them away like garbage. Miu Xiao also made his move at the same time as Wuji Jingxin did. A flash of sword light in his hand came first and slashed across the whisk. When Wuji Jingxin realized that something was wrong, it was too late. A large number of silk threads on the whisk were directly cut off, leaving only a bare whisk handle for Wuji Jingxin. How dare you! Wuji Jingxin was instantly surrounded by golden light. He had realized that he had underestimated the people in front of him. Although he was caught off guard, being able to cut off his whisk hair with one sword was enough to show his strength. So Wuji Jingxin did not hold back and made a direct king bomb. He sacrificed the Wuji guard in his hand, and in an instant, thousands of golden lights enveloped the people in front of him. Then the golden light was retracted, and Lin Xu and others in front of him had disappeared in front of him and were collected in the gourd. Wuji Jingxin weighed the Wuji guard in his hand with satisfaction, and then he just had to wait for those people to turn into blood in the gourd. Then I will take out the gourds in their hands. That gourd is also a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Even if it is in the Wuji gourd, it will definitely not be melted. I just don't know what the ability of that gourd is. It would be great if it can complement the ability of the Wuji gourd. Wuji Jingxin has already imagined it. At the same time, Lin Xu and others who were taken into the gourd were curiously looking at everything in the gourd. It's better to say that they took the initiative to enter rather than being taken in, because they were very curious about what the gourd looked like. Unfortunately, the result was disappointing. Master Lin Xu, why is it red everywhere here? And it's so small, it's only as big as a mountain, right? Nanzhu said with contempt after determining the size of this space. Do you know what this place is for? Why did he take us in? Lu Yao poked the gourd in Nanzhu's hand and asked. I don't know, why don't I ask it itself? The gourd said weakly. At this moment, voices really rang out from all directions, a voice somewhat similar to that of Calabash Brothers. Wow, why are you talking? It's over, it's over, it's over. Now they have fallen into the hands of that old Taoist priest, so the secret of our ability to talk will be lost. Wait, it seems that they can't fall into the hands of the old Taoist priest, and they will die soon. The red space gourd was very nervous at first, but soon relaxed. I didn't mean to talk, they forced me to talk. Calabash Brothers said weakly. Force you? How do they force you? You are a treasure of heaven and earth, who doesn't treat you as a treasure? The red gourd said with regret. You don't understand. Calabash Brothers felt that he was really unlucky. How could he meet a group of people who didn't treat a treasure of heaven and earth as a treasure? The latest novels are first published on the 6th-9th book bar. You said we are going to die soon, is it because of this thing? Lin Xu pointed at the red mist that had begun to entangle him. Yes, this is my ability. I can turn all living things that enter here into blood. I'm sorry, I don't want to kill you, but I really can't help it. The red guard sighed. So this is your ability, then can you let us out? Lin Xu negotiated. No, if I let you out, the old Taoist priest will find out that I can talk. No. The red guard said quickly, and at the same time the red mist around them became much thicker, as if they wanted to kill them quickly to silence them. I see, then I have to say sorry too. Lin Xu nodded. Before the red guard understood, Miss Qiu on the side had already made a move. After putting Lin Xu and his party into the gourd, thinking that he was about to obtain another heaven and earth spiritual treasure, the happy Wuji Jingxin sat on the crane and was about to urge the crane to leave. There was a sudden click on the gourd in his hand. Wuji Jingxin was stunned and looked at it. He saw a crack on the gourd. Before the stunned Wuji Jingxin could figure out why the crack suddenly appeared on the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, the whole gourd exploded with a loud bang. At the same time, a sword energy that covered the sky and the sun came from the gourd and slashed towards Wuji Jingxin. Wuji Jingxin retreated instantly, and in an instant, he exerted his thousands of years of cultivation to the extreme. Unfortunately, his skills seemed to be just paper in front of the sword energy, and were broken layer by layer. Wuji Jingxin never thought that he, a great Dalao Jingxin, would be so powerless in the face of a sword energy. He even had a sense of deja vu when he watched Gai Xianzhen and Yin Yang sect Yinji Xianzhen and Yangji Xianzhen sparring. But that was Gai Xianzhen, and he was just a few random immortals he met by chance. At this moment, Wuji Jingxin finally realized that he seemed to have accidentally found someone he shouldn't have found. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. My master is the Yin Yang sect's Yangji Xianzhen. If I die here today, my master will definitely not let it go. At the last moment, Wuji Jingxin had to bring up his parents. Unfortunately, the sword energy still did not stop at all, as if it had never cared about the yin-yang sect or the Yangji Xianzhen. The next moment, the sword energy swept across Wuji Jingxin's body. With a bang, Wuji Jingxin's entire body was blown into ashes, and even the immortal baby did not escape. The aftermath of the explosion even blew a deep pit on the indestructible Buzzhao Mountain, which shows the power of the Jingxin's fall. Yangji Xianzhen? So that great man deliberately threw this guy to us, just to guide us to fight against the yin-yang sect. Lin Xu said, looking at the gourd in Nanzhu's hand. I don't know anything. The gourd trembled. That won't do. I don't like being led by the nose. Lin Xu looked at the big pit that was blown up after the death of Wuji Jingxin. Then what should we do? Miss Qiu asked. Cold salad. Nanzhu replied. Then he was knocked on the head by Lin Xu. At the same time that Wuji Jingxin was killed by Miss Qiu. A place of beauty and elegance billions of kilometers away from the prehistoric land. This place is favored by heaven and earth. The air naturally carries all kinds of colorful clouds. Above the steep peaks, there are even bigger peaks floating, and waterfalls fall from the floating mountains. And the river water seems to come from the sky. Although this place is not as high as the fairy court above the 9 heavens, it also has another kind of inviolable power. The Anod Xianzhen was very quiet today, and it was rare to gather all the disciples to preach and answer their questions. So many disciples were listening quietly, and from time to time, they asked a few questions with the permission of the Anod Xianzhen. At this time, the Daluo Jingxin, who was enough to deter one side in the prehistoric land, was still listening quietly like a primary school student. Until, a crack suddenly appeared on the jade cup held by Yangji Xianzhen. Suddenly, the voice of Yangji Xianzhen paused. The atmosphere in the whole hall suddenly dropped to the freezing point. Many Daluo Jingxins were not fools. They all understood that the crack in the jade cup in Yangji Xianzhen's hand was obviously a warning. Yangji Xianzhen immediately closed his eyes slightly, drew a hexagram with one hand, and then slowly opened his eyes with a solemn expression. Master, is there an accident? The disciple on the side asked. Your third brother was killed. Yangji Xianzhen slowly said. What? Third brother was killed. Who could kill third brother? How dare he kill third brother? Is he going to fight to the death with my yin-yang sect? Please issue a decree, and we will immediately become third brother to seek justice. For a while, the stars were indignant. When had the yin-yang sect ever suffered such grievances in the prehistoric land for thousands of years? This must not be tolerated. However, Yangji Xianzhen himself slowly raised his hand and pressed down, signaling everyone to be quiet. No hurry, this matter is a little strange. Guanrei, Li Wang, you two take people to investigate. First, find out the cause of Wuji's death. If there is anything, report to me immediately, but don't act rashly, so as not to fall into someone's trap. As a powerful person, Yangji Xianzhen is naturally not easy to deal with. The death of the third disciple did make him angry, but he has not lost his mind. He didn't know who dared to kill his disciple, but he instinctively felt that this matter was not simple. He wanted to avenge the third disciple, but he didn't want to fall into someone else's trap. When Yangji Xianzhen sent the eldest disciple and the second disciple to lead a team to Buzzhao Mountain to investigate the cause of Wuji Jingxin's death. In the Immortal Court, Qiu Immortal Venerable summoned many of his Daluo Jingxins and was also having a secret discussion. Liu Ayan, King Ying, you two lead a team to Buzzhao Mountain respectively. At this time, the technological creations are attacking our Immortal Court. The person behind the scenes may be related to Buzzhao Mountain. Go and investigate. Qiu Immortal Venerable ordered. As early as when he sensed the crisis, he had calculated that the technological creations that attacked the Immortal Court were probably the masterminds in Buzzhao Mountain. This was also because Lin Xu did not take the initiative to cut off the cause and effect relationship, otherwise he would not be able to figure it out. Although he could not figure out who the mastermind was now, just knowing Buzzhao Mountain was enough. Although the Immortal Court lost nearly 1 million immortal soldiers in the previous battle, there were so many immortal soldiers in the Immortal Court. It was only 1 million, and it was possible to pull out several million. So he didn't believe that he couldn't find the mastermind behind the technological creation after 1 million immortal soldiers searched the mountain. As long as the mastermind behind the scenes can be found, Qiu Immortal Venerable firmly believes that he can kill him with his own sword, and then any crisis can be solved. This is the confidence of Qiu Immortal Venerable. However, compared with the confident Qiu Immortal Venerable, King Ying Jinkson, one of the two Dalao Jinksons sent by him to lead the team, was a little nervous compared with Liu Yin Jinkson's high spirits. He has completely fallen into the imagination of the intelligent machine crisis. After hesitating for a while, he still spoke to Gie Immortal Venerable. Immortal Venerable, I guess that these technological creations may be intelligent machines in the space-time of the technological universe, so could the mastermind behind the scenes also be an intelligent machine, or a master control machine? King Ying Jinkson said carefully. Are you trying to say that there is an intelligent machine crisis in the technological universe? Gie Immortal Venerable also knows something about the technological universe, and immediately understood what he meant. I am just guessing. King Ying said quickly. That makes sense. Come on, contact the Immortal Gate and confirm the situation in the technological universe. Gie Immortal Venerable ordered. But he did not cancel the previous order, so although King Ying Jinkson was reluctant, he still had to go to Buzhao Mountain to search the mountains and seas. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 186, Using Humans as Pawns. With a loud bang, Miss Qiu cut a huge rock on Buzhao Mountain with a sword. Behind the huge rock, a deep cave suddenly appeared, as if it was connected to another world, deep and bottomless. Is this one of the suspicious places detected? Is there an area below that even nanorobots don't react? Nanzhu poked his head and looked at the cave curiously. According to the mathematical model established by Yinghao for Buzhao Mountain, there is a real area below, but there are no nanorobots in that area. It is a bit like the state of the boundary of the prehistoric universe. This is abnormal. Lin Xu explained a few words casually. This was not only confirmed by Yinghao, but also by Lin Xu himself. After the consciousness connected with the nanorobots in the outside world, with the help of the nanorobots' perspective, Lin Xu instantly saw the scene inside the cave. Everything was normal, there was nothing strange, it was just a simple cave. But the problem is that after reaching a deeper area, the nanorobots no longer exist. Without the nanorobots as a medium, Lin Xu naturally could not see what was going on in the deeper areas. That's right, it doesn't exist anymore. That is to say, deep in this cave, there is an area where there are no nanorobots. The entire Buzhao Mountain is full of nanorobots, and even in this neat mountain wall, there are a small number of nanorobots. Normally, there shouldn't be any areas where there are no nanorobots. But such areas appear. So, apart from being related to humans, who can order nanorobots to stay away from these areas? So these areas on Buzhao Mountain naturally became one of the possible places where human relics may exist. After Buzhao Mountain magnified the breadth of human relics, making it difficult for Lin Xu to locate them from a high-dimensional perspective, Lin Xu used the ubiquitous nanorobots in the prehistoric world to search for them. Although the current human relics are different from the past, and the current human relics are more in the subspace, so nanorobots are actually limited in finding relics in the subspace, but when they cannot be observed from a high-dimensional perspective, it is still okay to use nanorobots to find some clues. In this way, after Miss Qiu cut open the boulder at the entrance of the cave with a sword, several people went directly into the cave. Although they had already gone deep into the cave, there was still bright light all around. Upon closer inspection, these lights were all emitted by some small formations around the cave. The speed of the few people was very fast. In a few breaths, they crossed a distance of hundreds of kilometers and came to the interior of the cave. It was also from here that there were no nanorobots in front of them. Lin Xu stood on the dividing line between the nanorobots and the nanorobots without nanorobots, feeling that the breadth on both sides was no different. It was obviously the same area, but the nanorobots would never cross this line. Although Lin Xu could also order the nanorobots to cross the border, just as Lin Xu did not order the prehistoric nanorobots to violate a ban and enter the prehistoric universe boundary, Lin Xu did not know the consequences of doing so, so he did not do so for the time being. Afterwards, the few people continued to move forward into the depths of the cave. After turning a corner in front, they moved forward for another 100 kilometers or so and finally reached the boundary of the cave. And this entire area of hundreds of kilometers is an area without any nanorobots, but there is no special place either. It is still a deserted cave. Even the microarray that maintains the light does not exist. It is extremely dark. Of course, it is not right to say that it is not special. Without nanorobots, it can be said to be the most special place in this primitive universe. It was not until Lin Xu found an anchor point in the center of this area of hundreds of kilometers in the high-dimensional perspective. Anchor point above the high dimension. Anchored here, Lin Xu suddenly realized. This is one of the anchor points of the primitive universe in the high dimension. 10,000 years ago, humans really wanted to create a new, real universe. Lin Xu said with emotion. Anchor point in the high dimension? What is it? Nanzhu asked, puzzled. When it comes to the situation in the high dimension, she really doesn't understand. Not only her, Miss Qiu and Luiyao were also listening. Do you know what the difference is between the real universe and the subspace? Lin Xu asked. The real universe is independent, and the subspace is attached to a certain existence. For example, our portable space is anchored to ourselves. Nanzhu thought for a while and answered. Yes, the portable space is anchored to us, so no matter where we are, we can open the portable space anytime and anywhere. The subspace is anchored to a certain point in the universe, so the subspace can be opened at that point. The real universe exists independently and is not anchored to any place or thing. But in fact, the real universe is also anchored somewhere. Lin Xu nodded, shook his head and said. High dimension, the real universe is anchored to high dimension, or all real universes are anchored to high dimension, and the real universe is equivalent to the subspaces of the high-dimensional universe. Luiyao's eyes widened, and she said before Lin Xu. Congratulations, you have learned to answer quickly, but don't interrupt Lord Lin Xu. Nanzhu glared at her dissatisfiedly. Although there are subtle differences, this is probably what it means. So if the prehistoric universe wants to become a real universe, it must change from being anchored in our original universe to being anchored in a higher dimensional universe. Only in this way can it be accepted by the higher dimension and become a member of the multiverse. Lin Xu reached out and patted Nanzhu's head to stop her dissatisfaction. Then this high-dimensional anchor point means that the prehistoric universe has been anchored in the higher dimension. Is it a real universe? Miss Qiu was also very curious. It can't be counted yet. Although humans 10,000 years ago established this high-dimensional anchor point, or in other words, they established more than one high-dimensional anchor point, if the entire prehistoric universe wants to completely anchor in the higher dimension, it can't rely on these anchor points alone. These anchor points can at most be regarded as laying the foundation for the prehistoric universe to become a real universe and completely anchor in the higher dimension. Lin Xu shook his head and said, then the instructions not to allow nanorobots to approach around these anchor points should also have been issued by humans back then. Is it to prevent the anchor points from being destroyed by ignorant immortals or something? Nanzhu guessed. It's not that bad, it's more about preventing accidents from happening at the anchor point. It's a pity that humans 10,000 years ago still miscalculated a little bit. Thinking of the fact that humans 10,000 years ago also miscalculated, Lin Xu felt a little happy and laughed. Miscalculated? What miscalculated? Nanzhu asked puzzledly. They should have ordered that nanorobots were not allowed to enter this area at the beginning. Lin Xu replied. Is there any problem? Miss Qiu asked puzzledly. Humans 10,000 years ago did not expect that with the subsequent dimensionalization of humans, the former human creations all had high-dimensional characteristics, especially nanorobots, one of the most handy tools for humans, which became high-dimensional items. So if they had not banned nanorobots from entering this area 10,000 years ago. Later, with the nanorobots becoming high-dimensional items, these high-dimensional anchor points have nanorobots as a medium. Now I'm afraid that the entire prehistoric universe has been truly anchored in the high dimension, making the prehistoric universe a real universe. Lin Xu sighed. Humans who had not yet upgraded 10,000 years ago obviously could not have predicted so many things. Perhaps humans after the dimensional upgrade really have a sense of omniscience and omnipotence, but humans before the dimensional upgrade are obviously still very immature. However, even in their immature period, humans have the ability to create such an infinite reality, which is only one step away from becoming the newborn universe of the real universe. Thinking about it this way, humans are still very powerful. Then Lord Lin Xu, do we want to do it now? Nanzhu looked at Lin Xu. Since I'm here, let's help them finish the unfinished business 10,000 years ago. Speaking of which, they woke me up 10,000 years later, wouldn't they just want me to help them clean up the mess they left behind all the way back then? Lin Xu couldn't help but complain. At the same time, an order was conveyed to the nanorobots of the entire prehistoric world. The ban on nanorobots entering this place is hereby invalidated. Lin Xu did not invalidate the ban on all the nanorobots forbidden areas he discovered, because the situation there has not yet been determined. But just this one cancellation also instantly caused the entire prehistoric world to surge with clouds and rosy clouds. The newly born prehistoric universe seemed to know the benefits of lifting the ban on the prehistoric universe. Along with a torrent of nanorbits, they poured into the cave and instantly filled the 100-kilometer area without spiritual energy. For a moment, the prehistoric land was full of rosy clouds and golden lotuses. The powerful people hidden in various parts of the prehistoric world could not help but wake up from their closed-door state, looking at the strange scenery in the sky with a look of doubt. Then they counted with their fingers, but they couldn't figure out anything. Strange, is there another existence who has become a saint? In the name of the Yangji Xianzhen, Guanri Jingxin and Liu Yang Jingxin, who led their disciples to Buzzhao Mountain, also couldn't figure out anything. In the end, they decided not to care. Anyway, no matter what happened, in their eyes at this moment, it was not more important than avenging their third junior brother. Outside the heavenly palace, Liu Yan Jingxin and King Ying Jingxin, who swore to go to war in front of 2 million immortal soldiers, were also confused by the strange phenomenon near the heavenly palace. However, the order of the immortal venerable did not change, and the two did not dare to stay. They led millions of immortal soldiers and tens of thousands of immortals and headed towards Buzzhao Mountain. For a moment, the wind and clouds changed color, and thick black clouds pressed towards the location of Buzzhao Mountain. From the perspective of the mortal countries passing through the area on the ground, this scene was like the end of the world. The immortal venerable Gai on the white jade platform, however, once again made a divination, but in the end, he still could not figure out the source of the strange phenomenon in the sky, which made him feel a little uneasy. But in the end, he still forced himself to cut off his delusions and concentrate on recovering his skills. After the immortal soldier searched Buzzhao Mountain and found the enemy's mastermind, he was bound to have another fierce battle, so he had to face it in the best state. But before he could enter the state of meditation, the entire heaven sounded the alarm. The immortal soldiers on duty immediately reported the news reported by the immortals in charge of monitoring the lower world. Report, more and more technological machines are coming to the heaven, and the number this time is 10 times or even 100 times that of the last time. The immortal soldiers' voices trembled. Until the autonomous mechanical aggregates appeared outside the heavenly palace, the immortals who were monitoring the lower world did not react at all, because no one took these toy-like technological creations seriously. They were just technological creations. Facing the magical powers of the immortals, they were just toys. But after the fierce battle not long ago, no one dared to underestimate these technological creations this time, so the immortals reported the news early. Suddenly, the whole heavenly palace was boiling. 10 times? 100 times? How come there are so many more? The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. But the two golden immortals just led 2 million immortal soldiers to Mount Buzzhao. Should we call them back to defend the heavenly palace? How dare you? The heavenly palace has the immortal venerable in charge. Why do we need to defend it? Are you questioning the immortal venerable's ability? You are talking nonsense. How could I question the immortal venerable, you little man? In short, before the autonomous mechanical aggregate arrived, the immortals in the heavenly palace quarreled. Until the immortal venerable on the white jade platform snorted coldly. In an instant, the entire heavenly palace fell silent. No need to come back. Let them continue to look for it. They must find the person behind the scenes. I want to see how many more swords these machines can take from me. Immortal venerable Gai made the final decision. The immortal venerable is wise. The immortal venerable is invincible. Suddenly, all kinds of praises resounded throughout the hall. After lifting the ban on nanorbits at this high-dimensional anchor point, Lin Xu and his party left the cave and headed to another area where nanorbits were prohibited. But before the group arrived, in the distant sky, dark clouds were already pressing towards Buzzhao Mountain. At the same time, at the end of the sky and earth, a golden line shining with golden light was also rushing towards Buzzhao Mountain. The people from the Heavenly Court and the Yin-Yang sect were going to arrive at Buzzhao Mountain at the same time. In a cave somewhere in Buzzhao Mountain, a figure with white hair and beard opened his eyes in surprise. Then he counted with his fingers, and his expression became a little strange. I haven't taken any action yet, why are the people from the Heavenly Court starting to enter? After thinking about it, he was happy again. Could it be that the immortal venerable has also discovered that there are variables in Buzzhao Mountain? So he entered the game in advance? Well, all the chess players have entered the game, it seems that I should also make a move. Although I don't know where you came from outside the prehistoric world, you have no roots in this prehistoric world, Which is your greatest use? Use the possibility that you came from outside the prehistoric world to lure the immortal Venerable and the Yangji Xianzhen into the game completely. As soon as the voice fell, the figure with white hair and beard had already reached out his hand in the void and dropped a move. In an instant, fine silk threads pulled the nanorbits, forming the cause and effect of the self and the other, and spread to the whole world. Finally, it gathered on Lin Xu and his group, and also on the immortal soldiers who were getting closer and closer in the sky, and the Yin-Yang sect members who were also getting closer and closer. The immortal soldiers and the Yin-Yang sect members did not notice this, and even the golden immortals of Daluo, the golden immortals of Liu Ayan and Qingying, as well as the golden immortals of Guanri and Liu Yang, did not notice anything wrong. At this time, they had already noticed each other. After all, they were all so powerful that it was hard not to notice them. They were planning to send people to greet each other and ask about each other's purpose. If there was no conflict in the purpose, it would be fine to help each other. After all, both the Heavenly Court and the Yin-Yang sect were considered to be major forces in the prehistoric world. Although there were many frictions, there was also a lot of cooperation. However, before they could send people, they happened to discover Lin Xu and his group on Mount Buzhao at the same time. Both parties did not notice anything wrong. Liu Ayan, look at the people from the Yin-Yang sect. Are they going for that group? Are those people waiting for the Yin-Yang sect? What is the Yin-Yang sect doing in such a big way to Mount Buzhao? Qingying said solemnly. Do you suspect that those mechanical creations may cooperate with the Yin-Yang sect? Are these people sent by the mechanical creations to contact the Yin-Yang sect? Liu Ayan's face changed. Before they contact, arrest these people and interrogate them first. So the two decided. At the same time, Guanri Jingxin and Liu Yang Jingxin were also having a similar discussion. Big brother, the Heavenly Court is going to Buzhao Mountain with such a big fanfare. Could it be related to the death of the third junior brother? 6 Yang Jingxin asked doubtfully. Before they come into contact, let's arrest those people and interrogate them first. Guanri Jingxin's face was solemn. Both sides made this decision, so they didn't communicate for the time being, and all accelerated to Buzhao Mountain. At the same time, Lin Xu and his companions on Buzhao Mountain had a strange expression. Because at that moment, they all felt that an invisible ripple spread from somewhere through the nanorbits to the heaven and earth, and finally the invisible ripples converged to them, as well as the two groups of people in the sky and in front. So, this guy who wanted to plot against us finally couldn't help but take action. Nansu tossed the gourd in his hand up and down. It's over there. Lin Xu turned his head and looked in a certain direction of Buzhao Mountain. When that person moved the cause and effect and gathered the cause and effect to Lin Xu naturally felt the location of that person. If he dares to plot against us, I will hide him hard with my fist. Nansu said angrily. What about here? They seem to be affected and regard us as their target too. Liu Yao pointed at the two groups in the sky and on the ground and said. Leave it to me. Mu Ziyu said eagerly. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Lin Xu nodded. Okay, let's go over there and don't let that guy run away. Nansu jumped up and said. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 187. Are you from the Pangu tribe? Seeing the eager look in Mu Ziyu's eyes, Lin Xu did not stop her. Instead, he took Miss Qiu, Nansu and Liu Yao and turned to the depths of Buzhao Mountain, the source of the perceived causal fluctuations. In the blink of an eye, several people disappeared on the spot. In mid-air, the immortal soldiers and immortals who were about to press down the black cloud and pounce on the people on Buzhao Mountain, the leader of the Liu Ayan Jingxin, saw the figures of Lin Xu and others rushing towards the depths of Buzhao Mountain, and his first reaction was that they wanted to run. Although Qingying Jingxin noticed that something was wrong, he couldn't tell what was wrong. Xianzhen, can you run away? As Liu Ayan Jingxin's voice fell, one of the two jade swords on his back was already in his hand, and he slashed at the backs of Lin Xu and others with a sword. Not good, the people in the Heavenly Court want to silence them, hurry. Liu Ayan Jingxin and Guanri Jingxin, who were also about to arrive below, suddenly changed their faces. But before the two and the many disciples of the Yin-Yang sect could make a move, Mu Ziyu, who was still standing in the same place, could no longer restrain herself from slashing at the sky with a sword. In an instant, the mountains and rivers changed color, and the wind and clouds surged. The sword energy had not yet arrived, but the aftermath crushed the sword energy that Liu Ayan Jingxin had just slashed out, and then continued to move towards the sky, directly reaching the black clouds that covered the sky and the sun. The face of King Ying-Jingxin in the air immediately changed. He finally understood what was wrong. The way those people left was too calm, and they didn't look like they were running away at all. And they deliberately left one person behind. They didn't think that this one person could stop millions of immortal soldiers. Humph, ants dare to compete with a bright moon. Facing the overwhelming sword, Liu Ying-Jingxin's face was extremely ugly. He just wanted to stop those people before, so the power of the sword Yi Wang was limited. Who knew that he would be slapped in the face on the spot? If he didn't return it, wouldn't he, Liu Ying-Jingxin, be looked down upon? So facing the sword energy that was rising up into the sky, Liu Ying-Jingxin slashed out with his sword again. This sword also covered the sky and the sun. For a moment, it seemed that even the light of the world was covered. The sword energy coming up from below also seemed several sizes smaller in front of Liu Ying-Jingxin's sword. Liu Ying-Jingxin is mighty. Countless immortal soldiers cheered. Liu Ying-Jingxin seemed a little complacent for a while, and then the next moment, the two sword energies met. Although the sword energy that rose from the bottom to the sky looked much weaker, it was like fine steel hiding tofu. It crushed Liu Ying-Jingxin's sword energy again and then continued to rise. And in the process of rising, the sword energy seemed to have absorbed the power of Liu Ying-Jingxin's sword energy just now, and it became more and more expanded. Finally, with a loud bang, it directly hit the black cloud that covered the sky and the sun. In an instant, a huge gap was directly torn in the black cloud, and countless immortal soldiers fell from the black cloud like dumplings. Evil creature, you still dare to be so presumptuous. Liu Ying-Jingxin's eyes were about to burst into fire. He was about to lead 1,000,000 immortal soldiers to directly capture Miss Qiu. Miss Qiu had already rushed up with a sword, facing the 1,000,000 immortal soldiers. Looking at the excitement in her eyes, it was obvious that she had wanted to fight like this for a long time. Even the people from the Yin-Yang sect who were originally rushing over from afar stopped temporarily under the constraints of Liu Ying-Jingxin and Guanrui Jingxin. Because they had discovered that the situation seemed to be a little different from what they had imagined at the beginning. The so-called manipulation of cause and effect seems to be incomparable, but once the strength of the person being manipulated exceeds the imagination of the manipulator, the initiator will often be backfired by the cause and effect. Just like Miss Qiu now, her strength is far beyond the expectations of the white-haired man in the cave. He never thought that Miss Qiu actually had the strength to challenge the immortals in the heaven alone. Even though the Wuji Jingxin died at the hands of Lin Xu and his men before, it was beyond his expectations, but the situation was still within his control. He even took advantage of the cause and effect to involve the Yin-Yang sect. But this time, Miss Qiu was too powerful, and there was a possibility that she would be able to escape the control of cause and effect. This made the figure in the cave begin to think about how to remedy this time. But before he could figure out how to remedy it, suddenly a series of crazy warnings came from his spiritual consciousness. At the same time, the scene outside the cave was also transmitted to the cave through the formation. He was surprised to find that the Lin Xu and his men who left did not abandon their companions and escape alone, but came directly to him. Master Lin Xu, is this the place? Nanzhu stood on a pine tree standing on the edge of the cliff, looking at the stone wall in front of him and rolled up his sleeves. This is it. Lin Xu nodded. Then the next moment, Nanzhu had already slapped out with his hand. Suddenly, a phantom of a fox claw appeared in the air, and that real fox claw slapped the stone wall. With a loud bang, the stone wall that looked ordinary was instantly broken. Amidst a loud roar, a wide passage appeared in front of several people. At the same time, as the stone wall was broken, various defensive spells were activated, and all kinds of attacks came to Lin Xu and his companions. Unfortunately, these attacks that were enough to make the golden immortal fall, fell on Lin Xu and his companions, but only caused the shields around them to shake slightly. Lin Xu and his companions rushed directly into the cave house in the face of various attacks, and went straight to the deepest part along the wide passage. At this time, the man with white hair and beard in the depths of the cave house, watching the image that appeared beside him, Lin Xu and his companions rushed in like a crushing force, and suddenly realized that the strength of this group of people was far beyond his initial expectations. Everyone had a strength far beyond the golden immortal, no wonder they could find him directly. The man let out a long breath, and he admitted that he was careless. He wanted to make a plan, but ended up getting himself involved. So now, it's time to correct the mistake. The man slowly stood up, put his hands behind his back, and walked out of the cave with cold eyes. Then, after a few steps, he met Lin Xu and his party who were coming towards him. "Who are you? What is your purpose in coming to my prehistoric world?" "I'm your uncle." Lin Xu said nothing and slapped him again. "You want to plot against us? I'll slap you to death." Then, the fox-claw phantom swung out by Lin Xu slapped the man in the face before the man could react. The slap directly slapped the man who manipulated cause and effect. When he flew out, his distorted face was still filled with an incredible look. "Humph, why do you care what we are doing in the prehistoric world? First, tell me who you are and why you want to plot against us." Lin Xu began to speak arrogantly. "Good, very good, very good, you succeeded in angering me." The man stabilized his figure while still in midair. Lin Xu's slap did not actually cause any substantial damage to him. After all, he was a great power in the prehistoric world, so he was not so fragile. But this behavior of coming to his door without saying anything and slapping him in the face completely angered him. "I have decided to suppress you at the bottom of the Nine Netherworld for 10,000 years, and you will endure the pain of the Nine Netherworld day and night, and you will never be reborn." As soon as the voice fell, the man's entire figure expanded rapidly. The originally white beard and hair also quickly turned black, until the whole body turned completely black, and at the same time the body turned into large patches of thick, black existence like ink. These dark things seemed to devour everything, circling and rushing towards Lin Xu and others. "Wow, what is this thing? It stinks." Lin Xu pinched his nose and kept waving the virtual fox claws, approaching, as if to drive away the ink that dyed the few people black. "I recognized you. You are the Nine Nether Ancestor? Wow wow wow, run, the Nine Nether Ancestor is coming." The gourd hanging on Lin Xu's hand suddenly struggled and jumped up, as if it wanted to break away from Lin Xu's wrist and turn around and run. Unfortunately, he had no legs and could only jump a few times. "Nine Nether Ancestor? What is that?" Lin Xu asked in confusion. "You don't even know the Nine Nether Ancestor?" The Nine Nether Ancestor is the master of the Nine Nether Purgatory at the bottom of the Netherworld. He is the most terrifying and evil among all the powerful. I have been secretly controlled by the Nine Nether Ancestor before. It's over, I'm going to die." The gourd was still jumping, but it was a pity that it could only jump. "You little gourd doesn't do your job well. I have held you in my hand for thousands of years. Since you can't do anything, then come back to the Nine Netherland with me." The voice of the Nine Nether Ancestor came from all directions, and it was hard to hear where it was for a while. "No, I don't want to go to the Nine Netherland." There was already a cry in the gourd's voice. "I will first destroy you variables outside the prehistoric world, and then I will see how you can change." As the Nine Nether Patriarch spoke, the entire cave was occupied by the sticky Nine Nether power that was as solid as substance. The Nine Nether power that was as solid as substance and could corrode everything pressed towards Lin Xu and others. Lin Xu tried his best to control the nanorbits to form various defensive measures, but gradually began to lose strength. "Wow, is this guy real? Does he really only have low-level authority?" Lin Xu's tone was incredible. Lin Xu was constantly observing, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Interesting, is this the so-called great power? Lord Lin Xu, what's going on? He doesn't look like a low-level authority." Lin Xu was still holding on. He does have low-level authority, but in the universe of Hongrong, he can exert strength that is infinitely close to that of the intermediate authority. Because he is recognized by the universe of Hongrong and is one of the agents of the universe of Hongrong, that is, the so-called great power, so in the universe of Hongrong, with the blessing of the universe of Hongrong, he can exert the ability that is infinitely close to the intermediate authority. However, this ability can only be used in the universe of Hongrong. Once it leaves the universe of Hongrong, it will be invalid. Lin Xu came to the conclusion after observing for a while. "No, I have to be serious." Lin Xu gritted her teeth and stomped her feet, preparing to use the new ability that she had just acquired some time ago, or the plugin. Although she didn't want to win by plugin, she was a genuine family with intermediate authority, but she was suppressed by a native, so she had to save face. If it really didn't work, she could only use the plugin. So the tail behind Lin Xu suddenly flashed with dazzling light, and one of them swayed slightly. In a trance, it seemed as if 9 tails appeared behind her. The next moment, these 9 tails appeared like real entities. Lin Xu, who originally had only 1 tail, now has 9 tails. The 9 huge tails stretch out behind her into various shapes, like a peacock spreading its tail. For a moment, it actually added a lot of elegant and noble temperament to Lin Xu. This is Lin Xu's plugin. Everything started with the technical information on the transformation of high-dimensional organs that Lin Xu obtained from the Apocalypse clan. After thoroughly understanding the technical information, as the Apocalypse clan said, the technology is not difficult, but the difficulty lies in the fact that if you want to complete the transformation of high-dimensional organs, you must have a high-dimensional existence to do it personally. And this is naturally nothing for Lin Xu, so Lin Xu has transformed the high-dimensional organs of Miss Qiu, Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, and Lin Xu in the past 20 years of sailing. And the organ that Lin Xu chose to transform is naturally her big tail. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. After the transformation, Lin Xu can differentiate more tails in the high-dimensional organs when activating them, up to 9 in total. As for the high-dimensional power needed to activate the high-dimensional organs, the Apocalypse clan needs to obtain it through the dimensionality reduction channel. But it is easy for Lin Xu and others to obtain it, as long as they ask Lin Xu to help charge it. Anyway, Lin Xu's high-dimensional power is infinite, so it doesn't matter how much he charges. In this way, Lin Xu and others have a plugin. And today is the first time that Lin Xu has used his plugin to fight against the enemy. With the appearance of 9 tails, Lin Xu also has a high-dimensional perspective in an instant. Speaking of which, Lin Xu rarely opens the high-dimensional perspective, but she has practiced it several times, so she is not at a loss. In the high-dimensional perspective, the 9 Nether Ancestor, who originally made her feel elusive and unable to catch his shadow, suddenly seemed to have nowhere to hide. So you are here, let's see how you can escape. The 9 tails behind Lin Xu suddenly increased. In an instant, it seemed as if there were endless tails, filling the entire cave. Countless sticky inks were swept away by Lin Xu's tail. The so-called 9 Nether power is actually a special kind of corrosive and highly devouring radiation, which is materialized by nanorbits. Lin Xu used the power of high dimensions to directly change the physical rules of the surrounding space in a small range, directly cancelling the basis for the existence of the 9 Nether power, and the so-called 9 Nether power disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Lin Xu was also observing the main body of the consciousness of the 9 Nether Ancestor from a high-dimensional perspective, controlling the nanorbits to quickly encircle and suppress the 9 Nether power around the 9 Nether Ancestor, gradually forcing his main body of consciousness into an increasingly narrow area. How is it possible? This is impossible. Even the old thing Hong Yuan can't force me to this extent. Who are you? What kind of power is this? The voice of the 9 Nether Ancestor was full of confusion and doubt. HMPH, surrender quickly, or I'll crush you to death. Lin Xu was very proud, and at the same time, she also removed the 9-tailed form behind her and closed her high-dimensional state. After all, she felt very sorry for consuming high-dimensional power. Although she could ask Lin Xu for magic at any time, she was still not used to wasting high-dimensional power. She always subconsciously felt that high-dimensional power was very precious. The 9 Nether Ancestor, who was trapped by Lin Xu's nanorbits, was still struggling. Crush me to death? Ha. Our cause and effect have long been bound together. Do you think you will be better if you kill me? All of you will be backfired by cause and effect. The 9 Nether Ancestor threatened. Cause and effect binding? Are you talking about this? Lin Xu was already flicking his fingers while speaking. In an instant, in the entire prehistoric world, all the nanorbits followed a certain law and entangled together. The invisible silk thread connecting the 9 Nether Ancestor to Lin Xu and others was cut off. Silently, as if nothing had happened. But in fact, at a higher level, this understated scene was enough to cause an uproar. At least at this moment, the trapped Jiu patriarch had a fearful tone in his voice for the first time. Cut off the cause and effect? Pangu clan, are you from the Pangu clan? Jiu patriarch's voice, which had always been steady, became sharp for the first time. You still know the Pangu clan? Should we say that you are worthy of being a great power in the prehistoric world? Lin Xu's tone was a little surprised, but it was a disguised recognition of Lin Xu's identity. Then are you from the Pangu clan? Yes, if you are not from the Pangu clan, how could you force me to such a point? Jiu patriarch's voice was full of relief after the doubts were resolved. But after the relief came fear. The Pangu clan has returned. Is the prehistoric world really going to change? I don't know if it will change. Anyway, you are dead today. Lin Xu said, clasping his hands together. In an instant, The vast number of nanorbits that had trapped Jiu-Io Patriarch somewhere quickly gathered together, as if they were going to suppress Jiu-Io Patriarch directly. Although he said that he was dead, Lin Xu didn't really want to kill him. After all, he was a great man in the ancient times. If he was caught, he should be able to get a lot of information. But before the nanorbits could gather completely, Jiu-Io Patriarch's consciousness exploded with a bang. In an instant, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, and even the entire Buzhao mountain shook. The nanorbits that Lin Xu used to besiege Jiu-Io Patriarch's consciousness were also completely blown apart. Did he self-destruct? Commit suicide? Lin Xu searched for a long time, but did not find Jiu-Io Patriarch's breath, and finally could only come to this conclusion. No, he ran away. Who knew that at this moment, Lin Xu suddenly said, "Hey? Ran away? What's going on, Lord Lin Xu? Why don't you catch him?" Lin Xu didn't expect that he could run away. Let him run away, we have more important things to do. Lin Xu looked deeper into the cave and said, "More important things?" Lin Xu asked, puzzled. "How should I put it? After searching for a long time, I finally found it. This is the entrance to the ruins left by humans in the prehistoric times." Lin Xu pointed to the deeper part of the cave and said, "Here." Lin Xu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect such an unexpected development. In fact, when you just open the high-dimensional perspective, you can find it by just looking further away. "It's there," Lin Xu said, and walked in first. Why did the so-called Jiu-Io Patriarch happen to practice at the entrance of the human ruins? Is there any coincidence? Lin Xu hurriedly followed Lin Xu's footsteps. It can be considered a coincidence. He probably didn't know where this place was, but he found that this place was very suitable for practicing the law of cause and effect, so he practiced here. Lin Xu replied. Does the entrance of the ruins have a bonus for practicing the law of cause and effect? Lin Xu asked puzzledly. Maybe it's because this place is close to the human ruins, the nanorbits are naturally more active, have stronger computing power, and can calculate things faster. Lin Xu replied with a smile. If you say so, it's true. Lin Xu nodded. Just as Lin Xu found the human remains, he took Miss Qiu, Lin Xu and Lu Yao to open the entrance of the remains and enter. Miss Qiu, who was fighting fiercely in the sky, suddenly paused. She received the information from Lin Xu that the remains were found. Miss Qiu didn't feel anything about not being able to follow him into the remains this time, but she still blamed herself for a while, thinking that she had wasted some time. So she suddenly began to speed up the clearing of the immortal soldiers. Suddenly, the Liu Yin Jinxin and King Ying Jinxin, who had originally commanded millions of immortal soldiers to besiege Miss Qiu, suddenly found that Miss Qiu, who seemed to be able to compete in the fight, suddenly became unstoppable. After just a few swords, more than 100,000 immortal soldiers fell, and a large number of immortals also fell into the prehistoric world, and finally fell on the prehistoric land and turned into spring mud. It was not until then that King Ying suddenly reacted. No, she is showing weakness to wear us down. She is showing weakness. We have millions of immortal soldiers. Why is she showing weakness? Is she afraid of scaring us away? Liu Yin felt a huge sense of shame. 2 golden immortals led 2 million immortal soldiers and tens of thousands of immortals, but they couldn't defeat one person. Now they know that the man is showing weakness. This is intolerable. Go ask for help. Ask for help from the Yin-Yang sect. King Ying turned his head and looked at the distance, the Yin-Yang sect people who had been watching the excitement for a long time. Okay, I'll go ask them for help. Liu Yin suppressed his huge shame and swallowed his anger. However, before they could ask for help, suddenly, a stream of light flashed in the sky. A fairy talisman went straight from the heaven to the sky above the millions of immortal soldiers, and then fell directly in front of Liu Yin and King Ying. Then, the voice of Gigai Immortal Venerable appeared in their ears. The Pangu tribe has returned, retreat. The voice was not loud, but it surprised and puzzled the two. Did they still know about the Pangu tribe? The legendary Pangu tribe has returned? But even so, why did they ask us to retreat? Suddenly, the two of them had a flash of inspiration and looked at the figure that was being besieged. No wonder, now everything makes sense. The one we are fighting now is the Pangu tribe. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket and a recommendation ticket. Chapter 188 I am fighting against the Pangu tribe. As the saying goes, you can choose when to start the war, but when to end it is not up to you. This is how Liu Jinxin and King Ying Jinxin feel now. It is also the feeling of Giai Xianzhen in the heavenly court. The attack of tens of thousands of autonomous mechanical aggregates has doubled the pressure on Giai Xianzhen. Because most of the immortal soldiers have been sent to Buzzhao Mountain, the heavenly court is empty at this time. Facing the attack of the autonomous mechanical aggregates, Giai Xianzhen can only come up at the first time. Otherwise, the defense line of the entire heavenly court will easily collapse at the first time. So Giai Xianzhen's hundreds of feet of external incarnation rose from the white jade platform at the first time, and even Giai Xianzhen's real body also came to the outside of the heavenly court. Suddenly, the remaining millions of immortal soldiers and tens of thousands of immortals in the heavenly court cheered. Everyone firmly believed that as long as Giai Xianzhen was there, the heavenly court would be invincible. However, this time the number of autonomous mechanical aggregates increased by hundreds of times, so it was not as easy to fight as last time. Moreover, last time, the autonomous mechanical aggregates were dispersed too much, and more than 100 autonomous mechanical aggregates split into millions of mechas. The number was too large, and the defense ability of a single mecha naturally decreased. This made the defense of a single mecha weaker than the sword of Giai Immortal Venerable, so it was destroyed by Giai Immortal Venerable sword. This time, the number of autonomous mechanical aggregates increased, and the fight was more relaxed. More than 100 of the tens of thousands of autonomous mechanical aggregates also split into millions of mechas to fight against the overwhelming immortal soldiers and immortals. The remaining autonomous mechanical aggregates gathered into temporary warships, some of which assisted the mechas to besiege the immortal soldiers and immortals, and some directly besieged Giai Immortal Venerable. Sword. Cut. Giai Immortal Venerable's external incarnation, which was hundreds of feet tall, slashed forward with the sword. The power of this sword, the dazzling sword light, instantly enveloped the prehistoric world, as if a second sun rose in the sky. However, the result of this sword was not as useful as Giai Immortal Venerable imagined. A large number of mechas covered by the sword light were damaged, and some temporary warships also had damaged parts, but they did not lose much combat power. The main gun of the warship was still powerful and continued to bombard Giai Immortal Venerable. The energy around Giai Immortal Venerable was shaking, as if it would completely dissipate in the next moment, exposing it directly to the bombardment of the main gun. But it doesn't matter, one sword is not enough, then another sword. So Giai Immortal Venerable slashed out with one sword after another, constantly destroying the autonomous mechanical aggregate. At the same time, the immortal soldiers and immortals under his command were also rapidly consumed under the attack of the autonomous mechanical aggregate. In a short time, more than half of them were killed or wounded. It was only because Giai Immortal Venerable himself was still on the front line that the immortal soldiers and immortals barely supported their morale and did not collapse. Even Giai Immortal Venerable himself had been entangled with the autonomous mechanical aggregate, and his defense line was blasted open by the main gun more than once, and he suffered serious injuries. At the same time, the immortal power in his body was also depleted by more than half. For a time, even the massive energy produced by the antimatter reactor could not support the loss. As for the autonomous mechanical aggregate, although it also lost a lot, compared with the heavenly court, the loss can be said to be minor. Moreover, the autonomous mechanical aggregate itself is just a machine, and there is no concept of fatigue and morale. It can fight indefinitely until the last part is lost. Is it really that there is an intelligent machine crisis in the technological universe? This is what caused these tireless and fearless war machines? Why hasn't the news from the Immortal Gate come back yet? Giai Immortal Venerable also became a little impatient. At this time, along with the 9 other ancestor in the cave mansion exposing Lin Xu's identity, suddenly the cause and effect of the entire prehistoric land began to shake, and Giai Immortal Venerable's spiritual consciousness trembled. He suddenly realized that the cause and effect of heaven and earth seemed to have some subtle changes. Originally, he could not predict the origin of these mechanical creations, but now he suddenly had some feelings. So, regardless of the fact that he was still in the battle, Giai Immortal Venerable immediately began to predict. Although it was much slower to perform divination during the battle, he finally predicted the result. This result made Giai Immortal Venerable even dare not believe his eyes. Pangu clan? It's actually Pangu clan. What should I do? Should I continue to fight? Giai Immortal Venerable was in a state of confusion. He never thought that the mastermind behind the so-called mechanical creation would be Pangu clan. How can I fight? But, should I just give up? I finally got the title of Immortal Venerable. Just because Pangu clan returned, should I give up everything? Moreover, even if I give up, what will happen? Pangu clan came to heaven as soon as they returned, which was obviously to harm heaven. If I give up, will Pangu clan let me go? The answer is obviously not. If I want to fight for that glimmer of life, I have to face the difficulties head-on. This is what I, Qiu Immortal Venerable, have been seeking all my life. When I thought of this, Qiu Immortal Venerable felt that his thoughts were clear in an instant. That's right, Pangu clan, so what? This prehistoric world is no longer the prehistoric world you were in 10,000 years ago. This prehistoric world was indeed created by you. But today's prehistoric world is the prehistoric world of us prehistoric people. This destiny of the ancient times also belongs to the people of the ancient times. Pangu clan? I am fighting the Pangu clan. Qiu Immortal Venerable roared, and in an instant, a sword that penetrated the sky and the earth slashed out. This sword instantly exhausted the immortal power in his body. The power of the sword directly blew up a temporary warship in front of him, and caused several warships to explode in succession. However, after the sword, his immortal power was also exhausted. However, immediately afterwards, a surge of power was reborn from Qiu Immortal Venerable's body, and it filled his body in an instant. In just a blink of an eye, Qiu Immortal Venerable recovered all his strength. This is the 9 returns to 1 method that Qiu Immortal Venerable relies on to become famous. It can store enough immortal power at ordinary times, compress it to 1 point, and demonstrate it when the immortal power is exhausted. It can instantly restore all the immortal power 9 times. It is precisely relying on this 9 returns to 1 that Qiu Immortal Venerable can suppress countless powerful people and occupy this place in the heaven. Of course, Qiu Immortal Venerable used 9 returns to 1 at this time, but he didn't want to fight to the death. Even if he had to fight to the death, he would fight with the Pangu clan. What was there to fight with a bunch of mechanical creatures? And although he had decided to move forward bravely, relying on the sword in his hand, he could fight for a glimmer of life from the Pangu clan. But he didn't just rush in blindly, but had to be strategic. First, he used this sword to force back a large number of temporary warships, and passed a message to Liu Yan and King Ying in Buzhao Mountain that the so-called mastermind behind the scenes was the Pangu clan. Don't investigate, retreat quickly and save your manpower. Then, Qiu Immortal Venerable led the remaining hundreds of thousands of immortal soldiers and more than 10,000 immortals on the battlefield to retreat. Directly abandon the heavenly palace, retreat to the hidden place that Qiu Immortal Venerable secretly prepared in case of an emergency, and then plan for the future. However, the immortal soldiers and immortals in the heavenly palace had Qiu Immortal Venerable to cover their retreat, so it was relatively easy to retreat. But it was different here in Buzhao Mountain. There was no such person as Qiu Immortal Venerable to cover their retreat. It was not possible to retreat halfway through the battle. And Qiu Immortal Venerable obviously didn't know that the battle here was actually reaching a fever pitch. We can't retreat. If we retreat now, we will be followed and hunted down. When our spirits are dispersed, we won't even have the strength to fight back. King Ying disagreed. Just like on the battlefields of ancient times, a large number of casualties were often not caused on the battlefield, but in the pursuit. This is the order of the Immortal Venerable. Do you want to disobey? Liu Yan shouted angrily. Liu Yan Jinxin is different from King Ying. He always does what the Immortal Venerable says. Although King Ying Jinxin likes to fantasize, he is relatively timid. As soon as Liu Yan Jinxin mentioned the Immortal Venerable, he dared not say anything. Just like this, the order to retreat was immediately issued. The millions of immortal soldiers and tens of thousands of immortals who were fighting fiercely were at a loss for a while. Although they had been slaughtered unilaterally by Miss Qiu before, they were not without any strength to fight back. But now with the order to retreat, some accepted the order and began to retreat, while some were unwilling and wanted to fight. But most of them retreated. However, under Miss Qiu's sword after sword, the retreat soon turned into a rout. Millions of immortal soldiers were everywhere, scrambling to flee in the direction of the heavenly palace. Although Miss Qiu was a little surprised that they suddenly started running, she didn't care. With one sword, tens of thousands of immortal soldiers fell from the sky and landed on the prehistoric land. The immortal soldiers fled, and Miss Qiu chased them, and soon disappeared into the horizon. The followers of the Yin Yang sect who were watching the battle on the side silently made way, as if they were afraid of attracting Miss Qiu's attention. "Big brother, do you think that the third junior brother was killed by that woman?" Liu Jingxin asked in a low voice. "Shh, don't make a sound, don't let her know that we are here to seek revenge," Guanri Jingxin reminded quickly. Liu Jingxin nodded to show that he understood. At this time, the followers of the Yin-Yang sect, who numbered tens of thousands, seemed to have become deaf and blind for a while. Everyone guessed that 80% of the Wuji Jingxin was killed by the fierce woman in the sky who chased and killed millions of immortal soldiers, but everyone seemed to be unaware and no one said anything. After all, helping others to avenge or something is not as important as one's own life. In this way, Miss Qiu chased and killed all the way to the ninth heaven, until he encountered the self-disciplined mechanical aggregate that blocked the immortal soldiers and immortals under his command and let them run away, and then came to support the immortal Master Qiu alone. Seeing the millions of immortal soldiers and more than 10,000 immortals who were all over the sky, but were in a mess and abandoned their armor, the hundreds of feet tall incarnation of the immortal Master Qiu almost stared out of anger. "Liu Yan, King Ying, what's going on? How come half of the 2 million immortal soldiers are gone?" Immortal Master Qiu directly grabbed Liu Yan and King Ying and asked. "Immortal Venerable, we have encountered the Pangu clan," King Ying said first. "Pangu clan? That's it." Immortal Venerable Qiu had already seen Miss Qiu who was killing people in the back. And Miss Qiu also saw the hundreds of feet tall external incarnation, and the real body under the external incarnation. Immediately, his eyes lit up and he rushed straight to Immortal Venerable Qiu. "Yes, it's her." When King Ying saw Miss Qiu rushing towards him, he was so scared that he trembled all over on the spot. If Immortal Venerable Qiu was not still around, he would have started running. "Okay, let me meet her." Immortal Venerable Qiu gradually calmed down. His original intention was to hide first, secretly look for the traces of the Pangu clan, and then directly challenge them. As long as he could beat the Pangu clan, he would have a glimmer of hope. But he didn't expect to encounter the Pangu clan. But this is also good. When two people meet on a narrow road, the brave will win. Life or death depends on today. Immortal Venerable. It's Immortal Venerable. At this time, countless fleeing immortal soldiers and immortals also found Immortal Venerable Qiu. But Immortal Qiu no longer had the heart to care about them. He was concentrating on watching Miss Qiu. As Miss Qiu got closer and closer, the two of them slashed out with their swords at the same time, as if they had agreed. In an instant, the mountains and rivers changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. The entire battlefield was filled with sword light that had condensed to the limit, flying towards each other. Millions of immortal soldiers were silent. Even the temporary warships that were chasing Immortal Qiu were temporarily stopped nearby under Miss Qiu's command. For a while, only Miss Qiu and Immortal Qiu were left on the battlefield. And the millions of immortals and self-disciplined mechanical aggregates who were watching from afar. With a loud bang, the colliding sword energy was like a star explosion. The energy swept in all directions, directly blowing away a large number of already injured immortal soldiers. But even so, the remaining immortal soldiers refused to leave, but retreated a distance and continued to watch this top-level battle that was rare even in the entire prehistoric world. Even without the immortal soldiers knowing, countless powerful eyes have already locked onto this place silently. At the moment when the 9th ancestor revealed Lin Xu's identity, countless powerful people in the entire prehistoric world felt the shock of prehistoric cause and effect, and basically knew the news of the return of the Pangu clan through divination. They also knew that the arrogant Qiu Immortal Venerable in the Heavenly Court had actually fought against the Pangu clan without knowing it. Now, Qiu Immortal Venerable is directly fighting against the Pangu clan, and it would be strange if these powerful people were not curious about the battle situation. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. So countless eyes have quietly looked here. Whether it is the dragon venerable hidden deep in the sea, the demon ancestor hidden on the immortal mountain, or the yin-yang Xianzhen and yang-yang Xianzhen of the yin-yang sect, there are many more powerful people, who are also watching. Of course, Yangji Xianzhen did not forget to recall his disciples who were heading to Buziao Mountain as soon as possible. What the third disciple was killed. Yangji Xianzhen has completely forgotten this little thing. Revenge? Who wants revenge? I will send you to see my third disciple first, and I will see if you still want revenge. Boom, boom, boom. The sword energy kept exploding and bombarding, and Miss Qiu's figure kept leaping in the turbulent flow of sword energy. Gai's Ianzan relied on his huge external incarnation to open and close, and the overwhelming sword energy torrent enveloped Miss Qiu. But Miss Qiu was not afraid, and even excited. She hadn't felt such a fierce battle for a long time. The most intense battle at ordinary times was probably to snatch the right to use Lord Lin Xu from Lin Xu. But the result was that he was sanctioned by Lin Xu every time. After all, the family and so on were not as good as humans in all aspects. Lin Xu could even fight two at a time. It was not easy to have an opponent who was evenly matched now, and Miss Qiu was still very happy. She was even a little afraid of destroying the opponent. However, she did not hold back. After all, only by going all out could she enjoy the fun of fighting. And she also found that although the fighting power of the immortal venerable on the opposite side could indeed fight back and forth with her, but he only had low-level authority over nanorbits, and his endurance was insufficient after all. Although according to the information just passed by Lin Xu, these so-called great powers should have the blessing of the prehistoric universe and have the authority to control nanorbits in the prehistoric universe that is infinitely close to the intermediate authority. But that is not the intermediate authority after all, and endurance is a big problem. Just like now, when the battle reaches a certain level, the strength of the opponent's sword energy begins to decline. Miss Qiu was very happy to fight, so she was ready to end the battle. But just when Miss Qiu was about to take action, the immortal venerable Gai, who had obviously exhausted his immortal power on the opposite side, suddenly had his whole body full of immortal power in an instant. He suddenly returned to his heyday. This surprised Miss Qiu. 99 returns to 1, worthy of being the immortal master Gai. The 99 returns to 1 skill is now more and more perfect. A voice in the void exclaimed. It was the mighty one who is observing in secret. In this case, won't the Pangu clan lose to the immortal master? Other mighty ones also spoke up, and several people actually started talking. Although the Pangu clan is strong, it seems that they are just so-so. If that's all, then the Pangu clan is not a concern. It was the mighty one who was watching in stealth that thought this. Even the immortal master Gai was now confident. Is the Pangu clan's skill limited to this? It's just so-so. As soon as the voice fell, all the immortal power in the immortal master Gai's body gathered, and in an instant he swung a sword towards Miss Qiu. This sword was the limit of the immortal master Gai's swordsmanship, and this sword exhausted all of the immortal master Gai's immortal power. After the previous test, he believed that this sword was enough to kill the Pangu clan. He will step on the corpses of the Pangu clan, see his true nature, cut through the illusion, go one step further, and reach a higher level. At this moment, the immortal Gai is invincible. The immortal Gai is so terrifying. His strength has improved again. Defeat powerful enemies repeatedly, the stronger they are. This is Gai, I am not as good as him. After this battle, I am afraid that the power of the heavenly court will reach a higher level. Maybe, the person who can challenge the Hongyan patriarch is him. Many powerful people sighed. In the battle just now, while observing the immortal Gai, they were also observing Miss Qiu. As powerful people, they naturally saw that Miss Qiu had actually reached her limit. Her strength was just like that. Now that the immortal Gai swung such a terrifying sword, it was impossible for her to dodge. However, just when everyone thought it was impossible, Miss Qiu suddenly became erratic as if she had left this universe and this dimension. At the same time, a long sword that seemed extremely simple appeared in her palm. However, the long sword inexplicably gave everyone a feeling of being alive. It was as if the ancient long sword was actually an extension of the body organs of the person in front of him. This was indeed the case. This long sword was the high-dimensional organ that Lin Xu had modified from Miss Qiu. Unlike Nanzu who chose to modify her tail, Miss Qiu chose to modify an external organ, which was this ancient long sword. And now, Miss Qiu finally used this long sword in battle for the first time. Miss Qiu used her external organs to open a high-dimensional perspective. In the high-dimensional perspective, she could see through all the details of the sword of Gai immortal venerable at a glance. Then, she used the ancient longsword in her hand to swing out a sword energy that was almost invisible compared to the sword energy of Gai immortal venerable. Afterwards, the sword energy formed by the power of high dimensions met the sword energy that overwhelmed the world. The sword energy formed by the high-dimensional force instantly changed the physical rules of the nearby area, eliminating the basis for the existence of the sword energy that overwhelmed the world. In an instant, The sword energy that was filled with all the power of the immortal Qiu disappeared instantly. It was as if it had never existed. Because the basis for the existence of the sword energy was eliminated in an instant, so the sword energy also disappeared. Although the basis was restored after a moment, the sword energy could not be restored. This is impossible. How did she do it? How did she make the sword energy of the immortal Qiu disappear? This is simply a magic trick. Incredible, incredible. Is this the Pangu clan? Is she only starting to take it seriously now? Does Qiu have to strike with all his strength to make her take it seriously? For a while, countless powerful people began to get complicated. After slashing out that sword, the immortal Qiu, who instantly recovered all his strength again, was also stunned. Today, he has consumed 3 times of the 9 returned to 1, and there are still 6 chances left. Theoretically, he can still slash out 6 more times of such a devastating sword energy. But if he was easily resolved every time, what else could he do? Moreover, Miss Qiu obviously didn't intend to give him the chance to strike with that sword. She had already planned to end the battle. You are worthy of being the Lord of Heaven for letting me use Pengle, but you no longer have a chance. Miss Qiu held the sword in her hand, and said as she slashed at the location of Qiu Immortal Venerable with a sword that seemed to be nonchalant. She named her external high-dimensional organ Pengle, the same as the immortal ship Pengle, in order to commemorate the immortal ship Pengle. In addition, there is one more thing to explain. I am not from the Pangu clan, I am just from the Pangu clan. As soon as Miss Qiu finished speaking, a sword energy that seemed harmless but made Qiu Immortal Venerable's hair stand on end came towards him. However, what made Qiu Immortal Venerable shiver even more was what Miss Qiu said. Pangu clan? You are just from the Pangu clan. Qiu Immortal Venerable knew the Pangu clan, but in his eyes, there was only the Pangu clan, and he had never taken the Pangu clan seriously. But he didn't expect that he couldn't even beat a member of Pangu's clan. What a irony. The Qiu Immortal Venerable had similar feelings to the other powerful people watching. They all had mixed feelings at the moment. We have been sighing for so long, but it turned out to be just a member of Pangu's clan. What would the real Pangu clan look like? Are the Pangu clan really that terrifying? They created the prehistoric world, and now they are back. What is the purpose? Will this be a catastrophe for the prehistoric world? No one knows. Especially the Qiu Immortal Venerable who faced Miss Qiu's sword, his eyes were filled with deep self-mockery. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 189 The Disaster Day of the Great Powers of the Primordial World. Immortal Qiu once again swung out a sword that exhausted all his immortal power. Immortal Qiu, was never a person who would sit and wait for death. Even in the face of a desperate situation, he would fight to the end. However, this sword that was enough to destroy the world was instantly reduced to ashes by Miss Qiu's casual sword. At the same time, Miss Qiu's sword continued to move forward and passed over Immortal Qiu. In the blink of an eye, Immortal Qiu only felt that his thoughts began to stagnate, and then completely dissipated. In the last moment of his life, Immortal Qiu suddenly felt a sense of complete relief. After thousands of years of searching, it has finally arrived today. Forget it, just go back now. It is a worthy death to die under the sword of Pangu's family. Miss Qiu's sword only existed for a moment. In that moment, the sword changed the underlying physical rules of Immortal Qiu's location, making it physically impossible for Immortal Qiu to continue to exist. So, Immortal Qiu seemed to be easily wiped out. As the Immortal Lord Qiu turned to dust, the millions of immortal soldiers present fell silent, and then completely collapsed the next moment. Some fled in all directions, and some rushed towards Miss Qiu like crazy, wanting to avenge the Immortal Lord Qiu regardless of the consequences. Miss Qiu didn't even pay attention to them. With the death of the Immortal Lord Qiu, everything was over, and she no longer had to chase these pawns. Of course, it was also because there were autonomous mechanical aggregates at the scene, so she didn't need to do it. More than 100 autonomous mechanical aggregates instantly split into millions of mechas and began to encircle and suppress the immortal soldiers and immortals in the sky. The rest of the autonomous mechanical aggregates were combined into temporary warships, cruising around and destroying the immortal soldiers and immortals who wanted to break through and escape. Although there were still a few who were particularly lucky and managed to escape, most of them were eventually destroyed on the spot. Miss Qiu's sight fell on those great powers who had been watching for a long time. The great powers who thought they were well hidden, whether they were in the deep sea, in the sky, or at the end of the great wilderness. At that moment, they all felt a sight that saw through them directly, coming from the eyes of the girl who had just finished a battle with Gi immortal venerable. In an instant, the great powers who stomped their feet in the great wilderness and shook the earth of the great wilderness, at this moment, seemed like mice being stared at by cats, and a chill permeated their bodies. They just witnessed her killing Gi immortal venerable with a casual attitude. No one doubted that the girl in front of them had the ability to kill them. I ask you, who knows how to get to the nether world? Where to find the 9 nether purgatory? Miss Qiu asked lightly. In an instant, countless great powers had a thought flashing through their minds, that the 9 nether patriarch was in trouble. Everyone now knows that the reason why they suddenly felt something in their hearts and then divined the return of the Pangu clan was because the 9 nether patriarch had revealed the return of the Pangu clan in the dark. It can be said that Jiu Iao patriarch has publicized the return of Pangu clan in disguise. Although no one knows what happened to Jiu Iao patriarch, it is obvious that the Pangu clan in front of him is going to cause trouble for Jiu Iao patriarch. Well, if my friend dies, I will not die. If you want to cause trouble, then go ahead. Just don't cause trouble for me. Not to mention that Jiu Iao patriarch is usually not well liked by everyone. Several powerful people have grudges against him, and they will not cover up for him at this time. So the powerful people have no moral integrity at all and directly sold out Jiu Iao patriarch. Miss Qiu nodded, and she didn't mean to cause trouble for these powerful people. She fell straight to the prehistoric land, ready to chase into the netherworld and cause trouble for Jiu Iao patriarch. Lin Xu has now entered the human ruins and has not contacted her for the time being. At this time, Miss Qiu is a bit like a wild dog that has run away. Anyway, she started to have fun. Jiu Iao patriarch Lin Xu didn't intend to cause trouble for him, so he ran away. Now, it can only be considered that he is unlucky. Under the familiar background of the starry sky, Wang Jian sat on the sofa in front of the coffee table again and entertained Lin Xu. The guard looked around in circles, looking very curious. However, Nansu felt that it was a bit embarrassing, so he stepped on it directly to make it quiet. Why is there one less person this time? Where is your little maid? Wang Jian asked curiously. She didn't come in from outside. Let's talk about the situation here in Honghuang first. I am very curious now. Lin Xu asked impatiently. Although he has witnessed many incredible things done by humans along the way, creating a universe is still far beyond Lin Xu's expectations. Honghuang, I thought you would ask about the Apocalypse clan first. Back then, we didn't even dare to leave relics in the territory of the Apocalypse clan. Who knew that we all upgraded in the blink of an eye, and they were still trapped there? It's really sad to think about it. Wang Jian sighed. Apocalypse, I have forgotten what their relationship with us was like back then. Lin Xu was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten about the Apocalypse. After all, the Apocalypse was once a high-dimensional race, how could he have ignored them in the blink of an eye? Haha, I didn't expect that one day there would be a time when we would not take the Apocalypse seriously. Indeed, for us now, the Apocalypse is too weak, and there is no value for us to value, so you will naturally ignore it. Wang Jian sighed. Lin Xu was speechless for a while. Our relationship back then, how should I put it, he was our big brother, but this big brother, although he helped us a lot, the help was not in vain, we also sacrificed a lot. And he always wanted to bully us, so we naturally disagreed, and finally parted ways. But the incense and incense are still there, especially now that they are down and out, and we are prosperous, so the relationship is better, who knows? Wang Jian thought about it and concluded with a smile. It sounds a bit like what happened between Damao and us back then. Lin Xu laughed. History's a cycle. Wang Jian laughed even more happily. Okay, is there anything I need to pay attention to about the Apocalypse clan in the future? When I left, I heard from them that many Apocalypse clan also chose to leave the dimensional reduction channel. Maybe I will meet them again in the future. Lin Xu thought for a while and asked. Nothing to pay attention to. Even if I need to pay attention, they should pay attention to you. Wang Jian shook his head and said. Okay, let's talk about the prehistoric world. What is going on here? Lin Xu asked again. Sure enough, for Lin Xu now, compared with the Apocalypse clan, this prehistoric world can arouse his interest more. As you guessed, this is an experiment, An experiment to create the universe. Humans at that time didn't have much confidence, and the final result was that we failed and did not successfully create a real universe. Wang Jian was still very serious when talking about business. No? But I think this prehistoric universe is still very mature, and it can even expand on its own. Isn't this one of the characteristics of the universe? Lin Xu frowned. But it is not a real universe after all. It can be said that it is like a real universe, but it is also like a subspace. It can be said to be a prototype of a universe. Wang Jian shrugged and said, "You mean, this universe is still attached to our original universe, not anchored in a higher dimension?" Lin Xu understood what Wang Jian meant. Only when it is anchored in a higher dimension can it be a real universe. Although there are many high-dimensional anchor points set by humans on the prehistoric universe, they want to try to anchor the prehistoric universe in a higher dimension, but they have not succeeded after all. Until now, the prehistoric universe is still anchored in the original universe. The immortal gate is an obvious proof. Yes, our efforts to create the universe have failed, but we have also learned more about the universe and the higher dimension. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. I believe we will definitely succeed in the future. Wang Jian smiled confidently. I think so too, so there should be a lot of creations of humans in the current multiverse, but we just don't know it now. Lin Xu smiled when he thought of this. Humans who have not yet upgraded to a higher dimension can create a prototype of the universe like the prehistoric universe. Then, as time goes by, the increasingly mature human beings will be able to do something. Lin Xu dare not think about it now. Yes, and as time goes by, this primitive universe has gradually begun to change, becoming more and more like the real universe. At first, I didn't understand the reason for this change, until later when you first saw my shadow at the center of the Milky Way. That shadow saw from you that humans have successfully upgraded their dimensions, and now this shadow has also learned the news. From then on, I understood that all the changes in the primitive universe are related to the upgrading of humans. Because of the upgrading of humans, the changes in nanorbits can be explained, and the changes in the primitive universe can also be explained. Do you know what the only thing I regretted at that time was? Wang Jian smiled and looked at Lin Xu. I know, I shouldn't have prohibited nanorbits from approaching high-dimensional anchor points. Otherwise, after the nanorbits became high-dimensional objects, with the influence of nanorbits, those high-dimensional anchor points should have successfully anchored the primitive universe in the high dimension, so that the primitive universe would be the real universe. Lin Xu nodded. He had thought of this when he discovered the first high-dimensional anchor point. So I'm going to trouble you next. Please, for the sake of our fellow countrymen, give me a hand. The prehistoric universe was the project I was responsible for back then. If I could see it become a real universe with my own eyes, I would die with my eyes closed. Wang Jian was almost crying as he pulled Lin Xu. Get lost, if you dare to wipe your snot on me, I won't care about anything. Lin Xu pressed Wang Jian's head with one hand and tried to push him away. I won't wipe it, I won't wipe it. Am I that kind of person? I'm a high-quality talent. Wang Jian tried to emphasize. Haha, I'm just afraid that you've been autistic for 10,000 years and your mind has become abnormal. Lin Xu said bluntly. In short, after the high-dimensional anchor point was decided, Wang Jian finally became normal again. As for what kind of technology was left in the ruins this time, there was no need for Wang Jian to explain, and Yinghuo could read the database by itself. Anyway, when we go back to Earth, there must be another big upgrade. And what Wang Jian mainly talked about was the next big goal of mankind 10,000 years ago. Humanity intends to explore the edge of the universe. Wang Jian said lightly. The edge of the universe? The edge of the universe more than 40 billion light-years away. Lin Xu said after a pause. Yes, but this is just the next big goal. It doesn't mean that the next stop will be at the edge of the universe. More than 40 billion light-years is still too far, so the next stop is only 100 million light-years away. The edge of the universe is just a long-term plan. Wang Jian explained. Do you want to visit the edge of the universe for the latest plan to create the universe? Or for upgrading? Lin Xu asked curiously. The reason is naturally both. But more of it is for upgrading. What is beyond the edge of the universe? Is it possible to reach a higher dimension by crossing the edge of the universe? We want to know. When Wang Jian talked about this, his eyes flashed with curiosity and thirst for knowledge. Do you think that the ultimate success of human upgrading has something to do with visiting the edge of the universe? Lin Xu thought for a while and asked. I don't know, but I think there will be a relationship, but the relationship is just a matter of degree. Maybe after visiting the edge of the universe, humans suddenly realized that they had upgraded their dimensions. Or maybe after visiting the edge of the universe, humans only gained some knowledge about the universe, and they completely upgraded their dimensions for other reasons. Who knows? Wang Jian's eyes were full of yearning. It doesn't matter. Keep going. You will know it. I will know it, and you will know it too. Lin Xu said with a smile. Yes, you will know it. Wang Jian nodded. Lin Xu and Wang Jian imagined what the edge of the universe more than 40 billion light years away would look like. Imagine what the universe that humans may have successfully created would look like. Imagine whether humans would directly upgrade their dimensions after reaching the edge of the universe, or set their navigation goal in the multiverse. Imagine everything in the future. Miss Qiu had already followed the instructions of the great powers and followed the huge gap in the prehistoric world, all the way down to the dark netherworld, facing the misty and ghostly netherworld. Miss Qiu was not interested in slowly searching for a passage to enter the nine nether purgatory. The latest novels are first published on the 6th book bar. So she slashed with a sword, and the roaring sword light instantly illuminated most of the netherworld, as if a sun had risen in the netherworld. Countless netherworld ghosts who were afraid of the light were directly turned into ashes under the sword light. A powerful person hidden in the netherworld finally couldn't help but show his head. My dear family, leave the ghost under the sword, leave the ghost under the sword. A man with red hair, a fierce face, and a ghost-like appearance, at this time, with a flattering expression that was completely inconsistent with the fierceness, came to Miss Qiu's side. You want to find the nine nether ancestor, it's down there, I'll take you there. Take me there. Miss Qiu didn't even bother to ask who the person leading the way was. So, under the guidance of this unknown guide, Miss Qiu crossed the netherworld all the way and reached the bottom of the nine nether purgatory, blocking the nine nether ancestor who was about to escape. Ashura, we are both members of the netherworld, but you actually betrayed me. The nine nether ancestor turned into a thick ink-like existence, roaring and blocking the sky. Although there is no sun in the nine nether purgatory. Humph, nine nether ancestor, when you usually bully us in the upper areas of the netherworld, have you ever thought that we are all members of the netherworld? Now you know your own background? It's ridiculous. The red-haired Shura asked back fearlessly. Okay, you are just a family member, stay with me today. As the nine nether ancestor finished speaking, the thick ink that covered the sky and rushed towards Miss Qiu. However, Miss Qiu was not confused by these performances. Observing everything from a high-dimensional perspective, she easily saw the body of the nine nether ancestor who was preparing to quietly escape after this massive attack. Do you think I'm that stupid fox? Miss Qiu snorted coldly, and slashed out with a pengle sword in her hand. In the human ruins, Nansu, who was listening to Lin Xu and Wang Jian chanting with relish, stepped on the gourd to suppress them. Suddenly Qiu sneezed. Nansu frowned, thinking that this sneeze was not simple. Did Miss Qiu, that wooden man, secretly scold me while I was away? Of course, not to mention the telepathy of the two, Miss Qiu slashed out with a sword, and everything returned to silence in an instant wherever this sword passed. Everything lost its basis of existence after Miss Qiu briefly changed the physical rules with high-dimensional power. Whether it was the boundless purgatory in the nine nether purgatory or the nine nether power of the nine nether ancestor, all were wiped out with a sword. At the same time, the body of the nine nether ancestor was also wiped out. The nine nether ancestor, who wanted to take the opportunity to escape, didn't know why his consciousness was attracted by the sword energy and went straight to the sword energy. Like a tired bird returning to the forest, his consciousness was directly drawn into the sword energy. In the end, he only left one sentence. No, spare my life, I still have use. Unfortunately, Miss Qiu didn't know whether he was useful or not. With one sword, he wiped out the nine nether purgatory, and the red-haired Shura on the side was trembling. He regretted it now. Why did he practice Shuradeo and go to the netherworld in the past? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the prehistoric world honestly? Seeing Miss Qiu swinging a sword and destroying the nine nether ancestor, he stood there as if in a daze. The red-haired Shura hesitated. Should he take the opportunity to escape now, or stay where he is? If he ran away, what if he woke her up and killed him directly? But if he didn't run, She would kill him when she woke up. The red-haired Shura only felt that he had never been so entangled in the long years of thousands of years, and he had never lived so long. Miss Qiu, who was in a daze, but it had nothing to do with destroying the Nine Nether Ancestor. It was because just after the sword killed the Nine Nether Ancestor, Miss Qiu suddenly noticed a weak signal, which was transmitted upward from under the Nine Nether. Miss Qiu was very familiar with that signal, which was the signal of the autonomous mechanical aggregate. Moreover, Miss Qiu only checked the signal frequency and code briefly, and knew that this signal belonged to the autonomous mechanical aggregates that Lin Xu had sent to the starry sky to explore the end of the boundary of the prehistoric universe. But didn't they go to the end of the prehistoric world above the starry sky? How did this signal come from under the Nine Nether Purgatory? After a short thought, Miss Qiu woke up, looked at the red-haired Shura who was still standing carefully beside him, and asked directly, "What is the place below the Nine Nether Purgatory?" Below the Nine Nether Purgatory? The Netherworld is the bottom of the prehistoric world, and the Nine Nether Purgatory is at the bottom of the Netherworld. There is naturally nothing below it, just a void. The red-haired Shura explained carefully and cautiously. Afraid that Miss Qiu would think he was perfunctory, he even explained a few more sentences. "A void? Have you checked it?" Miss Qiu asked. "Of course I have checked it, but I only sent some of the little ghosts to check it, not in person." Red-haired Shura thought about it and said carefully, "Why didn't you check it yourself?" Miss Qiu asked. But she didn't know her question, and the red-haired Shura, the great master of the prehistoric world, trembled in his heart. "Here it comes. Next they won't use the excuse of asking me to check it myself and throw me into the bottom of the Nine Nether Purgatory. That's a death sentence. No, it's worse than death. What should I do? Should I resist?" Red-haired Shura, who had a rich inner drama, thought of 800 ways to resist. But in the end, he answered honestly. In the void under the Nine Nether Purgatory, not only is there no spiritual energy, but it is also not allowed to exist. No matter what kind of existence is, as long as it enters it, the spiritual energy on the body will be quickly extracted from the body. Even a great master like me will lose all his power in an instant and become a useless person if he enters it. Red-haired Shura said with a sad face, and looked at Miss Qiu with a pleading expression. As if he was afraid that she would really throw him down. He really didn't look like a great power at all. No spiritual energy allowed to exist? Isn't that the same as above the starry sky? Miss Qiu had a look of realization on her face. She had understood something. But she couldn't be sure. Yes, it's the same as above the starry sky. It's the edge of the prehistoric world, the place of endless void. Nothing is allowed to enter it. Red-haired Shura nodded quickly, and continued to look at Miss Qiu with a pitiful face. Those who didn't know would think that this was an abandoned puppy, not some prehistoric great power. And Miss Qiu seemed to have guessed why he was like this, and couldn't stand his useless look. "Don't worry, I won't throw you down," Miss Qiu said unhappily. "Really?" Red-haired Shura was immediately surprised. "But you have to do something for me," Miss Qiu said immediately. "You say, just say it." Red-haired Shura looked loyal and patted his chest. "P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Lin Xu personally bestows the conferred god list. In the high-dimensional characteristic space of the human ruins, as humans get more and more familiar with the high-dimensional, it is getting closer and closer to the real high-dimensional. Of course, it is only an approximation, and it is not the real high-dimensional after all. Otherwise, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu and Lu Yao cannot enter, or they will be blown up by the huge amount of information if they enter. Although they are human relatives, they cannot bear the baptism of the high dimension at this moment. Say goodbye to Wengjian and leave the high-dimensional characteristic space in the ruins. In an instant, all kinds of incredible magical scenes disappeared from the eyes of several people. Several people returned to the normal ruins. This is a subspace with Buzhao Mountain as the anchor point. Within the scope of Buzhao Mountain, there are all kinds of laboratories left by humans, as well as some industrial facilities. And now Lin Xu has opened a space channel leading to the portable space in this subspace. A large number of self-disciplined mechanical aggregates are moving everything in the subspace of Bazhou Mountain to the Earth. It's just that this subspace is too big. After all, Bazhou Mountain itself is as big as the Sun, and the subspace is naturally as big as the Sun, so the various experimental facilities on it, etc., can't be placed on the Earth. Then they can only be placed in the portable space outside the Earth. In fact, at this time, Lin Xu's portable space and the place outside the Earth have already accumulated a lot of things. They are all the relics of the past relocation, which can't be placed on the Earth. It's just that there are a lot of things in the relics this time. Because according to Wang Jian, if this primitive universe can really leap into a real universe, then the fewer technological creations left here, the better, so as not to interfere with the normal development of this universe in the future. So Lin Xu can only let Yinghuo command the autonomous mechanical aggregate to relocate. During the relocation process, Yinghuo also counted the latest upgraded technologies in the database. It can be said that this time is also a great harvest. And it is far more than the last harvest. After all, this technological harvest is the product of another technological explosion after humans encountered the Apocalypse Clan and tried to create the universe. I won't go into details about upgrading various existing technologies. There are also many new technologies, such as what Lin Xu had seen the Apocalypse use, which directly opened a space channel with the Apocalypse element. The nanorbits in the past could not do this, but now they can. Lin Xu can also open a space channel leading to tens or hundreds of light years away at will, just like the Apocalypse before. At the same time, the space jump technology has also been greatly upgraded. From the original 1 day of preparation for each jump, which could only cross 1,000 light years, it has become 1 day of preparation to cross 10,000 light years. The preparation time for crossing 1,000 light years has been shortened to 1 hour, which is a disguised great improvement in the jump speed. In this way, when traveling long distances, crossing 1,000 light years each time is actually the fastest. If it is a jump within 100 light years, there is no need for preparation time. It can be said that the preparation time for the jump has become so short, which is the biggest leap in this jump technology. Lin Xu can directly open a space channel of 100 or 10 light years with nanorbits, which is also due to this leap. In addition, the technology of the curvature engine has also been upgraded, and it can travel at 10,000 times the speed of light, which is considered to have broken through a certain limit. However, among all the technological breakthroughs, the curvature engine seems to be nothing. In addition, the alloy material of the autonomous mechanical aggregate has been strengthened again, and even some high-dimensional characteristic materials have been used. In addition to the high-dimensional characteristics of human creation, the autonomous mechanical aggregate even has some high-dimensional abilities. However, thinking of the huge number of autonomous mechanical aggregates in the portable space, it is an extremely large project to transform these autonomous mechanical aggregates with high-dimensional characteristic materials. Lin Xu can only leave this matter to Yinghuo and others to worry about. In short, technology has been upgraded, and everything has been upgraded. Yinghuo was busy organizing the relocation. At this time, Lin Xu received the information transmitted by Miss Qiu. She was in the 9 nether purgatory and received the signal from the autonomous mechanical aggregate underground. Lin Xu was stunned for a moment, but he was not puzzled by the signal problem. "Why did you go to the 9 nether purgatory?" Lin Xu asked puzzledly. Miss Qiu then reported her previous series of actions. What about fighting in the 9 heavens, overturning the heavenly court, and then chasing into the 9 nether and destroying the 9 nether patriarch? Lin Xu was speechless after hearing this. "No, you have fought everywhere in the sky and on the ground, even overturned everything. Sun Wukong is not as good as you. Wow, you are too disloyal. You did such a fun thing by yourself. That Jiu'ao patriarch escaped from me. You should at least give him a break. Let me deal with him." Nanzhu was dissatisfied first. "Okay, stop making trouble." Lin Xu stretched out his hand and pushed Nanzhu's head away. Lin Xu didn't say anything about Miss Qiu's behavior. Anyway, it was not a big deal. As long as she was happy, it was fine. Now it was the business that mattered most. The temporary warship flew to the starry sky, but the signal appeared under the prehistoric land. "So what do you mean?" Lin Xu gave Miss Qiu the opportunity to express his guess. "The Great Desolation is cyclical, or the space of the Great Desolation is cyclical. If you go up to the limit and continue to move forward, you will come to the Great Desolation. Then I guess if you keep going in one direction above the Great Desolation, you will eventually appear from the opposite direction. Miss Qiu's tone was rarely excited. After all, in a sense, this may even be the ultimate secret of the universe. It's not just the Great Desolation universe. Is the original universe like this? After reaching the end of the universe, if you continue to move forward, will you directly come to the other side of the universe? After all, when humans created the Great Desolation universe 10,000 years ago, they created it according to the real universe. The same universe was born in the Big Bang and then continued to expand. Miss Qiu didn't know whether all the universes in the multiverse were built on the model of the Big Bang. But the universe built on the Big Bang model has basic spatial characteristics, which should also make sense. Let's try it. I'll let the autonomous mechanical aggregate start now. Lin Xu was also very curious whether Miss Qiu's guess was true. If the space of the Great Desolation universe is really cyclical, moving in one direction will eventually return to the starting point. That is really a bit like being on a planet, and you will return to the starting point after a circle. It's just that the space is on a much larger scale than a planet. Wait a minute, Lord Lin Xu, I found a test subject here. Let him go with a warship, and test whether there will be any accidents when the living body crosses the edge of the universe. Miss Qiu suggested. And the test subject that Miss Qiu mentioned is naturally the red-haired Shura. Agreeing to help Miss Qiu do something, the red-haired Shura was relieved at first. But when he finally knew what it was, his heart was cold. Go all the way to the edge of the prehistoric world, and then continue forward and enter the nothingness at the edge of the prehistoric world. Well, this is not to be thrown into the nothingness under the 9 nether purgatory, but the nothingness at the edge of the prehistoric world is also nothingness, and it is also a place where spiritual energy cannot enter. Is there any difference between the two? If you go in, you have to disperse your power. But it was too late to resist, because before he could do anything, Miss Qiu had easily controlled him. Don't worry, even if you lose your power, I will help you make it up. Miss Qiu promised him. It's a pity that red-hair Shura didn't believe this promise at all. Ordinary practitioners can indeed make up for their lost power, but the problem is, can a great power like him be the same as ordinary practitioners? So the red-haired Shura, who looked ashen, was dragged by Miss Qiu's hair all the way, and directly left the netherworld, all the way to the prehistoric land, and then directly to Mount Buzzhao. And Lin Xu happened to take Miss Qiu, Nanzhu and Lu Yao, leaving the human ruins and returning to Mount Buzzhao. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of autonomous mechanical aggregates appeared and combined into dozens of temporary warships. After throwing red-hair Shura in, the temporary warships rushed to the edge of the prehistoric land at a speed of 1,000 times the speed of light. It didn't take long to reach the edge of the prehistoric land. Here, like the starry sky, the space has begun to solidify gradually. The prehistoric land is still expanding. The earth is constantly generating, and the nothingness in front is constantly retreating, but the nothingness seems endless. Looking at the edge of the prehistoric world, there is an endless abyss below and nothingness in front. This is not only the end of the world, but also the end of the universe. When they arrived here, the temporary warship composed of autonomous mechanical aggregates could no longer sail forward at curvature, but converted to ordinary power and continued to sail forward towards the endless nothingness. The temporary warship disappeared into the nothingness. Even if they wanted to cross the nothingness and reach the other side of the prehistoric world, it would take a certain amount of time. At this time, in the 9 nether purgatory under the prehistoric land, the temporary warship that had previously explored the starry sky finally successfully arrived at the 9 nether purgatory. Then the autonomous mechanical aggregate returned to Lin Xu's location at the fastest speed. Yinghuo checked the various detection facilities inside the autonomous mechanical aggregate, but in the end, nothing abnormal was found. They really just kept flying upwards, and finally flew back to the prehistoric world. Is the universe really cyclical? Lin Xu looked at the result and even fell into contemplation for a while. He didn't know if the original universe was also like this. Would humans who wanted to explore the edge of the universe 10,000 years ago finally cross the edge and reach the other side of the universe? Lin Xu didn't know, but it shouldn't be as smooth as the prehistoric universe. After all, the prehistoric universe is not a real universe after all, and it was created according to the model imagined by humans 10,000 years ago. So what will happen when you reach the edge of the universe, more than 40 billion light-years away? Lin Xu became more and more curious. However, as the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, so there is no rush. There are still things that need to be done now. The first is to help Wang Jian complete the prehistoric universe and take a key step towards the transformation of the real universe. It was also a step that humans miscalculated 10,000 years ago. So Lin Xu's consciousness connected to the prehistoric nanorbits, and immediately there were areas where nanorbits did not exist in the entire prehistoric world, especially around Mount Buzzhao. Or it can be said that nanorbits are prohibited from entering areas. Comparing the location of the high-dimensional anchor point established 10,000 years ago given by Wang Jian, Lin Xu can be sure that there are no nanorbits in these places because nanorbits are prohibited from approaching the high-dimensional space anchor point. It is not the other special areas. So Lin Xu does not need to worry about the consequences of lifting the ban at will. The ban on nanorbits approaching all these areas was directly lifted. Suddenly, a large number of nanorbits filled these places in an instant. As the nanorbits came into contact with countless high-dimensional space anchor points, the entire prehistoric land shook in an instant. It was as if the prehistoric world had sensed something and was cheering for the removal of the shackles. The nanorbits were also running around to tell each other that all kinds of strange phenomena appeared in the sky. Countless mortal emperors who were offering sacrifices to the last strange phenomenon were a little dazzled for a while, looking at the increasing number of strange phenomena, and they didn't even know whether to continue the sacrifice. After all, with a strange phenomenon that looks more powerful, is it necessary to offer sacrifices to the last one? In short, compared to the troubles of the mortal emperors, various powerful people were looking at the sky in their seclusion, with mixed feelings. They all felt that because of something, the entire prehistoric world seemed to come alive, which was a good thing for them to sense the avenue. The latest novel is published on the 6th-9th book bar. But even without divination, they could guess that this was probably done by the Pangu clan. Thinking of the Pangu clan family members who had just killed the immortal Lord Gie with a sword, overturned the heavenly court, and then killed the Jiu Iao patriarch in the Jiu Iao purgatory, everyone was unsure whether the Pangu clan would be easy to get along with. Moreover, after the Pangu clan returned, would they leave or stay forever? If they didn't leave, it was already annoying enough to have the old man hanging on their heads before, and now there is the Pangu clan. Wouldn't everyone dare to even breathe loudly? There are people who want to join forces to resist the Pangu clan, but no one is leading to unite everyone. More importantly, no one wants to be the first bird to stand out. Then they can only continue to endure like this. The powerful people have different thoughts, and in the nothingness above the starry sky. Even when the autonomous mechanical aggregate explored the starry sky, it ignored the place. Or it can be said that the breadth of the exploration is not enough, so it ignores the place. In the only ancient courtyard that exists, a young man who stood at the edge of the courtyard and kept quietly observing downwards, with all the things happening in the lower world, his facial expressions became more and more vivid than ever before. This was extremely rare for him. 10,000 years ago, the Pangu clan created the world here, and 10,000 years later, the Pangu clan had to deal with the aftermath. This is the negligence of our clan. The young man sighed, and without stopping, he took a step forward and crossed the void area above the starry sky. He entered the starry sky and hurried all the way, and soon arrived at Mount Buzzhao. As the young man approached, Nanzhu, who was still arguing with Miss Qiu, exclaimed, and turned to look at the young man who had just appeared not far away. At the same time, Lin Xu and Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao, all looked over. Everyone noticed the difference in the aura of the young man. And the young man, who was called the ancestor of Hongyan by the entire Hongyan great power, looked at Lin Xu, and his expression was excited for a moment. As the Hongyuan patriarch, who possessed the intermediate authority of nanorbits, approached, he confirmed Lin Xu's identity through the abnormal activity of the nanorbits around him. Human, or Pangu clan. Nanorbits only become abnormally active when they come into contact with humans. Even though 10,000 years have passed, he still remembers this feeling clearly. Family member Hong Yuan, meet the immortal Pangu. Hong Yuan stepped forward and saluted Lin Xu with an unprecedented solemnity. Get up, have you been in the prehistoric world? Are there any other families in the prehistoric world? Lin Xu raised his hand to signal and asked at the same time. No, there's only my family in the prehistoric world. Hong Yuan smiled and said. Lin Xu nodded. Lin Xu had heard from Wang Jian before that among the human families back then, there was a family member who volunteered to stay and look after the prehistoric world. It seems that this person is the one in front of him. But even Wang Jian was not sure whether that family member would still be there after 10,000 years. Now it seems that it should be pretty good. I never thought that I could see a clan in the prehistoric world. It's been so long, and I finally saw a clan. Lin Xu also sighed with emotion. They hadn't seen a clan for a long time since they left the Milky Way. Me too. This is the first time I've seen a clan since I stayed in the prehistoric world. This girl should also be from the human fairy clan. Hong Yuan looked at Miss Qiu with a kind look in his eyes. Yes, you are also from the human fairy clan. Miss Qiu used an affirmative tone instead of asking, because she could see it. Yes, human fairy clan, how are you now? Hong Yuan's tone was a little anxious. I'm from the fairy ship Penglai, everything is fine. Miss Qiu replied solemnly. That's good, that's good. Hong Yuan laughed. How do you feel in this prehistoric world? Lin Xu asked. Not to say it's dead, but there haven't been many changes. Hong Yuan smiled bitterly. But then he became happy again. But now it's good. You're here, and you've unlocked the restrictions on nanorbits. There's hope that the prehistoric world will be upgraded to a real universe. I believe there will be more and more changes in the future. Hong Yuan said here, his expression was much happier. You know. Lin Xu was a little surprised. Yes, I can use divination and other means to obtain some information from Lord Wang Jian, but I can't communicate with him, which is a pity. Lord Wang Jian has taken great pains to prevent the ruins from affecting the development of the prehistoric world. Hong Yuan sighed. I see. What are your plans for the future? Lin Xu nodded and asked. If you have plans, since the prehistoric world has been upgraded to a real universe, then the next step is naturally to revise the prehistoric world rules and rebuild the heaven, but this time, the heaven will also have some restrictions. Hong Yuan thought for a while and answered. Rebuild the heaven? You're not planning. Lin Xu heard some of Hong Yuan's hidden meaning. Yes, it's the conferred god list. Hong Yuan smiled and said. The conferred god list, that's a good idea. Lin Xu had to admit that replacing the unrestrained immortals with gods who were bound by the conferred god list was indeed a good thing for the mortals in the lower world. At least the gods who were high above were restrained and had rules, so they would not become mortals and bring disasters just because of a whim of an immortal. You are telling me this, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Xu asked. Regarding the conferred god list, I need to ask you for some materials. Hong Yuan saluted. Materials. Lin Xu thought about it, and took out a scroll from his personal space. The scroll was produced by a factory that Lin Xu had just ordered a few seconds ago, and he took it directly from the production line. Even the whole scroll was still warm. But even if it is just out of the oven, it does not prevent this from being a special nature of human creation. Lin Xu handed it to Hong Yuan, which was equivalent to handing over the right to confer the gods to Hong Yuan. Of course, Hong Yuan would not personally do any conferring of gods. He would probably hand over the matter of conferring gods to the people below, perhaps a person like Zhang Ziya, or perhaps someone else. In short, Hong Yuan bowed to Lin Xu again, then turned and left to prepare for the conferring of gods. Since then, the prehistoric universe has entered the era of conferring gods. As the ancestor Hong Yuan announced the conferring of gods to the prehistoric great powers. Suddenly, the whole prehistoric world was surging. Countless disciples of the great powers were involved, and the great powers themselves naturally could not stay out of it. It even gradually exceeded the attention paid to the Pangu clan. After all, Lin Xu, the Pangu clan, has never troubled everyone, but the conferring of gods has brought countless troubles to everyone. When everyone was cursing the old thief Hong Yuan for making trouble, some people even thought that it would be great if the Pangu clan could kill the old thief Hong Yuan and replace him. However, Lin Xu was obviously not interested in staying in the prehistoric world. The only thing he was interested in now was to study whether the prehistoric universe was cyclical. Finally, after a period of waiting, the Hongyan ancestor had announced to the world's great powers that he would be conferred the title of God. Lin Xu finally received a signal transmitted by the temporary warship. And just as expected at the beginning, the temporary warship kept flying forward and finally flew back from the other side. It seems that this prehistoric space is really cyclical, not only up and down, but also in all directions left and right. Lin Xu sighed. And Miss Qiu still remembered a red-haired Shura in the temporary warship, or the test product, and then took it out of the temporary warship. After checking, it turned out that after this period of sailing, the nanorobots in the red-haired Shura's body had dispersed, and even the original antimatter reactor no longer existed. To put it bluntly, it was really dispersed. At this moment, the red-haired Shura seemed to have collapsed. His eyes were dull, and those who didn't know would think that he had just experienced 100 sweats. However, after Miss Qiu checked him, she wanted to help him recover his power as promised before, but then she suddenly had an idea. How about throwing him into the conferred god list? This can also be considered as recovering his power, right? P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket and a recommendation ticket. Chapter 191, Biohazard? This is not scientific. After checking the data inside the returning autonomous mechanical aggregate, it was no different from the autonomous mechanical aggregate that flew to the starry sky and finally returned from the 9 nether purgatory. They just identified a direction and kept flying, and finally returned to the prehistoric land. So, the prehistoric universe is cyclical. This can also be confirmed by the Taiyin ancestor. As the only family member who has been guarding here since the establishment of the prehistoric world, he is also the only one who has the authority to explore the existence of the prehistoric boundary without losing the spiritual energy in his body. A long time ago, when the prehistoric world was not so big, he explored it and finally confirmed that the prehistoric world is cyclical. Afterwards, Miss Qiu threw the red-haired Shura, who had lost his power, to Taiyin. According to the agreement at the beginning, he was to help him recover his power. Miss Qiu is not a person who doesn't keep his word. So she and Taiyin agreed that even if he was on the conferred god list, the strength of the red-haired Shura would not be weaker than before. The Taiyin ancestor naturally agreed. Just like that, as the first person to be listed in the conferred god list, and to form a great power in the prehistoric world, red-haired Shura was simply grateful to Miss Qiu. A great power in the prehistoric world, crying so hard that he almost got a stitch in the side. That was so miserable. Thank you. Red-haired Shura said to Miss Qiu from the bottom of his heart. Look, he still has to thank us. Miss Qiu looked up at Lin Xu and said. Who made Lin Xu say that she was really conscienceless when she did this at the beginning? Is he thanking you? He dare not thank you. Lin Xu spoke the truth directly. Anyway, he thanked me. Miss Qiu decided to play dumb to the end. Okay, stop arguing, we should go. Lin Xu interrupted the two and said. Are you leaving? I still want to see what the conferred god list will be like in the end, but it seems that there is no time. Lin Xu felt a little regretful. I also want to see what the prehistoric universe looks like after it completely becomes a real universe. Liu Yao also felt a little regretful. The conferred god list is destined to be a matter of more than 1 or 2 days, involving many games of the prehistoric powers. It will also take a long time for the prehistoric universe to become a real universe. Let's leave it to them, and we won't participate. Lin Xu also had some regrets, but he still made a decision. In this way, as the human remains of Buzzhao Mountain were moved, Lin Xu and his companions returned to the location of the number 6 Immortal Gate. However, compared with the last time when no one cared, this time when they left, they were the focus of everyone's attention. Not only did the Taiyin ancestors personally see them off, but the prehistoric powers, although they did not come in person, also cast their eyes here, looking at the Pengu tribe who were about to leave with complicated expressions. At the beginning, when they learned that the Pengu tribe had returned, everyone was as if they were facing a great enemy, but now they don't want the Pengu tribe to leave. When the Pengu tribe was there, the old man Taiyin had already made the conferred god list to trick everyone. If the Pengu tribe is gone, the old man Taiyin is not sure what to do. However, those who should leave still have to leave. Lin Xu and his companions looked back at the prehistoric land for the last time, nodded to the Taiyin ancestor who had persisted in the prehistoric world for thousands of years and finally saw the dawn, turned around and entered the Immortal Gate, and left. After passing through the Immortal Gate, they returned to the original universe again. The familiar universe and starry sky, everything familiar reappeared in front of them. The huge Immortal Gate on the huge ship similar to the Immortal Ship, and the motherships surrounding the Immortal Gate, with various races living on them. Lord Lin Xu, the Immortal Gate will be closed soon. Lin Xu looked at the entire cosmic ecosystem formed around the Immortal Gate, and sighed. Yes, after the prehistoric universe becomes a real universe, it will be completely disconnected from the main universe. It is not so easy to build such a portal between the two universes. At least with the current capabilities of the prehistoric world, it cannot be done yet, so it can only be closed. Lin Xu nodded and replied. Then the immortals here should all withdraw to the prehistoric world, and everything here will be deserted. After losing the immortals, can this river system that has been led astray by the so-called immortal civilization get back on track? Lin Xu looked at the sword light between the motherships and said from time to time, "It should be possible. I still believe in the resilience of civilization," Lin Xu said with a smile. Lin Xu hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. Soon, a sword light came towards the location of the few people not far away. It seems that there are immortals on the ships below the immortal gate. Seeing the few people coming out of the immortal gate, they want to come over to ask, "Do you want to see them?" Miss Qiu asked. "No, the matter here is over, and we should leave too." Lin Xu shook his head. So he found the Skylark. At this time, the Skylark had been transformed with the latest technology. Immediately, a space jump channel was formed in front of the spacecraft. Then he drove straight into it without stopping for a moment. In the blink of an eye, he had jumped 200 light-years away. However, the Skylark can only perform such rapid jumps a few times within a certain period of time, and cannot use them unlimitedly. Otherwise, such continuous rapid jumps may be faster than long-distance jumps after preparation. Afterwards, the Skylark adjusted its position, and a space jump channel appeared in front of the spacecraft. After an hour of preparation, the space and the jump channel continued to compress and jump, and the Skylark entered it, and in the blink of an eye it arrived 1,000 light-years away. "Master Lin Xu, look, is that another immortal gate over there?" Lin Xu pointed out the window in front of the porthole. "From the location, it is indeed. I didn't expect that they just passed by here." Lin Xu nodded. "Look, what are they doing?" "A big move." Lin Xu asked, puzzled. "Could it be that they have received a notice that the immortal gate is going to be closed?" Lin Xu thought of a possibility and said in surprise, "It seems so, otherwise it is impossible to start the move in such a chaotic manner. The actions of the prehistoric side are really fast. It is not that we just left and the order was passed out." Miss Qiu guessed. "Perhaps the order was delivered before we left, but the relocation has just begun." Liu said another possibility. Several people gathered in front of the window to discuss until an hour passed, and the space jump of the Skylark was ready to be completed again. So it was another jump of 1,000 light-years, leaving the previous scene behind. In this way, the Skylark continued to jump and soon moved away from the river system here. As the figure of the river system disappeared behind, the Skylark once again went deep into the empty river system. The goal this time is hundreds of millions of light-years away. According to the Skylark's current ability to jump 1,000 light-years per hour, hundreds of millions of light-years means a jump time of 100,000 hours. And 100,000 hours is about 11.5 years, and a little more time is 12 years. 12 years, it's obviously 100 million light-years away, but why does it feel like the time required is getting shorter and shorter? Lin Xu stepped into the portable space channel leading to the Earth opened in the center of the cockpit, and did not forget to complain. "This is the progress of science and technology. We are all immortals, but we are talking about the progress of science and technology. Don't you think it's inappropriate?" Liu complained to herself and followed into the space channel. When they came out again, they had arrived in a prosperous metropolis on Earth. "We call this scientific cultivation of immortality. It's fast and good. How can it be compared with traditional cultivation of immortality?" Lin Xu said confidently. "You talk as if you have experienced traditional cultivation of immortality. Among all of us, I am the only one who has experienced traditional cultivation of immortality. Now when I think about the time I wasted back then, I still feel that it was a waste. I had no time to study hard. It would be great if I could do more math problems." Liu shook her head and sighed. As a result, she couldn't help herself and was addicted to problems again. "No, I have to go to the library. I can't bear it if I don't do the problems anymore. See you later," Liu said, and she soared into the sky with a sword light and headed straight for the library. "Where are we going?" Lin Xu looked at Lin Xu and then at Miss Qiu. As for Miss Qiu, she knew that Miss Qiu would definitely have no opinion. Sometimes her presence was not as strong as that of the taciturn Miss Qiu. "Let's go eat hot pot first." Lin Xu looked at a hot pot restaurant across the street and said, "Okay, let's go eat hot pot first." Lin Xu was the one who did whatever Lin Xu said. In this way, several people walked through the busy streets and headed for a hot pot restaurant in a shopping mall across the street. The bustling and lively urban scene along the way, the people coming and going, all gave the few people a sense of relaxation as if they were back home. Although, whether it was the driver driving the car or the people on the street, they were actually played by robots. They looked very real, and it really felt like being in the crowd, which was enough. 12 years passed quickly, or 11.5 years were less than 12 years. At the beginning of the year 11,548 of the sailing calendar, it was not long after the Spring Festival. Every day, Lin Xu would be awakened by the noise of Lin Xu and Miss Qiu fighting for clothes. After eating the breakfast prepared by Miss Qiu, Liao next door had already gone to the library to study hard and do homework. Well, it could also be that Liao didn't come back overnight and slept in the library. After breakfast, go out to the park for a walk to digest the food and go to work. Yes, Lin Xu got himself a job. The whole city of Yanjing is operated by robots, as if it was as prosperous as Yanjing 10,000 years ago. The robots are living in the city with their own duties. Even in the small places and details that Lin Xu can't see, they imitate what humans do in life like real humans. And Lin Xu is in such a city, sometimes he really feels as if he is still in the 21st century. That kind of nostalgic feeling is what Lin Xu can only dream of now. In fact, Lin Xu himself knows that he is a little hypocritical. If he really wants to go back to the life he used to live, busy with daily necessities, he will definitely not want to. At least at that time, he couldn't have a courtyard in Yanjing City, nor could he watch two beautiful girls with different styles fighting for clothes every morning. There's even a special maid to prepare breakfast for him. But he still couldn't help but miss some things from that time. So, he simply found himself a job. It wasn't a hard job, just a kind of work where there was nothing to do every day at the office, so he sat down and started playing on the computer, playing all day. He could even ask for leave anytime and anywhere, go if he wanted to, and not go if he didn't want to. It can be said that such a job was Lin Xu's dream in the 21st century. He also fulfilled his dream in a disguised way. I have to say, it's quite interesting. Every day when he arrived at the office, he said hello to his colleagues, sat down to make a cup of tea, and then played games while drinking tea, listening to the gossip of female colleagues and the voices of male colleagues complaining about the price increase of their children's cram school. It was very down to earth, and Lin Xu felt like he had found his old life again and felt very comfortable. Until Hang Xing's voice was directly transmitted to his mind, it seemed as if he had just woken up from this dream. Master, we are about to reach the target river system. There are abnormal situations that require your judgment. Okay, I'll go there right away. Lin Xu replied, standing up at the same time. In an instant, it was as if everything was paused. Not far away, the male colleagues who had just been complaining about the price increase of their children's cram school stopped talking and stopped their work. The gossiping female colleagues stopped talking, and everyone was looking at Lin Xu, as if waiting for his instructions. Not only the office, but the entire city outside the window seemed to have been paused at this moment. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. On the originally busy and noisy streets, all kinds of sounds stopped in an instant. The running cars stopped on the side of the road in an instant, not just one or two, but countless vehicles, stopping at the same time. The countdown of the red light stopped, and the ice cream shop assistant who was selling ice cream on the street stopped her hand in midair, and the hand of the child who took the ice cream also stopped halfway. Everything stopped, as if time had stopped for a moment. Until Lin Xu looked at his colleagues in the office and sighed. You guys continue. In an instant, the colleagues in the office, the male colleagues continued to complain about the tuition fee increase while working. The female colleagues also continued to gossip, as if nothing had happened just now. Outside the window, the whole city also came alive in an instant. The vehicles continued to flow, and the readings of the red light began to jump again. The ice cream shop assistant continued to hand the ice cream to the child. The child took it and said sweetly, "Thank you, sister." The beautiful clerk smiled happily. Nothing has changed. This is still a prosperous metropolis. Lin Xu has stepped into the space channel and came to the cockpit of the Skylark. At this time, Lin Xu and Miss Qiu had arrived here before him. Even Liao was holding a workbook and sitting in the corner doing questions. Obviously, she didn't want to miss what happened in the newly arrived river system. As for Miss Qiu, she stood behind Lin Xu as soon as he appeared, just like before. What's the abnormal situation? Lin Xu asked. Lord Lin Xu, there is an abnormal gravity in the target river system ahead. At the same time, we found such a scene on the nearest planet with traces of civilization. Zhengxing replied. At the same time, a holographic projection image appeared on the open space on one side of the cockpit. In an instant, a seemingly ordinary Earth-like planet was projected in the holographic projection. The planet looked so ordinary, and the satellites orbiting the planet showed that the level of technology on this planet was not high, at most the level of the Earth in the 21st century. Then the holographic projection continued to zoom in, and the land and mountains appeared one by one. The golden wheat waves on the flat large fields showed the degree of industrial development of this planet. If it weren't for mechanical harvesting, the small peasant economy would basically not have such a large flat field. At the same time, cities appeared in sight, with tall skyscrapers, neat roads, abandoned cars parked on the roads, and people wandering between the cars. Wait, abandoned cars, wandering people? What's going on? Why is there not a single car on the road? All of them are parked in the middle of the road or on the side of the road, and they all seem to be scrapped. What are those people doing? Taking a group walk. Lin Xu was surprised. As the holographic projection continued to zoom in and the perspective stretched downward, everyone finally saw the picture in the holographic projection clearly. That was not a group of people walking, but a group of living dead who were neither human nor ghost. Some of them were missing arms and legs, some had a big wound on their bodies, their intestines were still dragging on the ground, and some had half of their faces bitten off by something. They were wandering slowly on the street, as if they were searching for prey. Is this Resident Evil? Liu Yao, who had played games for 100 years, recognized it at a glance. Is it really a biochemical crisis? But if you look closely, these buildings have been damaged to varying degrees, and the cars seem to have been broken for a long time. What energy do these corpses rely on to move? The intestines have all flowed out, so there is no digestive organ to use, right? Without energy support, how can a living thing still move? This is unscientific. Lin Xu carefully looked at the situation on the holographic projection and raised a question. Indeed, the biochemical crisis in movies and games is theoretically impossible to appear in reality. It doesn't make sense that a living dead rely on energy to maintain operation, but this is indeed too much like a biochemical crisis. Liu Yao stretched out her hand and kept operating the holographic projection to change the perspective to study. However, the more she studied, the more surprised she was. The biochemical crisis that was impossible to appear in movies and TV shows actually appeared in reality. Liu Yao's hunting spirit, which had hunted countless zombies in countless games, was a little restless. Of course, what made her even more eager was the scientific research heart that she had built up after studying countless mathematics, physics and chemistry. How did these zombies move? What was their energy? I really want to tie them to the experimental table. Liu Yao couldn't help but mutter to herself. Then she was greeted with surprised eyes from everyone beside her, including Lin Xu, Lin Xu and Miss Qiu. Ah, did I say it by accident? Liu Yao realized that she seemed to have let it slip. It's okay, I also want to know how this thing can still move. How about I help you tie it? Lin Xu suggested. Deal. With a snap, the two clamped their hands. A PY deal was reached. How far is it from this planet now? Lin Xu asked. 100 light years. Zhengxing replied. Start the jump, let's go over and take a look. Lin Xu ordered. Your will. Zhengxing replied. Lin Xu is now also full of interest in the living dead, or zombies, on this planet. As a person in the 21st century, who hasn't seen a zombie movie? But it is precisely because of this understanding that I understand that zombies are impossible to exist in reality. But now they exist. It is impossible for Lin Xu to say that he is not curious. Since he is curious, he should go and see it. Just like that, a space channel appeared in front of the Skylark. There was no need to prepare for the jump, and the Skylark rushed in directly. When it reappeared, it had already arrived at the galaxy where the planet was located 100 light years away. Lin Xu waved his hand, and the portable space around the Skylark opened. A large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates poured out and began to explore the various planets in this galaxy. Lin Xu and his companions drove the Skylark directly to land on the Earth-like planet. Although zombies were rampant on this Earth-like planet, it was not ruled out that there was still a complete regime. So in order not to be detected by the satellite still orbiting the planet, the Skylark turned on various stealth devices, and even the optical camouflage was turned on, which was the level that could not be seen face to face. Then it landed on the ground. The first place chosen was a prosperous metropolis. Of course, The so-called prosperity was already a thing of the past. In this metropolis now, in addition to the occasional roar of zombies, there are abandoned cars, power plants with thick smoke, and high-rise buildings that have begun to grow moss. The landing place of the Skylark was on the rooftop of a skyscraper. As soon as Lin Xu and his companion stepped off the Skylark, Lin Xu quickly closed his breathing and switched to using nanorbits to bring oxygen from outside the body into the body for breathing. Because this way, he could not smell the outside smell. Isn't this too smelly? Lin Xu couldn't help but complain. The lives of the whole city are rotting, how can it not smell? But those corpses can still move while rotting, which is really curious. Liu Yao had a fanatical expression like a Frankenstein. Just at this time, several gunshots suddenly came from downstairs. Are there still living people? Lin Xu said after a moment of stunned. And Liu Yao's first reaction was, are you fighting zombies? The test subjects are here. The excited and flushed look made Lin Xu glance at Miss Qiu next to him. Miss Qiu was a little puzzled. Don't you think that she looks very similar to you last night? Lin Xu pointed at Liu Yao first, and then at Miss Qiu. Miss Qiu was stunned for a moment, then she realized what Lin Xu meant. Her face suddenly turned red. Do you want to die? Okay, I'll help you. Miss Qiu stared at Lin Xu expressionlessly. No, you may have misunderstood me. I meant that she looks not only like you, but also like me. I was like that yesterday. Lin Xu's desire to survive suddenly erupted, and she decided to drag herself into the water to stop Miss Qiu's killing intention. Judging from the results, Lin Xu was successful. Because she made Miss Qiu unable to kill. On the contrary, Liu Yao, who was excited about meeting the test product just now, is now more speechless. No, am I, the audience, also a part of your game? Liu Yao thought for a while and asked. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 192, Frankenstein's Anatomy Class. Run, run, get out of here. No, I'm caught, save me, save me. A scream came from behind. Tucker, carrying a double-barreled shotgun, turned back subconsciously and saw that his companion who had been hiding in the basement with him for half a month was overwhelmed by the zombies that caught up with him and was torn into pieces in a short time. This made Tucker subconsciously speed up his escape. No, save him, save him. The blonde bear girl Liz who was running away with him wanted to encourage everyone to turn around and save her boyfriend. It's a pity that no one is a fool. You ran fast, but you encouraged others to save people. Why don't you save them? After a month of doomsday life, everyone's useless sympathy has been almost worn out. Not to mention that everyone has been hiding in the basement together for half a month. It has long been clear that Liz is actually a bitch. Relying on her boyfriend's strong body, she eats more and takes more, and wastes supplies. Now, your boyfriend is gone, who'll protect you? As several people who fell behind were caught and bitten by the zombies, which delayed the zombies' pursuit, the remaining 7 people finally escaped the zombies' pursuit and were able to lean on the wall by the roadside to catch their breath. Liz quietly came to Tucker's side, deliberately opened her mouth a little wider, wiped her tears, and wanted to lean on Tucker. It was obvious that she wanted to find a new backer. Tucker did not refuse. While comforting Liz, he hugged her in his arms. In fact, he had been envious for these days, but unfortunately he had never had the opportunity. Now that Liz's boyfriend was gone, he finally had the opportunity. A middle-aged couple who supported each other, 2 relatively thin boys, and a female man with short red hair who was changing bullets for a pistol, couldn't help but look at the couple with their eyes full of disgust and sarcasm. Of course, the 2 thin boys were a little envious, thinking that it would be great if they could be as tall as Tucker. In this way, the undercurrent surged in a small group, but even so, everyone still maintained superficial harmony. After all, in such a doomsday, it is almost difficult for one person to survive, and only cooperation can increase the chance of survival. So even if there are some small conflicts within, as long as it does not affect the group, no one will say anything. Even for Liz's boyfriend, the sacrifice of the strong muscular man is a bit sad, because the existence of that guy has indeed increased everyone's chance of survival. But before a few people can catch their breath, a sign above, probably due to disrepair, suddenly fell down, and hit the ground not far away from a few people with a bang. In an instant, several people held their breath, and the air seemed to be quiet. Roar, roar, roar. Roars came from all directions, startled by the sound of the falling sign, and the zombies from all directions began to run towards this side. The zombies in this world are not the kind of zombies that walk slowly, but zombies that run at the same speed as adults. Now all the zombies in the nearby area were alarmed and gathered towards the location of the few people. "Run, hurry!" the female man shouted and rushed out first. The others were not willing to fall behind. Tucker even did not forget to hold Liz. After all, he had just got the meat and had not eaten it yet, so he was a little reluctant to give up. And this was also Liz's goal. Otherwise, it would be too difficult for her to survive in this world with her own ability. In this way, the 7 people ran wildly in one direction. They were all people who originally lived nearby, so they naturally knew which direction had fewer people and fewer zombies, which would be conducive to escape. But this time they miscalculated. The 7 people just rushed past a corner of a skyscraper. Normally, there should be a sparsely populated area in front, so there should not be many zombies. With the weapons in the hands of several people, they should be able to get through. The female man held a gun in his hand and rushed out first with one step, but then cursed, turned around and rushed back. The people behind her had just rushed out, and were immediately frightened by the dense and unreasonable number of zombies in front of them. They also wanted to run back, but it was too late. Their footsteps had already alarmed the zombies. Roar, roar, roar. There were far more zombies than before chasing them. At this time, Tucker and Liz had just come to the corner and saw the zombies rushing towards them. Ah! Liz couldn't help screaming. Tucker was almost knocked to the ground by a zombie. So he turned around and ran, no longer caring about Liz. Women's lives are not important. Save me. Liz, who had been caught by the zombies, struggled desperately for help. But no one looked back, not even Tucker. Just when everyone thought that Liz was destined to die in the mouth of the zombies. Even Liz herself was facing the zombies so close, with her mouth full of the smell of corruption, and she was already desperate. Suddenly, a shadow fell from the sky and hit the ground with a loud bang, even shaking the ground. The hearts of the fleeing people jumped immediately. With such a momentum, could it be the evolved heavy zombies? The female man and Tucker turned back to confirm the situation first, and then they saw an incredible scene, and even their escape steps paused. The other few who were still running also saw the two stopped, and the few who didn't understand why also looked back, and then their steps also stopped. While panting, they looked at each other, and then looked at Liz, who was standing in the pile of zombies on the ground and had already wet her pants. At this time, Liz not only wet her pants, but also collapsed and cried. The numerous zombies around her who had originally caught her now fell to the ground one by one, struggling to get up, but they couldn't do it. At the same time, a mature and cold woman in a white coat was using the heels of her high heels to step on the head of a zombie that was trying hard to get up on the ground. The heels were fiddling with it as if she was studying how the zombie could still move. The group of people who were panting heavily looked at each other and suddenly realized something. Could it be that they had encountered the superpowers mentioned on the radio, who had gained superpowers in the Doomsday? Legend has it that superpowers have powerful superpowers. If they can follow superpowers, can they survive? In an instant, unprecedented hope rose in the hearts of the group of people. So they did not run, but thought about how to talk to the superpower. Who knew that before they could think of what to say, a plump blonde girl slowly fell from the sky. Although she was also blonde like Liz, the difference between the two looked as obvious as the buyer's show and the seller's show. Even Liz, who was still crying, couldn't help but shrink her chest. In the past, she liked to show this part the most. But now she suddenly felt that compared with a girl in the sky, she was so ugly and embarrassing. Of course, compared with the appearance of the girl who fell from the sky, the group was more shocked that this was another superpower. If they could get on with the two superpowers, they would really be saved. Why did you put on a white coat? Nanzhu, who slowly floated down from the sky to the ground, complained about Lu Yao's white coat. As a scientific researcher, this is basic literacy before going to the laboratory table. Lu Yao said seriously, and pushed the plain glasses on her nose. She seemed to think that wearing glasses made her look more like a scientific researcher. Okay, as long as you're happy. Nanzhu waved his hand, and then asked, so, where do you want to do the experiment? To do the experiment, here's it, it's quite suitable. Lu Yao turned around and looked around, and saw a store on the first floor of a building next to it. It should have been a dental clinic, with reclining chairs for customers and even various instruments. Of course, these instruments should not be used now, But Lu Yao has her own instruments anyway, so this place is enough for a temporary laboratory. After making a decision, Lu Yao waved and called the few people who were just running away, but now stopped to observe her quietly. "Come here, carry this zombie to me." Lu Yao nodded to Tucker, the female man, and the other two boys, and gave orders without hesitation. And the few people acted without hesitation. Although they were lying all over the ground, they obviously had not completely lost their ability to move. They were just temporarily suppressed by some force and struggling to get up. They were still afraid of being bitten by the zombies. But the few people still carefully followed Lu Yao's instructions and carried the zombies into the dental clinic next door. During this process, Tucker didn't even look at Liz, who was still crying. "Haven't you cried enough?" Lu Yao also looked at Liz and frowned. "Yes, I'm sorry, I. Liz stopped crying immediately. She seemed to know that in front of a woman who was also many times more beautiful than herself, her charm was useless, so she restrained herself a lot. "Take the broken hand and follow me," Lu Yao said directly without listening to what she said. Then, she walked towards the dental clinic. Liz's eyes widened and she struggled for a long time, but she still suppressed her fear, picked up a zombie's broken hand on the ground, trotted behind everyone, and entered the dental clinic together. At this time, the 7 people gathered together again. Liz continued to lean on Tucker as if nothing had happened just now. Although Tucker was a little embarrassed to have just abandoned Liz, he was relieved to see that Liz didn't care. Then, the attention of the 7 people was all focused on Lu Yao. They were all curious about what she was going to do by tying up several zombies. Then, several people first saw a magical scene. Then they wanted to cover their eyes and couldn't see anything. Lu Yao waved her hand and took out a full set of dissection instruments from her personal space. She had never used these instruments since she put them in her personal space, so today was her first time. Then she saw various drills, knives, and axes falling on the zombies one after another. Zzzzz. Shh. All kinds of teeth-grinding sounds. The recliner that was supposed to be used for patients was soon covered with all kinds of dirt. The dirty blood on the zombies, which had already completely rotted, flowed all over the floor and even sprayed onto the ceiling, which was simply stinking. On the internal organs that fell from the zombies on the ground, you could still see obvious termites. The 7 people huddled in the corner, looking at Lu Yao, whose white coat was still spotless, as if they were looking at a mad scientist. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. Several people suddenly felt a little regretful. Should they have just run away instead of staying? This woman who looked so beautiful, wouldn't she use us as experimental subjects later? How is the research going? Are there any results? Nanzhu, who was standing not far from Lu Yao, looked at the zombie with a disgusted expression on his face. Although he had switched to internal breathing and didn't need to breathe through his mouth and nose, Nanzhu still seemed to be able to smell the disgusting smell. Although he had used the repulsive field defense to isolate the possibility of the dirty blood splashing on him, Nanzhu still felt as if he was stained by the dirty blood and was not clean. The organs in the body are completely necrotic. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to support the body to continue moving. There is no biochemical virus that can achieve this effect. This is unscientific. Lu Yao looked through the completely empty brain in the zombie's skull, with a puzzled look on her face. "Why don't we wait for the test results of Zhangxing? To be honest, it's much more reliable than your own blind research here," Nanzhu suggested. While Lu Yao started a research, Zhenzing had already captured several zombies and started researching them directly in the temporary laboratory on the Skylark. Compared to Lu Yao's unreliable research, everyone actually believed in Zhenzing's research more. But since Lu Yao was interested, let her try it. This was also the reason why Lin Xu, Miss Qiu and Miss Qiu didn't come. They were waiting for Zhenzing's investigation results. Only Nanzhu was curious, so he followed to take a look. As expected, Lu Yao didn't find any specific results. Until the door of the dental clinic was pushed open, Lin Xu walked in with Miss Qiu and Miss Qiu. The 7 people huddled in the corner immediately became alert, until they saw Nanzhu pounce on the man in the lead, and then they relaxed. Keeping alert at all times has become their instinct during this period. Tucker was a little envious of Lin Xu, so he hugged Liz beside him tightly, comforting himself that this was considered a substitute. I don't know what Liz would think if she knew. "Master, please take care of Lu Yao and let her get back to the right path of studying mathematics, physics and chemistry from the evil path of being obsessed with dissection." Miss Qiu hugged Lin Xu and started to complain. Before she could finish, Miss Qiu, who was beside her, rushed over to cover her mouth. I was wrong. That was the name we used at night. We shouldn't call each other that way during the day. Miss Qiu seemed to realize her mistake and stuck out her tongue at Miss Qiu. Miss Qiu turned her head away and pretended not to look at her, otherwise it would be even more embarrassing if she said that she also called each other that way at night. So, let her embarrass herself. I don't know anything. Okay, stop pretending. I live next door. Do you really think I can't hear what you shout at night? Liu Yao walked over and said with an unhappy face. Obviously, the dissection research had no results, so she was unhappy and exposed Miss Qiu and Miss Qiu. Anyway, I'm unhappy, so you can't have a good time. Then, Miss Qiu's face suddenly turned red. The 7 people huddled in the corner next door also pretended not to hear anything, otherwise they were very worried that they would be silenced by the supernatural person with such a red face. So this is really an unexpected disaster. It is really too enviable. No, it makes people feel at a loss. Okay, the results of Hexing have come out, don't you want to know? Lin Xu quickly changed the subject. Because if he continued to talk, he would not be able to bear it. What results? Liu Yao immediately became concerned. It was precisely because she had investigated for a long time and did not find the reason, so she wanted to know what the real reason was. It's the apocalypse element. Lin Xu sighed and said, obviously this answer was beyond his expectations. Apocalypse element? The apocalypse element of the apocalypse clan? These zombies rely on the apocalypse element as energy to keep moving? That's no wonder. Liu Yao's face was full of sudden enlightenment. It's not strange that it's an apocalypse element, just like in an orbit, not to mention the prototype of a corpse. Even if it's just a few chopsticks put together, there are nanorobots inside to control them, and they can make the chopsticks move. But, this is not right. If it's the apocalypse, why would they do this? For the apocalypse, creating zombies is completely meaningless, right? Liu Yao reacted immediately and said in surprise. Yes, for the apocalypse, it's completely meaningless to release the apocalypse element on a small planet to create zombies and the end of the world. I can't figure out why the apocalypse would do this. Lin Xu was also very puzzled. When leaving the river system where the apocalypse was located, Daisy of the Apocalypse did say that some of the apocalypse were unwilling to guard the dimensional reduction channel, but chose to leave alone. But those apocalypse who left, no matter how miserable they were, would not do such a thing as using the apocalypse element to impersonate the zombie virus to create a terrestrial planet with a technological level equivalent to that of the Earth in the 21st century. Although the apocalypse clan has now been reduced in dimension. But even if Da Mao is in a bad state, he is still one of the 5 permanent members. If you say that he intends to start a third war, I will probably believe it. But you said that he sent a team of special forces to your village to beat the dog next door to your house? Are you crazy or am I crazy? So, is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? Miss Qiu looked like he was in deep thought. In short, there must be something wrong with this matter. Should we investigate it? Liu Yao asked. We must investigate it. According to the radio waves intercepted on this planet, there are several shelters built by local officials on this planet. I believe that the authorities must have more intelligence, such as the cause of this disaster. Maybe we can find useful information. We can go and have a look. Lin Xu made a decision. Since Lin Xu had made a decision, the few people naturally had nothing to say. When the few people were discussing, they did not avoid the 7 people in the corner at all. Because there was really nothing to avoid. Like the Apocalypse Clan, the Apocalypse Elements, even if they were asked to listen, they would not know what was going on. And even if we know, what can we do? It's like an ordinary person on Earth in the 21st century suddenly knowing that there is a very powerful alien race on a planet in the universe. Then what? He still had to continue his ordinary life, and he might even tell others about this matter, but no one would believe it. And what if they believed it? So what if he heard it? Lin Xu didn't care at all. However, listening to their conversation, the 7 people who saw that they might leave directly became a little agitated. Although they were scared to death of Liu Yao before, they calmed down now and didn't want to miss the opportunity to follow the superpower. But what if they didn't want to take them with them? At this moment, the female man recalled the conversation between the few people just now, and suddenly spoke up with a flash of inspiration in her mind. I know the reason why this disaster started. So, the footsteps of Lin Xu and others who were about to leave stopped instantly. The other 6 people around the female man also looked at her with surprised eyes, and even silently moved away from her, as if they were afraid that if she lied to deceive the superpower, they would be implicated. You know? Can you tell me how you know? Lin Xu asked curiously. It was also the first time that his eyes fell on this female man. The female man is tall and has well-defined muscles all over her body. Although her face looks ordinary, she also has a unique bodybuilding beauty. I believe that she should be very popular among a certain group of people with special hobbies. I am actually a special investigator of the police. When the disaster happened, I was investigating a case. I can say that I witnessed a cause of everything that happened with my own eyes. Everything is related to a case. The female man said with a serious look. Case? What kind of case? Tell me in detail. Lin Xu did not expect that the female man in front of him really knew something. I don't know if you have heard of it. Recently, there is a very famous urban legend on the internet, the Ranch of the Living Dead. The female man took a deep breath and said slowly. The Ranch of the Living Dead? Isn't that an urban legend? Liz exclaimed first. Obviously, as a girl, she is very familiar with these urban legends. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 193, The Living Dead Ranch. What kind of urban legend is it? Tell me in detail. When it comes to urban legends, even Nansu's eyes light up. It seems that although she is a family and an immortal, she is still a girl who likes gossip in her bones. I know. Liz quickly raised her hand, as if she had finally found a way to please the superpowers, and immediately explained to Nansu. It is said that there is a ranch somewhere in the city, but this ranch is not for raising animals, but for raising humans, and these people will not run away, but are raised like animals, because these people are actually dead people, living dead. Liz explained vividly, interspersed with 2 small movements from time to time. Wow, it seems a bit scary. Nansu said, shrinking beside Lin Xu. Are you serious? Miu Zai looked at her speechlessly. Zombies passed by in groups, but you didn't see you so excited. Do you think it's scary? Sure enough, little girls are unreasonable. Unlike mature women like me. Miu Zai became quite proud. Yes, it's just a simple urban legend, but what's not mentioned in the legend is actually true. The zombie ranch really exists. The female man added. Is it really there? Urban legends are actually true? This is impossible. Liz's eyes widened, she couldn't believe it. The people around her looked at her speechlessly. It's the end of the world, and the streets are full of zombies. You still don't believe it? So the brainless bear is talking about you. The female man ignored her doubts and continued to tell the story. And this zombie ranch not only raises zombies, but also feeds zombies with human corpses. It can even be said that we first noticed something strange because there were always corpses missing from the hospital morgue, so we started investigating. As the investigation deepened, we discovered the existence of the zombie ranch, and such an abnormal place naturally attracted the attention of the higher-ups. I became a special investigator and continued the investigation with my colleagues. Until that day, the zombies were released, the zombies spread rapidly, and everything was destroyed. And I was the one who witnessed it all. Then I fled the city and ended up here. The female man bowed her head deeply when she said this. So, the zombie ranch is not on the city, and the zombies did not first break out in this city, but in another city. Nansu asked. Yes, it's in Rona City, 300 kilometers away. The female man had sorted out her emotions in this short time and answered. Can you take us there? Rona City. Lin Xu asked directly. Rona City. For a moment, the female man's eyes were a little dazed, but she quickly regained her tenacity. Okay, I'll take you there. In fact, I shouldn't have escaped in the first place. I should have died there a long time ago. The female man who said this, her face, which had always been tense, suddenly showed a smile. Don't worry, we are here and won't let you die. Lin Xu looked at her and said casually. The female man just smiled and didn't take it seriously, but she didn't know the weight of this sentence. Even if she really died, Lin Xu could still capture her dissipated consciousness information from the high dimension, as long as she hadn't died for too long and the consciousness information hadn't completely dissipated. With the increasing understanding of the high dimension, Lin Xu gradually developed a lot of abilities that he had never dared to think of before. For example, This kind of capture of the consciousness information of the dead person who has not disappeared through the high dimension is something that Lin Xu suddenly realized recently that he seemed to be able to do. Although in fact he hasn't tried it yet, he feels that it should be no problem. What about you? Do you want to follow? Lin Xu looked at the other 6 people on the side and asked. The 6 people looked at each other and hesitated. Under normal circumstances, it would be safer to follow the superpowers. But now these superpowers are obviously going to a more dangerous place. The place where the zombies broke out. There must be many dangers there. Can we not follow? Tucker asked first. He was still strong, and he could probably survive even if he didn't follow the superpowers, so he naturally didn't want to take the risk. Of course. Lin Xu nodded. The others looked at each other and expressed their unwillingness to go with him. Lin Xu didn't intend to force them, and it could even be said that he was quite happy to have less burdens. Only Liz, who always stuck to Tucker and seemed to follow Tucker's lead, suddenly raised her hand weakly. Can I follow? Suddenly, everyone looked at her with incredible eyes. But only Liz knew that whether she followed or stayed here, she needed to rely on others to survive, so it would be better to rely on the superpowers who looked more powerful. Moreover, the experience of Tucker abandoning her before also made her understand that even if she could rely on others with her beauty, she would definitely be abandoned at the critical moment. Although it is possible to be abandoned at the critical moment when following a superpower, superpowers are more powerful, and such moments should be rare. So, she chose to gamble. In this way, in the end, only 5 people from the original team of 7 stayed. The female man and Liz all left behind Lin Xu and others. Tucker looked at the meat that was not eaten and left like this, a little unwilling, but he didn't dare to say anything. In this way, Lin Xu and others left the dental clinic, and a sword light enveloped several people, and wrapped the female man and Liz together. In the blink of an eye, the sword light shot towards the sky. And watching the way Lin Xu and others left, the few people who chose to stay suddenly felt a little regretful, but it was too late. What is this? The scenery and clouds in the sky that passed by quickly made Liz's heart beat several times faster, and the whole person stuck tightly to the female man. The female man frowned, but didn't push her away in the end. The city below is the Rona you mentioned, right? Miss Qiu, who was in charge of flying the sword, pointed to the city that was already visible to the naked eye. Miss Qiu, who had already learned the location of Rona City from the radio waves flowing above the planet, didn't need to point away, and flew directly to the sky above Rona City. However, this fast way of moving scared the female man. Yes, the city below is Rona City. The female man had mixed feelings for a while. She had been running for half a month before finally escaping Rona City and hiding in the city before arriving. Unexpectedly, it only took a moment to come back. Next, you will point out the location where the zombies first broke out. Miss Qiu said. Below the TV tower. It's underground there. The female man pointed and said. So the sword light fell towards the TV tower below. The female man quickly reminded, be careful, there is a nest of heavy zombies on the TV tower. But it was too late. The sword light fell rapidly and had already arrived near the TV tower. At the same time, roars came from the TV tower. Then, the female man saw countless heavy zombies that were more than 3 meters tall and had hard shells that could not be penetrated by machine guns. They jumped up from the TV tower and rushed towards the sword light. The female man's heart suffocated. When she thought she was going to be drowned by the overwhelming heavy zombies, the sword light that wrapped several people suddenly dispersed into countless small sword lights and shot at the overwhelming heavy zombies. Then, in the female man's incredible eyes, countless heavy zombies, like dumplings, fell from the air and turned into rotten meat under the TV tower. How did you do it? Roar. A huge roar came from the inside of the TV tower, and the heavy zombies that were originally hesitant about whether to continue to pounce on them, shrank back into the TV tower one by one and never showed up again. These zombies are a little different. They are like animals, and they have the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Lin Xu said. That's right. There was also a particularly loud roar just now. These zombies seem to be controlled by that roar. The owner of that voice is probably intelligent. Lu Yao also guessed. So that intelligent existence, or should we call it the zombie king? Is it trying to hide and accumulate strength to attack us when we are not prepared, or is it simply afraid to show its head? Lin Xu guessed. Who knows? It has no effect on us. Lu Yao shrugged. That's right. Lin Xu nodded and didn't care. Indeed, no matter what conspiracy or trick, it needs strength to support it, so no one cares about what the existence of the suspected zombie king is planning. Just like this, the sword light landed on the square below the TV tower. At this time, the square was full of heavy zombies that had just been shot down from the sky. These heavy zombies are indeed different. Blood actually flows out of their bodies, making the whole square full of the stench of blood. Are these also zombies? Why do they have biological characteristics? Liu Yao had put on her white coat again at some point, squatting there and constantly poking a heavy zombie that was still breathing slightly, with a look of amazement. Are they evolved from zombies? Liu Yao looked at the female man and Liz and asked. Yes. The female man nodded. Liz also nodded repeatedly. This is unscientific. How can zombies full of rotten meat evolve into flesh and blood? Liu Yao was puzzled. How can it be unscientific? After all, it is an apocalypse element. Such a small matter is nothing. Hurry up and catch up. Lin Xu, who was walking in front of him, called out. I'm coming. Liu Yao hurried to catch up. In this way, the group entered the interior of the TV tower. Most of the floor-to-ceiling windows on all four sides had already been broken for various reasons. The hall was also in a dilapidated state, with all kinds of dirt all over the floor. There were even countless shells and deep pits left by the explosion of shells. When the zombies first broke out, we had our people and attacked here together, but unfortunately we failed. The female man explained. The group continued to walk inside, and soon under the guidance of the female man, they came to the basement and found a secret elevator that led to the underground. The female man thought that the elevator would be out of power, but who knew that the elevator was in good condition, as if it was running normally not long ago. During this process, several people also encountered one or two heavy zombies in the basement, who seemed to be pretending not to exist in the corner. They should have been ordered by the zombie king to hide. But if they were discovered by Lin Xu, it would be embarrassing. Lin Xu slapped them with 2 slaps and smashed them. It was as if the heavy zombies that could fight Tuanka head-on were made of paper, which made the female man doubt his life for a while. Wait a minute, although the elevator is intact, you can't take the elevator, in case you get trapped. The female man looked at the open elevator door, but wanted to stop several people from entering. It's okay, even in the center of the earth, we can't be trapped. Lin Xu waved his hand indifferently and rushed in first. Lin Xu followed closely, and Miss Qiu followed Lin Xu. The expression on the female man's face changed, but Liz was more calm and followed him in. She had come here and there was no turning back. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. So the female man sighed and followed him in. Just like that, the elevator started and went down. The female man looked nervous, but fortunately, nothing unexpected happened along the way. The elevator went straight down for hundreds of meters and finally slowly stabilized. But before the elevator door opened, several people heard fierce gunshots coming from outside. Da-da-da, bang bang bang. It was like a fierce exchange of fire. Then the elevator door opened, and a wide underground square appeared in everyone's sight. The square was surrounded by white light, and instruments stood on it. Looking at the large number of creatures inside, it seemed that some kind of experiment was being carried out. In the distance, there was a team of fully armed soldiers, who were shooting at various zombie creatures behind them while running towards the stairs near the elevator. Just then, this team of more than a dozen soldiers saw the elevator open and Lin Xu and his group walking out of the elevator. After being stunned for a moment, they immediately pointed their guns at Lin Xu and others, shouting, "Raise your hands." Obviously, Lin Xu and his group's behavior of using the elevator openly was regarded as people from this underground base. Humph! Miss Qiu snorted coldly. The next moment, the guns in the hands of these soldiers seemed to be attracted by a strong magnet, and flew out in the blink of an eye, and were squeezed directly above the heads of Lin Xu and others into a large iron ball. During this period, the ammunition exploded due to the squeezing, but it was isolated inside, and the explosion did not extend at all. In the end, there was only an iron ball made of guns, which rolled to the ground, looking at the team of soldiers in amazement. At the same time, flashes of lightning flashed from Miss Qiu's hands. In the blink of an eye, all kinds of zombies chasing the soldiers were cut into pieces by the lightning in Miss Qiu's hands and scattered on the ground. Some were still trying to crawl, but because they lost their hands and feet, they could no longer get up. "Who are you?" the person who was suspected to be the captain asked in doubt. He had already seen that these people did not seem to be the people behind the Doomsday headquarters they had sneaked into, but they were not ordinary people. The female man opened her mouth to say something, but in the end she found that she didn't seem to know who these people were. So she looked at Lin Xu and others, but she didn't expect that Lin Xu and others had no intention of answering at all, but directly passed through the soldiers and continued to walk into the interior of this base. It was just that when passing by, Liu said something. "People who have nothing to do with you, you can go out of the elevator." The captain wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't know what to say. Just watching Lin Xu and others, he went all the way into the place where they had just been driven out. So he gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. He reached out and pulled out the only remaining pistol from his leg and followed. The rest of the team looked at each other, took out their remaining weapons and followed. They all knew the importance of their mission this time. It was a mission involving the survival of the world. This world was waiting for them to save it, so they couldn't give up easily. Even if there was a last glimmer of hope, they had to try. Lin Xu ignored the soldiers who followed behind. The group walked through the spacious hall and entered the only corridor. They walked forward for a long time. During this time, there were countless rooms on both sides of the corridor, each of which was blocked by a heavy steel door, but it couldn't stop Miss Qiu. Just a slight sword energy cut the door open. Behind the door were laboratories, but now these laboratories were empty. Until everyone came to a big door, opened the door and another hall appeared in front of them. At the same time, there was also the existence in the center of the hall. That huge dragon-shaped creature that was several stories high, with 3 heads and huge wings. This dragon-shaped creature looked like a western dragon, with a red body, like a tissue organ that had been peeled off and only muscle texture was left. Some parts of its body were still crawling with tentacles, sucking the flesh and blood of several heavy zombies not far away and turning them into its own flesh and blood. That's right, this should be a biochemical dragon formed after the evolution of a zombie. The moment she saw the biochemical dragon, the female man's hands began to tremble slightly. It was a fear that came from genetic instinct, as if the creature in front of her was genetically suppressing her. In addition to the female man, Liz had already sat on the ground, speechless from fear. She now regretted nothing but regret that she shouldn't have followed these psychics. This time, she was dead. As for the well-trained soldiers, the situation was a little better, but it was about the same as the female man. At most, they could barely hold a pistol in their hands. Wow, this big lizard is so ugly. It was Nanzu who sighed at the first time. Foolish mortals, how can you understand the invincible figure that God has given me? The biochemical dragon in the center of the hall seemed to have heard Nanzu's words, and spoke with arrogance. And in its voice, it seemed to be mixed with the voices of countless people, as if men, women, old and young spoke at the same time, with various accents. It would feel awkward to hear. Can't you speak properly? You are already ugly, and your words are still unpleasant. Nanzu frowned, feeling like hearing noise. Humph, let me show you this perfect body that God has given me. The biochemical dragon completely ignored Nanzu's complaints, just as the strong will not care about the barking of the weak. In its view, these few weak mortals in front of it at this time are nothing more than mortals who have mastered a little supernatural power by chance and have become inflated beyond measure. But it doesn't matter, it will give these mortals the shock of the real gods. As he was speaking, the biochemical dragon had already raised one of its 3 dragon heads, and towards where Lin Xu and the others were hiding, it blew out a flame that was strong enough to melt steel. However, before it could reach Lin Xu and the others, it was blocked by a transparent barrier. You just kept talking about the gods, and you said that the gods gave you this body? So is this Doomsday the masterpiece of that god? Lin Xu asked slowly behind the barrier. The end of the world? You call it the end of the world? This is clearly the rebirth of the world. But you are right in saying that this is a masterpiece. This new world is the masterpiece of the gods. Praise the great gods. When it comes to things related to gods, the 3-headed dragon immediately became emotional. Then can you introduce the gods you are talking about? Lin Xu continued to ask. He wanted to judge whether this so-called god was the Apocalypse clan. Of course, my great lord, the god of Death Apple, he spreads death in the universe. Wherever he goes, only death is eternal, and a few lucky people like me will be blessed by the Lord and gain eternal life. Of course, you are also one of the lucky ones, because you have also obtained the power of my Lord's blessing. So come and throw yourself into the arms of the Lord, and I will forgive everything you have done before. The three-headed dragon shouted the name of the god of death Apple, like the most fanatical believer. Apple? Can you get in touch with him directly? I want to see him. Lin Xu made a request that exposed the three biochemical dragons in an instant. You humble ants, dare to ask to see the gods? You are not qualified. Go to hell. The angry biochemical dragon rushed over. The three dragon heads spewed out different breaths, bombarding the weak transparent barrier in front of the people. Liz screamed immediately. In her opinion, she and her people were really dead this time. Even the female man and a group of soldiers felt that there was no hope. But who knew that the seemingly weak transparent barrier seemed to be indestructible? The breath of the three dragon heads, plus the overwhelming impact of the biochemical dragon, were actually blocked outside. Even the whole body of the biochemical dragon was in a state like hitting tempered glass. The whole dragon body was attached to the transparent barrier, which was as funny as it could be. Master, I found relevant information about the god of death Apple from the base database. Just then, Zhenzing's voice came. Lin Xu nodded and said, kill it, it's useless. So the next moment, Miss Qiu had raised her hand. At this time, the biochemical dragon, which was completely blocked by the transparent barrier, had realized that something was wrong. It struggled hard to smash the transparent barrier in front of it, but it had no way. No, I am the follower of the great god of death Apple, how could I fall here? The biochemical dragon roared, and found that it had used up its greatest strength and was still powerless against the transparent barrier, so it turned and fled to the passage behind. It's a pity that it didn't fly far. Miss Qiu's raised palm was clenched. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 194, The Gamble Between God and Humanity. The roaring noises continued, and the three heads of the bio-dragon that turned and fled exploded one after another, and then the whole body exploded into pieces. Lu Yao just stretched out her hand and shouted. Leave the body, I want to dissect it. But it was too late. Only the twisted fragments of the bio-dragon body were left on the ground, and the vitality was amazing and they wanted to gather together. But it was in vain. In the end, he could only squat on the ground with a look of pity, and pulled out a wooden stick from somewhere, poking a few pieces of meat that he wanted to gather together. What's the use of dissecting this? Everyone knows that it is driven by the apocalypse element. Nance, who no longer understood Lu Yao's brain that was increasingly like Frankenstein. It's different. You see, the zombies before were completely rotten, and they were completely driven by the apocalypse element. But these obviously still have flesh and blood to supply bioenergy. In this case, does the apocalypse element play a supporting role, or is bioenergy the supporting role? Lu Yao squatted on the ground, studying the wriggling pieces of meat seriously. Nance, who decided to ignore her. Is this the end? The female man was still a little bit unconvinced. She also wanted to go over and see the meat still squirming on the ground. Only then did she realize that both of her legs had been tightly hugged by the frightened Liz. I survived. Liz, with snot and tears, was full of joy. Just when she wanted to rub her snot on the legs of the female man who was holding her, she was directly thrown away by the female man. Several soldiers not far away quietly took out some test tubes and other things from their backpacks and collected some of the squirming meat on the ground. Captain, is this the sample that scientists need? A soldier asked in a low voice. Yes, but will it really be useful? After listening to the conversation between the three biochemical dragons and Lin Xu, the captain had doubts about whether scientists could study the antiviral serum of biochemical viruses. Because if it is true that according to what the biochemical dragon said, all this comes from the so-called gods, not biochemical technology, then there is naturally no way to talk about antiviral serum. The soldiers and the female man had different thoughts. Lin Xu's consciousness has received the information about the god of death Apple that was just found in the database of this base, which was transmitted by Hengxing. There are all kinds of flattering words and praises about the god of death on it, which can be ignored. The most important thing is the slight truth revealed in various records rich in religious meanings. The god of death came from the starry sky, and those demons who call themselves humans block the way of the gods. Nance, who was also looking at this information in his consciousness, and his eyes widened as he looked at it. What the hell? Why do humans here also become demons? Nance, who asked, puzzled. So the god of death is the Apocalypse clan that left the river system in the dimensional reduction channel? He came to this river system and brought the information about humans being demons. Miss Qiu guessed. If you consider the apocalypse element, it is very likely But I still don't understand why the Apocalypse clan wants to be the god of death? And spread the apocalypse element to turn intelligent life into zombies. Liu Yao expressed confusion. The ignorant demons and humans don't understand the greatness of the gods at all, so they challenged the gods and wanted to gamble with them. Nansu continued to look at the information. Gamble? Is it a bet between the apocalypse and humans? What kind of bet is it? Liu Yao continued to read on curiously. The gods gave mortals an immortal body and blessed them with immortality. However, mortals were bewitched by the demons. The demons tempted mortals with science and told them that the power of the gods was easily within the reach of mortals, so the bewitched mortals stopped believing in the gods. From then on, mortals fell and no longer had immortality. It's sad and lamentable. Don't believe in science but believe in gods. These three views are all distorted, right? Nansu couldn't believe it. You can't reason with fanatics. Some people just regard religion as a spiritual sustenance, but some people are really crazy and think that others are crazy. Liu Yao shrugged. So according to the records in these materials, the bet between the Apocalypse clan and humans back then was that the Apocalypse clan would grant mortals eternal life, and humans would teach mortals science, and finally see which side mortals would choose. Nansu thought for a while and concluded. It always feels not that simple. Liu Yao shook her head and said. There are many places that cannot be explained, it is indeed not that simple. Lin Xu nodded in agreement. Not far away, the soldiers who watched Lin Xu and others standing there motionless did not know that Lin Xu and others were communicating and reading materials in their consciousness. Seeing that Lin Xu and others did not move, the captain gritted his teeth and walked over tentatively. Is there something wrong? Lin Xu was startled and looked at the other party. Do we still need to move forward? The captain asked tentatively. Move forward, there is nothing valuable ahead. Lin Xu shook his head. After Xing had occupied the database in this base, there was indeed nothing in the entire base that Lin Xu was interested in. In other words, at this moment, the control program of the entire base was already under the control of Lin Xu. What else is there in the base? He is probably now more clear than the original builder of the base. Of course, there should be a lot of valuable things for you. Just go in directly. Lin Xu gestured while speaking. At the same time, the door at the end of the hall, which was originally closed, opened with a clang. The sound of clang 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 continued to ring, and all the doors that were originally locked around the hall opened. Even the floor of the hall suddenly collapsed, and a road leading to the underground appeared. This Xing controlled the base and opened all the passages used. Thank you, thank you. The captain swallowed his saliva with some difficulty. He didn't know what happened, but instinctively felt that it should be a very big deal. Don't worry, there is no danger behind, even if there is, you can handle it, go. Lin Xu waved his hand. So the captain saluted, and a group of soldiers rushed to the depths of the base. They still had their own tasks. Although they didn't know whether the samples they collected could be made into antiviral serum, they had to complete the mission now that it had not been cancelled. Let's go to the next place. Lin Xu looked at the disappeared soldiers and turned around and said. Miss Qiu, Nansu, Miss Qiu and Liu Yao followed. The female man also looked at the disappeared soldiers, and finally turned around to catch up with Lin Xu and others. Liz, who was slumped on the ground, also hesitated for a moment, but finally struggled to catch up. In this way, the group took the elevator again and returned to the TV tower. Lin Xu looked up, and Miss Qiu beside him understood. He raised his hand and a sky full of tiny sword energy surged out, disappearing in the TV tower in the blink of an eye. Lin Xu nodded, and a sword light enveloped everyone and disappeared into the horizon. In the TV tower, thousands of heavy zombies hiding in the body had all been crushed by a tiny sword energy, and even the apocalypse element could not support their actions. The zombie king who restrained countless heavy zombies to hide also slumped on his throne, made of countless bones. There seemed to be only a small wound on the surface of his body, but in fact, the inside of his body had been crushed by the sword energy. At this time, Lin Xu and others had been carried by the sword energy across an entire continent and came to another continent across the sea. According to the information obtained from the previous base, after the zombie outbreak, the Pope of the God of Death Apple established a heaven on earth for the God of Death. Countless church leaders who believed in the God of Death and obtained eternal bodies after the zombie outbreak all gathered here. This is also the purpose of Lin Xu's coming here. Among these church leaders, there must be information about the God of Death Apple that is not on the database. This is it. Miss Qiu said as she looked at the peaceful scene in the city below. There is no zombie outbreak here? Did they say that the whole world is fallen? How is this possible? Liz looked at the city below that was still operating normally, with an incredible look on her face. Is this a shelter? But the shelter mentioned on the radio is not like this. The female man was also puzzled. In the half-month they hid in the basement before, the only thing they could do was to listen to various radio broadcasts and know some of the conditions of the shelter. How could there be a shelter that looks no different from before the zombie outbreak? And after a closer look, the female man suddenly found that those seemingly normal people on the street, who were walking, taking the bus, or even taking a taxi, were actually a little abnormal. Their skin was a little abnormally pale. That's right, this is not a shelter, but a paradise on Earth for zombies, because those seemingly normal pedestrians you see are actually zombies, but they are zombies with self-awareness. Lin Xu kindly explained to them. Self-aware zombies? Can zombies have self-awareness? Liz's eyes widened. Of course, and not only do they have self-awareness, but they can also live forever in theory. Lin Xu said with a smile. Immortal? Really? Liz was shocked. She admitted that she was a little envious at this moment. After all, who cannot want immortality? Do you think this is a good thing? Lin Xu asked back. Isn't it a good thing? Liz expressed her confusion weakly. Yes, maybe it's a good thing, and they don't know hunger, they don't need to eat or drink water to live forever. Lin Xu nodded and said. You can survive without eating? Just like those zombies. Liz's eyes widened, as if there was such a good thing. The female man found the blind spot. If that's the case, why are they still so busy? Yes, since there is no need to survive, and they can survive without eating or drinking, then what are the people in this zombie city still busy about? Looking at their hurried steps, it seems that there is no difference from the social animals in the previous city. Don't you think that they are the best employees who can create the most value without eating or drinking, or even sleeping? Otherwise, where do you think the funds supporting the god of death come from? Lin Xu said with a smile. So, becoming an immortal with consciousness only allows them to be exploited better? Isn't it okay not to accept exploitation? The female man frowned. Of course, but if you don't want to work, the body will be useless, right? Only an empty skull that can host consciousness is left, sealed in a sealed jar and thrown into the seabed. That would probably be a more terrifying experience than death. Lin Xu said with a smile. When she imagined that scene, she was immortal, but could not see or touch anything, and her consciousness was always dark. She could only be imprisoned forever. Even Liz, who longed for immortality, shuddered. This is too scary. What's the point of such immortality? It's just becoming an eternal slave. The female man felt bad for the zombies with consciousness below. Yes, but this is indeed the heaven on earth for those church leaders. It has employees who are never tired and don't need to be paid much. Isn't it heaven? Lin Xu said with a smile. While speaking, the swordlight had already landed on the tallest tower in the center of the city. The latest novels are published on the 6th-9th book bar. The conscious zombies on the ground, like worker ants, also noticed the swordlight that fell from the sky. Some of them looked up and whispered. The face with little flesh after rotting looked scary, but most of them were deeply exhausted from living a life worse than death. Hello, people who have come from afar, you are so fast. On the top of the tower, a man wearing complicated sacrificial robes greeted Lin Xu and others with an exaggerated expression. It was as if they had known about the arrival of Lin Xu and others and were waiting here. Did you know we were coming? Lin Xu asked directly. Of course, the great god of death is omnipotent. He has foreseen your arrival. The man said with a mysterious face and a charlatan look. It was through the monitor outside the previous base that we saw us flying here. Lin Xu directly exposed it. That is also the will of the gods. The charlatan said calmly, without any embarrassment, as if it was really as he said. Of course, he didn't say that they didn't expect Lin Xu and others to fly so fast. This is also one of the reasons why they are friendly now. After all, these people whose origins are unknown seem to be quite powerful. So let's be gentle first and see if we can accept them as dogs. Please come in, the Grand Pope is waiting for you. The charlatan raised his hand to signal. The bone shape on the face of the charlatan is clearly visible, and only a layer of purple membrane covers his face, so no matter how he makes a joyful welcome expression, there is a deep sense of gloom. Obviously, this charlatan has also become a zombie, but he is a little more advanced. Not only does he have self-awareness, but his body has not decayed. The other lower-level welcoming staff following behind this charlatan are also wrapped in purple membranes. Lin Xu and his companions followed him and walked into the interior of the tower, surrounded by many welcoming staff. Finally, in the center of the tower, they saw the so-called Grand Pope sitting on a high platform, and the high-level members of the Church of the God of Death standing around the Grand Pope. These people looked at Lin Xu and others below with curiosity, contempt, or unclear eyes. "Your Excellency the Archbishop, the convert has been brought here." The charlatan bowed deeply and saluted the Archbishop and a group of high-ranking officials on the high platform. "Convert? What the hell?" Lin Xu was stunned. The Archbishop on the high platform just nodded, and the charlatan immediately stepped aside. The Archbishop then spoke. "Mortals, you have all kinds of magical powers after the end of the world under the care of the God of Death. These powers have given you many fantasies, thinking that you are invincible and that you are high above. But mortals, you are just mortals after all. These powers are given to you by the gods, and the gods can naturally take them back. Whether you can successfully convert is the test of the gods for you. If you refuse this test, then the gods will also take back the gifts to you, and you will lose all your power and return to being ordinary again." The Archbishop on the high platform looked down at Lin Xu and others. It was as if what he said represented the judgment of the gods on Lin Xu and others. "You mean, if we refuse to convert, we will lose our power?" Lin Xu tilted her head and looked at the Archbishop above. She was really curious now. Did the Archbishop really think so, or was he just fooling people? Naturally, so whether to accept the test of conversion is up to you. Make a decision, mortal. The patience of the gods is limited. The Archbishop's voice echoed in the tower, accompanied by the same condescending eyes of the countless high-ranking people standing around him. An invisible pressure was pressed on Lin Xu and others below. Well, this is the feeling of the Archbishop and others. In fact, Lin Xu and others really didn't feel any pressure. Instead, the female man and Liz couldn't stand it again. Liz collapsed on the ground again, hugged the female man's thigh, and once again regretted that she shouldn't follow Lin Xu and others. "I have a few questions and want to ask first." Lin Xu pondered for a moment and decided to get some information first. "Mortal, it's not your turn to ask questions here." The Archbishop's voice became low. At the same time, the high-ranking officials standing beside the Archbishop also glared at Lin Xu, just like the angry King Kong beside the Buddha, as if they were going to rush down and tear Lin Xu into pieces. There were even several high-ranking officials who, while roaring, quickly expanded their bodies, bursting through their clothes in the blink of an eye, and became beings of various shapes, such as giant apes and giant pythons. They stared at Lin Xu and his men below with cold eyes, as if they were going to rush down and swallow them directly. It seems that there is no room for negotiation. Lin Xu sighed. Since there is no room for negotiation, we can only fight first and then talk. At this time, Lin Xu took a step forward and spoke. "I have another choice. How about you convert to us?" "What did you say?" A high-ranking official beside the Archbishop thought he had heard it wrong. "You convert to us, otherwise you will lose your power." Lin Xu repeated his words again, and even added annotations. As a result, the Archbishop's expression became completely ugly, and he was even too lazy to talk to Lin Xu. "Ha ha 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 ha, this is really the funniest joke I have ever heard. I will convert to you, otherwise I will lose my power." The high-ranking official who turned into a giant python laughed wildly. "You arrogant blasphemer, accept the judgment." The high-ranking official who turned into a giant ape jumped directly from the high platform and rushed towards Lin Xu and others. "Not only did you refuse to convert, you even wanted to attack us. I sentence you to deprive you of all your power." Lin Xu looked at the giant ape in the air and said pretentiously. In an instant, a large number of nanorobots poured into the giant ape's body, and had a fierce conflict with the apocalypse elements in the giant ape's body. The giant ape obviously only had very low authority over the apocalypse elements, while Lin Xu had intermediate authority over the nanorobots. So under the expulsion of the nanorobots controlled by Lin Xu, the apocalypse elements in the giant ape's body were expelled from the body in almost a blink of an eye. Then the giant ape that pounced from midair, after Lin Xu announced that he would deprive him of his power, his body visibly shrank rapidly. Almost in the blink of an eye, he returned to the body of a normal person, and looked haggard, because after losing the support of the apocalypse elements in his body, biological energy alone could no longer maintain his body. But it didn't matter anymore, because the next moment, his whole body fell heavily on the ground, and with a snap, He fell into a pile of corpses. In an instant, the entire tower was silent. Whether it was the Pope and a group of high-ranking officials on the high platform, or the charlatans and a group of servants not far from Lin Xu and others, everyone's eyes were all in doubt. Did you see it? This is the fate of blaspheming our Lord Lin Xu. Don't you convert? Otherwise, you will be deprived of all your power. Lin Xu had a playful smile on his lips, and did not hide the ridicule and malice in his tone. Fake. This is fake. Our Church of the God of Death is the closest to God. How could we be deprived of the power of eternal life? You blasphemers, die for me. A high-ranking official who seemed to really believe in it transformed directly on the high platform and then rushed to the bottom of the high platform. However, in the same way, while still in midair, the apocalypse elements in the whole body were expelled, and he instantly turned back into an ordinary person, fell to the ground with a plop, and went to accompany the one who just died. So this time, even the Pope on the high platform, who was just barely maintaining his posture, couldn't hold it anymore. The whole body was shaking slightly. He didn't understand what was going on. He was obviously the Grand Pope, and he should be the one favored by the God of Death. But why would the people who attacked them be deprived of their power by the gods? This is unscientific. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 195 Charge for the Glory of Mankind. Lin Xu did not expect that Lin Xu's sudden inspiration would actually scare the group of believers on the opposite side. This is good, maybe he can get the information he wants better. Now, can you answer my question? Lin Xu looked at Lin Xu with appreciation, and then spoke again. Please speak. The Pope on the high platform did not dare to scold him this time. Although he still maintained his calmness on the surface, he was actually panicking. I want to know about the God of Death apple. Can you get in touch with him directly? Lin Xu asked this question again. Contact? Of course we have contact with the gods. The Pope immediately raised his head proudly again. Oh? Then contact him now, I want to see him. Lin Xu's eyes lit up. This, contact with the gods, of course, cannot be done anytime and anywhere, and it has always been just us receiving the will of the gods. How can we talk to the gods? The Pope did not expect that Lin Xu actually wanted to meet the gods. How could he do this? Can only receive the will transmitted by the gods? Can't talk to the gods? What kind of connection is this? Lin Xu frowned. The Archpontiff opened his mouth to say something, but he didn't know what to say. The connection between mortals and gods has always been like this. Mortals still want to talk to gods like normal chats? How is that possible? It is already a great honor for mortals to be able to receive the will of gods. For example, now in the entire church, he is the only one who can receive the will of gods. Otherwise, how can he become the Archpontiff? What are the wills of gods you are talking about? Lin Xu continued to ask. It is a gift from the gods. It records how mortals can live forever. The Archpontiff replied. Is it the method for you to turn the people of the whole world into zombies? Lin Xu understood. It turned out that this Archpontiff used the apocalypse element to turn the world into zombies by receiving broadcasts. I just don't know how large the range of this broadcast is. This is a gift from the gods, not zombies. The Archpontiff wanted to argue a few more words. But after being glared at by Lin Xu, he was instantly silenced. Then how did you receive this broadcast? No, this will. Where was the will you received before? Lin Xu continued to ask. The will of God can only be received by me as the Grand Pope. As for the previous wills, except for some secrets, they are all stored in the database. The Grand Pope seemed to have regained some confidence. After all, he was the only one in the world who could get in touch with God, although it was a one-way connection to receive information. And just at this time, Zhengxing's report came again. Zhengxing had successfully obtained all the information in the main control value database in this tower, and even the secrets hidden by the Grand Pope were turned out by Zhengxing. Master, most of the information in the database is the information that has been obtained in the previous base, and the secrets are the methods of realizing the zombieization of organisms. At the same time, according to the confidential information, the will of God appears every 3 years. The last time it appeared was 3 years ago. The time for the next appearance is theoretically approaching. Zhengxing reported. Lin Xu nodded. So everything in this world is the result of the guy who called himself the Grand Pope in front of him receiving the broadcast from the apocalypse in the universe, and then following the method of the God of Death creating undead zombies in the broadcast, the whole world was turned into zombies. So now the question is, Why did the apocalypse spread such a broadcast? They are not that bored. You said that only you can receive the will. How did you receive it? Is there any special instrument? Lin Xu asked the last question he wanted to know. No, no instrument is needed. Every 3 years, the voice of God will sound in my mind, because I am the chosen one, the one chosen by God. The Grand Pope suddenly became fanatical. It was as if being chosen by God gave him infinite courage. The Grand Pope, who was a little afraid to look at Lin Xu below, actually mustered up the courage and looked at Lin Xu below. However, Lin Xu just nodded and didn't care about his courage. It seems that there is some special mechanism, but it doesn't matter. The farce here should end. As Lin Xu finished speaking, he slowly floated up and headed for the highest point of the tower. Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao, along with a female man and Liz, followed Lin Xu a little below and flew upward together. Until Lin Xu flew directly out of the tower and came to the sky above the city composed of zombies. And watching Lin Xu and others fly out of the tower all the way and fly to the top of the tower. Some of the high-level people on the high platform of the tower seemed to have finally been relieved from the pressure just now and breathed a sigh of relief. However, many high-level people, including the Pope, felt that something was wrong and it should not end like this. Sure enough, as Lin Xu came to the sky above the city, he slowly stretched out a hand. In an instant, a large number of nanorobots poured into this world that had been eroded by zombies from the open space behind Lin Xu. A large number of nanorobots poured into the city below and expelled all the apocalypse elements in the bodies of all zombies. As the apocalypse elements were expelled from the zombies' bodies, these zombies, which were originally still active, fell to the ground one by one. They seemed to have a premonition that real death was about to come, and countless zombies showed a relaxed look on their faces. They should have died. It was better to die than to live like this. But compared to these ordinary zombies, the zombie ruling class in the tower didn't think so. No, 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 don't leave me, don't. This is the power given to me by God. You can't take it away, you can't take it away. The high-level zombies wrapped in purple membranes felt as if their bodies had lost their vitality in an instant as the apocalypse elements in their bodies were expelled, and they fell to the ground one by one. They were different from the lower-level zombies who completely relied on the apocalypse elements to drive their bodies. The lower-level zombies died peacefully directly after the apocalypse elements in their bodies were expelled. However, their bodies still have some biological energy-driven mechanisms, which means that even if they lose the apocalypse element, they will not die for a while, but they can't move normally. They can only lie on the ground stiffly like a paralyzed patient, shouting and screaming. Some of them tried to transform and escape in another form, but as the apocalypse element in their bodies was expelled, the huge figure fell from the high platform, restored its human form in midair, and then fell to the ground and died directly. The Pope, who was sitting high on the seat, also felt a complete loss of the power given by the gods in his body. God, forgive me, God. At this moment, he placed all his hopes on the gods, but unfortunately the gods did not respond to him. With a complete loss of the apocalypse element in his body, the Pope also collapsed on his seat and became a complete waste. Soon, there was no living person in the whole city. Only the original high-level people in the tower were still alive, but they were all useless. If no one rescued them, they would probably starve to death. And it was obvious that there was no one who could save them. Lin Xu, who was in midair, didn't even look at the tower below. In his eyes, the fate of those people had already been determined. Because of their own desires, they turned a world into hell of the living dead, and this was the punishment they deserved. A large number of nanorobots were still pouring into this world. At the same time, a large number of expelled apocalypse elements were gathered on Lin Xu's palm under the work of the nanorobots. Not only the city below, the nanorobots rushed to every corner of this world, expelling the apocalypse elements from the bodies of countless zombies in the world, and then gathered the apocalypse elements into Lin Xu's palm. So, in countless cities, people who were chased by zombies in hidden alleys, underground, and high-rise buildings, struggling desperately, saw zombies suddenly fall to the ground without any warning and completely lost their voices. Outside the ruined settlement, all kinds of zombie creatures were attacking the settlement. There were huge zombie dragons, zombie bears whose half-bodies were skeletons, zombie dogs everywhere, and countless strange zombies. Facing the artillery fire of the settlement, they rushed towards the settlement. Seeing that the settlement was in danger, the people trapped in the settlement had nowhere to escape. They could only pray in despair. Then suddenly, like wheat blown down by the wind in a rice field, zombies fell down one by one. They never got up again. The zombies of the whole world were like being forced to shut down. They all turned from zombies that could move into real corpses. With the help of Lin Xu, the female man standing in the air, and Liz, who was still holding the female man's thigh, looked at the large number of zombies in the zombie city below. As something gathered in Lin Xu's palm, they all fell to the ground. Looking at the infinite distance, that kind of thing was still gathering in Lin Xu's palm. What are you doing? The female man seemed to realize something, but was not sure. Well, it can be considered as saving the world. Lin Xu thought for a while and replied. According to the records of confidential information, the original sacred elements on this planet, that is, the apocalypse elements, were summoned from the depths of the universe by the Archbishop according to the voice of the will of God. And at first, there were only 2 sacred elements less than the size of atoms, which were launched across the sea of stars to this planet. All these apocalypse elements were then self-replicated by the 2 apocalypse elements. The apocalypse elements created by the apocalypse tribe, imitating human nanorobots, naturally have a self-replication mechanism similar to that of nanorobots. And Lin Xu collected apocalypse elements from the world on such a large scale. In addition to saving the world, he also wanted to find the 2 original apocalypse elements. See if he can find something from them. Finally, Lin Xu's eyes lit up. Found it. Zhangxing, I'll leave it to you. As you wish. The portable space opened, and Zhangxing took away the 2 original apocalypse elements that Lin Xu found that were first launched to this planet. Then it was time for Zhangxing's scientific research. And Lin Xu also had one more in his hand, which was a pure sphere the size of a basketball after gathering the apocalypse elements from countless zombies in the world. It looked small, but it was enough to drive the zombies on the entire planet to move. After all, this world originally did not have apocalypse elements. It was not the kind of world where apocalypse elements or nanorobots were scattered in the air. After thinking about it, Lin Xu threw the sphere of apocalypse elements into the portable space. Speaking of this portable space, it is now more and more like Lin Xu's garbage station. Any garbage that is not suitable to be placed outside is thrown in. Lin Xu is considering whether to set up a special garbage disposal area in the portable space. So, the world is saved, right? The female man murmured to herself. Yes, it is saved, but even if it is saved, it will only be a ruin. Lin Xu nodded. The latest novels are first published on 69shu.com. It doesn't matter, it's nothing more than reconstruction. Although I don't know who you are, I still want to thank you. The female man has already noticed that the identities of Lin Xu and others seem to be very unusual. It is even possible that they are not from this world. After all, many of the conversations that Lin Xu and others had along the way were not hidden from her. Especially the previous conversation with the Archbishop, she learned a lot of the truth. You're polite, everything is over, do you need to send you back? Lin Xu asked. No, just let us go here. I don't want to let those high-level members of the Church of the God of Death go so easily. A cold light flashed in the female man's eyes. Okay. Lin Xu nodded. Just like that, the female man and Liz, who was always holding the female man's thigh, were let down, and even directly placed on the high tower. As for Liz's opinion, no one asked her during the whole process. In Lin Xu's eyes, she was now a female man's personal accessory. Then, the Skylark, which had always been hidden beside Lin Xu and others, emerged. Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Miss Qiu, Lu Yao, and the others returned to the Skylark. On the top of the tower, as her feet landed on the ground, Liz was finally not so scared. She looked up at the Skylark in the sky, and then disappeared at the end of the sky in the blink of an eye. Who are they? Who knows, maybe some space knight passing by, saving the world by the way. The female man smiled and said. While the two were talking, the Skylark had arrived at the edge of the galaxy at a speed of 10,000 times the speed of light in the blink of an eye. Lord Lin Xu, where are we going next? Nanzhu asked. Where to go? It depends on whether Zhangxing can find anything. While Lin Xu was talking, Zhangxing's report also arrived. Master, based on the data extracted from the 2 original apocalypse elements, we have found the direction from which they were launched, but we cannot determine the exact launch location. It's good to have a direction. We will find it if we follow this direction. Lin Xu nodded with satisfaction. Then a space jump channel appeared in front of the Skylark. Without any preparation, It started to jump directly and arrived 100 light-years away in the blink of an eye. Then the Skylark stopped for a moment, using hyperspace radar and quantum radar for reconnaissance, and at the same time dispatched various reconnaissance facilities to detect the surrounding star fields. Without any discovery, it continued to jump. Each time, it only jumped about 100 light-years, and did not make long-distance jumps, just to avoid missing the location where the apocalypse elements were launched. Master Lin Xu, what you said in the church's information before, the bet between the Apocalypse clan and humans, is it true? Lin Xu still couldn't figure this out. This kind of bet seems very boring to me now, but humans at that time had not yet upgraded their dimensions, and the Apocalypse clan at that time was not completely surpassed by humans like now, and they had no temper in front of humans, so is it true? Lin Xu was also very confused, which was why he was looking for the launch site of the Apocalypse elements. He wanted to figure it out. What happened between humans and the Apocalypse clan in this galaxy back then? Lord Lin Xu, the galaxy had discovered that the Apocalypse elements and nanorbits had a violent conflict reaction. At this moment, Zhengxing's voice interrupted at the right time. Apocalypse elements and nanorbits had a violent conflict reaction? What's going on? Lin Xu's eyes widened instantly. She was most interested in this kind of excitement. Then, at Lin Xu's signal, Zhengxing directly projected the scene on a terrestrial planet in the galaxy ahead in the cockpit with a holographic projection, just like last time. But this time, this planet did not look as intact as the previous planet. As soon as the entire planet appeared in the sight of Lin Xu and others, it was a bare planet with yellow sand all over the sky. The remains of cities on the planet were buried in the yellow sand, and the skyscrapers were completely eroded by the wind and sand. These skyscrapers look like they have not been weathered for a long time. Were the cities built in the desert from the beginning, or were the original cities swallowed by the desert? Lin Xu asked curiously. It was the city that was swallowed by the desert, and not just one city, but all the cities, mountains and rivers in the entire world were swallowed by the desert. Miss Qiu said after checking the remains of several cities. Where there should have been rushing rivers, there are now only drier riverbeds. On the mountains that should have been forests, there are now only weathered rocks and yellow sand. Even the ocean is empty and completely silent. Wait, it's not silent. As the planet rotated, Lin Xu and others finally saw traces of activity on the other side of the planet. But the traces were not left by living creatures. They were left by the living dead, or like the previous planet, by endless living dead and all kinds of weird zombies. The mighty zombie army was tirelessly walking in the yellow sand, attacking a steel base. Is this the extreme consequence of the whole world being swallowed by zombies? If it weren't for us, the last planet would have been swallowed by the yellow sand in the end. Lin Xu was surprised. Shouldn't the key now be the fleet of those guys who are slaughtering zombies? Liu Yao pointed to a fleet of more than a dozen space battleships floating above the planet, which were 10,000 meters long. That's right, the steel base that the zombies are attacking at this moment was not built by the natives of this planet. Or it can be said that the natives of this planet may have died as early as when the zombies were rampant, and became one of the zombies. The battle that is taking place is a battle between this fleet that came from nowhere in space, which has set up steel bases on the ground and is hunting zombies. As the holographic projection magnified the close-up picture of the battle, Lin Xu first heard a sturdy man wearing a power armor and leading a whole power armor team, while he shoved the chainsaw sword in his hand into the ass of a biochemical dragon in front of him, crushing its internal organs, and shouted, "For the glory of mankind, destroy these lackeys of the evil god." So, the power armor team behind him also shouted, "For the glory of mankind, charge." While waving the chainsaw sword, they rushed into the huge team of biochemical dragons. The electromagnetic heavy machine guns on the shoulders of the power armor kept firing, and small nuclear missiles were continuously launched. The sturdy men of the power armor team, with the chainsaw swords in their hands, kept tearing open the heavy purple-blue membrane of the biochemical dragon, and some even drilled directly into the body of the biochemical dragon, and then crushed everything in the dragon's body, and then used the chainsaw sword to cut a membrane on the other side and rushed out. There are countless such power mecha teams, crisscrossing the battlefield, cooperating with the overwhelming bombing fleet in the sky. They are like precision machines hunting zombies, working closely together to eliminate the zombies on this planet bit by bit. For the glory of mankind, kill these dogs of evil gods. Looking at the bloody and violent scenes on the screen, Lin Xu suddenly felt familiar. Do you think this chainsaw sword is a bit like the one used in a certain game? Lin Xu said. It's not a question of whether it looks like it or not, you should say it is, so this is probably another bad taste of you humans, right? Liu Yao complained. Ahem, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Xu pretended to cough twice to clear himself. However, they did use nanorbits, so is this a conflict between zombies using apocalypse elements and interstellar fleets using nanorbits? Nanzhu thought for a while and said, it can't be called a conflict, it looks more like this fleet is determined to destroy these zombies no matter what, and they call the zombies the evil god's lackeys? So is this also part of the bet between the apocalypse and humans? Liu Yao also speculated seriously. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 196. Is this really a human? I am not dreaming. Those who have exhausted their energy should rest as soon as possible and replenish their energy loss. Team T313, block the gap on the left. Nuclear bomb. Who has a nuclear bomb? Give these evil gods a shot. With a loud bang, a small mushroom cloud rose above the battlefield, and a large number of zombies of all kinds were blown away by the shock wave. Various zombie parts fell on the armor of the power armor soldiers with a crackling sound. The surface of the power armor was stained with a layer of blood. At this moment, among the dense pile of zombies next to him, a thick tentacle suddenly stabbed at the nearest power armor soldier. At the moment when the tentacle stabbed the soldier, the runes on the surface of the power armor flashed, and a protective shield formed by a repulsive field defense instantly blocked the tentacle. That was because the impact force of the tentacle had reached a certain critical value, triggering the protective shield. With a bang, the power armor soldier was directly blown away by the impact of the tentacle, and crashed into the pile of corpses next to him with a bang. There's a bastard here, kill him. Several soldiers nearby jumped up together, swinging their chainsaw swords. Amid the buzzing sound, one man and one sword directly dismembered the tentacle into pieces of meat that were still shaking all over the ground. At this time, the soldier next to him, who had just been blown away by the tentacle, also crawled out from the pile of corpses. Damn it, we were tricked. Keep an eye on the evil energy detector, be careful. A man who looked like the captain reminded. Yes, boss. The soldiers responded one after another. Their eyes were fixed on the various values on the panel on the helmet, which showed the data fed back by the evil energy detector. The so-called evil energy, as the name suggests, is the power bestowed by the evil god on those bastards. It is naturally opposed to the energy bestowed by humans used by their elder. And hunting down the evil god's bastards in the universe is the natural mission of their elder. Boys, the break is over, attack. The captain with a full beard looked at the latest data from the helmet, stood up and shouted with a chainsaw sword raised. Attack. So, one team after another rushed towards the dense group of zombies in front again. Lord Lin Xu, it seems that they are about to wipe out the zombies on this planet. Do we still need to show up? Nanzhu kept zooming in and out the holographic projection, observing the battlefield, and asked. We still have to show up, but we shouldn't go to this planet. Since this race that calls itself the Elder is hunting the so-called evil god's lackeys, they should know something about what happened. Lin Xu said after zooming in on the dozen or so 10,000-meter-long space battleships parked above the planet. It's just that these space battleships look a little shabby. Liu Yao asked in confusion. It's not a little shabby, but very shabby. It looks patched up, and the colors of different parts of the hull are different. It's just like their power armor. It doesn't look like high-tech, but like it was picked up from somewhere and then pieced together casually. Nanzhu complained. Okay, after all, they are also a race that shouts long live mankind, so give them some face. Liu Yao reminded. Don't worry, I won't say that to your face later. I still have some emotional intelligence. Nanzhu raised his head and said proudly. In this way, the Skylark flew towards the fleet that was stationed above the planet and occasionally sent out bombing spacecraft. As it got closer to the fleet, various small spaceships on alert also appeared. If the Skylark had the intention, it could have completely concealed these small spaceships and quietly approached the opponent's fleet, but the Skylark did not do so. Instead, it showed its whereabouts openly and even sent a signal to the opponent in plain text. Then, soon there was a communication request from the other side, requesting to talk to the members on the Skylark. Lin Xu nodded, and Miss Qiu connected the communication. Hello, travelers from afar, welcome to the fleet of the Elder. I never thought that in this universe where the evil god is rampant, there are still travelers like you who can travel freely in the sea of stars. But as you know, this universe is rampant with evil gods, so I'm sorry, We have to do some tests on you to make sure you are not the evil god's lackeys before we agree to let you approach the fleet." A rough man with no hair on his face and even a bald head appeaed on the holographic communication screen. Lin Xu didn't know why this elder either had a beard or a bald head. "No problem, how to conduct the test?" Lin Xu asked. "It's very simple. There will be a test ship approaching you in a while. Please board the ship for testing. I swear in the name of mankind that the Elder are a peace-loving race and will never do anything bad to you," the big bald man in the picture said proudly. Lin Xu looked at the other side of the picture, where men with beards or bald heads wearing power armor shouted for the glory of mankind and wielded chainsaw swords and killed people covered in blood. It really doesn't look like a peace-loving person. But Lin Xu still nodded and said, "Okay, we will accept the inspection." So the big bald man on the opposite side thanked him with satisfaction, and then both sides closed the communication. Just like that, a moment later, the Skylark met a small spaceship sent out by the fleet. After both sides stopped, a bridge stretched out from the small spaceship and connected with the Skylark. Although the models of the two spaceships were completely different, the specially designed bridge was successfully connected to the entrance and exit of the Skylark. After everything was ready, Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Lin Xu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao opened the hatch and entered the small spaceship with two strong soldiers in power armor in the opposite small spaceship with vigilant eyes. Then, Lin Xu saw that the soldier in the power armor who had just looked at him and others with vigilant eyes looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. No, it should be said that he saw something incredible. Hey, am I seeing things wrong?" A soldier stretched out his hand and patted his companion beside him. I seem to have read it wrong. Is the data on this energy detector broken? It reminds me to welcome humans. This value is indeed human." The two soldiers in power armor looked at each other and were stunned for a moment. "What are you two doing? Is this how you welcome guests? Did you see it? Is there any evil energy reading?" At this time, another bald man in power armor walked out of the spacecraft and asked as he walked. Then he also saw Lin Xu and others. In an instant, as a series of values appeared on the helmet, he was also stunned. There is no evil energy reading, but there is an energy reading, and this value, is it really that humans have returned? One of the two soldiers at the beginning has begun to tremble a little. Human, really human? I am not dreaming. The bald man who came out later stared at Lin Xu and spoke with a trembling voice, as if to confirm. "Lord Lin Xu, it seems that we have been recognized," Lin Xu said in surprise. "If they recognize us, then they recognize us. We have never deliberately hidden ourselves. It's just that few people can recognize us." Lu Yao on the side was very calm. Indeed, no matter where he was, Lin Xu rarely concealed his human identity. It was just that few people could recognize his human identity. And now that he was recognized, it was fine. It was not a big deal. "Yes, I am a human. Hello." So Lin Xu nodded generously. Then, the bald strong man rolled his eyes and fainted directly. Am I so scary?" Lin Xu touched his nose and was a little embarrassed. Well, I think he might be excited. The power armor soldier next to him was much calmer at this time, but his eyes were still on Lin Xu, as if he was curious about what the legendary human, the human that his own tribe believed in, was like. On the largest spaceship in the fleet, in a conference room, a meeting of the high-level elder was being held. The nuclear bomb stockpile has reached the bottom, a large number of damaged power armors have not yet been repaired, the number of patrol ships has dropped below the safety threshold, and the most critical thing is that the number of artificial wombs has dropped sharply, and the number of elder newborns is getting fewer and fewer. We must rest. Where to rest? In our current state, once the battleship stops somewhere, I'm afraid it will never fly again. There are still countless evil forces in the universe waiting for us to go and wipe them out. How can we rest now? Enough, you should admit that the forces of the evil gods cannot be wiped out. Even if we wipe them out, they will soon revive again. And us, we are already the last force of the Elder. If this goes on, the Elder will no longer exist in the entire universe. So what? Just give up the task entrusted to us by humans? The pride passed down from generation to generation by our ancestors, countless Elder predecessors have followed one after another. Do you want to give up now? Don't tell us, go talk to our ancestors. With a bang, a bearded strong man slammed the table. Do you think I want to give up? But if we don't make corrections, the Elder will cease to exist. At that time, Who will stop the expansion of the evil god? Another bald man also slammed the table. Just like countless meetings in the past, everyone slammed the table, but in the end no one could convince anyone. Sitting on the main seat, the old man, who was also bald but full of wrinkles, was obviously very old. He put his hands on his chin and supported the table, with his eyes slightly closed, thinking about something. Children are our future. No matter what, the number of artificial wombs must be restored. The old man finally opened his eyes and sighed. Do you also support rest and recuperation? The bearded man who had just slammed the table to pose, looked unbelievable. It's not that I support rest and recuperation, but reality forces us to stop temporarily. The old man sighed. But once we stop, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to set sail again. Although the bearded man was dissatisfied, he was still able to listen to the old man's words. That only means that we, the elder, can only go so far. Otherwise, if we continue to sail, we may be exhausted in the next battle or the next one, and then we may not be able to rest. I know, you must want to say that it is better to burn out in the battle and die on the battlefield than to stop and rest and face the unpredictable future. But we have to consider the entire elder race and not act on impulse. We have to leave hope for our descendants. The old man persuaded. But I am unwilling. With a bang, the bearded man slammed the table again. Who knew that at this moment, with a bang, the door of the conference room was pushed open from the outside door. A figure wearing power armor rushed in with a face full of disbelief. What happened? The evil god son of a bitch killed them? Impossible, they are already at the end of their strength. The elder senior leaders who were meeting in the conference room frowned. Although they all thought it was impossible, it must be no small matter for soldiers to break into the conference room. And such a big thing, no matter how you think about it, it will not be a good thing. After all, they hadn't encountered anything good in who knows how long. However, the soldiers' next words made everyone, including the old man sitting in the first seat, doubt whether they were dreaming. Humans, it's humans, humans are back. As he spoke, the soldier's voice even began to tremble. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. What? Soldier, do you know what you are talking about? Humans are back? This is impossible. What's going on? In an instant, the conference room became chaotic. Until the bald old man in the lead slammed the table. Silence. Immediately, everyone quieted down. What's going on? The old man looked at the soldier, his eyes were puzzled, but also full of unbelievable desire. Just now a spaceship applied to visit our fleet. The patrol team followed the procedure and wanted to detect whether the other party had evil energy. Who knew that they detected the energy strength of human level? It was human, really human. The soldier finally calmed down, but his voice was still trembling. Let's go and take a look together. The old man stood up, still tall, suppressed with slightly trembling hands, and walked out first. The rest of the elder high level followed one after another, and everyone had deep doubts and excitement in their eyes. Doubts because it was absolutely impossible, and excitement because it would be great if it was true. If it was true, not only would the crisis of the elder be resolved, but the doomsday of those evil godsons would also come. At this time, the patrol team that received the order from the high level had brought a Skylark to the flagship of the fleet with the highest specifications. Countless patrol ships of the patrol team led the way in front, and the Skylark followed behind, approaching the flagship all the way. The closer they got, the more Lin Xu and his companions found that this seemingly huge fleet had a sense of embarrassment in its bones. The warships of the entire fleet seemed to be pieced together. They were the kind of shabby warships that only interstellar pirates would use in the Milky Way. Moreover, the various frigates, patrol ships, etc. around were also seriously insufficient. It looked like there were only a dozen warships. And the main guns on the warships were pitifully few. How did they survive in this galaxy with this firepower? It's okay to fight zombies on the ground, but if they face other space fleets, wouldn't it be like delivering food to people? Lin Xu said in disbelief. But what if there is no space fleet that can fight them in this galaxy? Lin Xu suddenly said. No? How is it possible? There are so many civilizations in the entire galaxy, it is impossible that none of them can develop. Lin Xu didn't believe it. Yes, it's impossible normally, but have you forgotten this completely dead planet? Forgot the evil gods broadcast every 3 years. Lin Xu pointed to the planet not far away, which had been swallowed by zombies and yellow sand and could be said to be completely dead. All the civilizations in this galaxy, Won't be like this. Lin Xu looked unbelievable. If you suddenly received a message from the so-called gods in the early stages of civilization, and the gods pointed out the way to eternal life, how many civilizations could resist such a temptation? Lin Xu sighed. If this is true, then the people in this galaxy are really miserable. Lin Xu couldn't help but take a deep breath. At the same time, the Skylark had also approached the flagship. Then there was a grand welcome ceremony. At the same time as the welcome ceremony, a group of high-ranking spirits, led by the bald old man, finally met Lin Xu and his party. Looking at the energy value on the energy detector, the value was off the charts, and the size of the welcoming human body prompted by the device. Even with the bald old man's temperament, he almost couldn't breathe and fainted. Elven Elder, I have seen humans. I have seen humans. Boom boom boom, countless mushroom-shaped fireworks exploded in the starry sky of the universe. Of course, those were not real fireworks, but nuclear bombs fired by the celebrating Elder. The news of the return of humans has spread among the Elder at the fastest speed. All the Elder were cheering. Even the soldiers on the ground who were still besieging the zombies got the news. As the news came, the soldiers didn't even dare to believe it at first. With a bang, a bearded soldier in power armor was looking at the new news, and he was distracted and was whipped out by a biochemical dragon's tail. He hit the rocks heavily and directly collapsed the mountain wall. Such an impact, even through the power armor, was enough to make him unable to stand up for a long time. But today he rolled over and climbed up. Captain, humans are back. Are they really back? Is this news true? I don't think it's true, but the news on the battlefield terminal can't be false. The bald captain touched his bald head through his helmet with confusion on his face. So humans are really back, roar. Kill these evil god sons of bitches. Humans are back, for the glory of humans, charge. Kill them, as a gift for the return of humans. Just like that, the soldiers in power armor rushed into the zombie group like chicken blood. Suddenly, the zombies' battle line, which had been torn apart, was torn into pieces. In fact, the soldiers all knew about the current predicament of the Elder. There used to be many Elder in the universe, hunting down the evil god sons of bitches. But since when, only their Elder fleet was left in the universe. Now, even their fleet is facing many difficulties and is about to collapse. Under the surface of open-mindedness, everyone has an invisible pressure in their hearts. But now, with the return of humans, all this pressure has been eliminated. As long as humans are there, the Elder will not perish. At the same time, Lin Xu, who was connected to the flagship by the Elder, stopped the Elder from expanding the celebration. Compared to the celebration, he now wants to figure out what happened. Including what happened in this river system, the bet between the apocalypse and humans, the origin of the Elder, and why the Elder have become so destitute now. Everything is much more important than celebrating. So, it was still the same conference room as before, but this time it was Lin Xu who sat in the main seat. Even Miss Qiu, Lin Xu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao, under the strong request of the Elder, also sat around Lin Xu. The elders and a group of Elder high-level people stood below with joy, vying to answer Lin Xu's questions. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 The spiritual race is incompetent and shameful to our Lord. So, what happened back then? How much do you know about the bet between the apocalypse and humans? And the origin of your spirit race? Lin Xu asked many questions in one breath. The Elder of the spirit race bowed to Lin Xu first, and then began to answer Lin Xu's doubts. We know that the 10,000-year evil god once had a bet with humans. In the end, humans won the bet. As for the specific process, we can't understand it. The whereabouts of the defeated evil god are unknown, and our spirit race was ordered to clear out the remnants of the evil god. At the beginning, everything was going well, and our spirit race gradually grew and developed. Who knew that at this time, an accident came? The remnants of the evil god that were about to be cleared out suddenly began to revive, and even more and more. The spirit race is getting weaker and weaker in the continuous battles. Until now, we are the last branch of the spirit race. It is my spirit race that is incompetent and has failed to live up to the trust of humans. We did not complete the task assigned by humans that year. As the elder spoke, he began to kneel on the ground with tears in his eyes and apologized to Lin Xu. The elder are incompetent and ashamed of our lord. Many elder high-ranking officials knelt on one knee. At this moment, they no longer felt the joy of seeing humans again, but were filled with shame. Because of their own incompetence, they not only failed to complete the tasks of humans, but also had to clean up the mess for humans in the end. Get up, this is not your fault. No one expected that the remnants of the evil god would revive. There must be something wrong. I will investigate this matter next. Lin Xu stood up and said solemnly to the high-ranking members of the elder. In this way, the elders and higher-ranking officials stood up. The expression of the great elder also returned to toughness, and continued to introduce the origin of the elder to Lin Xu. It turned out that the so-called elder was an ancient race that originated from this river system. This race advocates fighting, and through continuous iteration of its own genes, it has developed itself to be more and more adapted to fighting. In the end, it even cancelled reproduction to the extreme, relying entirely on artificial uteruses for reproduction. At the same time, in order to ensure the combat effectiveness of newborns, even female race members were cancelled. It has become a pure fighting nation that relies entirely on artificial uteruses for reproduction and is all male. Then, this race encountered the evil god from the depths of the starry sky, the apocalypse. They were easily destroyed by the apocalypse. The fighting skills they honed were completely childish in the eyes of the apocalypse. In the end, it was the human race that won the bet and discovered the genes of this race that had been exterminated by the apocalypse. At that time, humans were ready to set sail for the next galaxy to continue their voyage, but they had to clean up the mess left after the bet with the apocalypse. So humans took a fancy to the genes of this fighting race and used genetic technology to reproduce this race in an artificial womb, and signed a contract with this new ancient race, asking them to be responsible for cleaning up the influence caused by the evil god after humans left. So this ancient race renamed itself the Elder to indicate its new life, and began the long journey of cleaning up the remnants of the evil god. Lin Xu knew everything else. So, they don't know what the bet between the apocalypse and humans is, and they don't know why some individuals among intelligent life can receive the will of the god of death. Nancy said to Lin Xu while lying on the table. At this time, there were only a few people like Lin Xu in the huge conference room. The elders and high-level people of the spirit clan had already withdrawn, so she was lying in a puddle without any image. Nancy was still very careful about her image when there were outsiders. Yes, when the spirit clan was created, no, it should be said that when it was revived, the bet between the apocalypse and humans was completed. They didn't even know where the apocalypse went, so how could they know the content of the bet? Lin Xu nodded, and was a little confused. What do you think? Could it be that the apocalypse who lost the bet that year was unwilling to give up and came back again? Lu Yao, who was standing aside, suddenly had an idea. Back again? Why did he come back? There are no humans here anymore. And if the apocalypse tribe really came back for revenge, how could they do such a small fight? The river system has been destroyed, which is the normal means of revenge. Nancy complained. Yes, so what went wrong? Why did the remnants of the evil god revive again? Is the god of death still from the apocalypse tribe? Lu Yao also had a headache. Could it be that the god of death is not actually from the apocalypse tribe, but someone is doing it under the guise of the apocalypse tribe? Nancy suddenly had an idea. That's very likely. I said that the apocalypse tribe is at least a big boss. It's embarrassing to use the apocalypse elements to play with such a low-level thing as zombies. Lu Yao agreed with a slap on the table. That makes sense, but who is pretending to be the apocalypse tribe? Lin Xu nodded, but fell into more questions. In the end, he could only temporarily stop the topic. Forget it, don't think about it for now. The zombies on this planet seem to have been cleared. Let's help the elder solve the current problem first. Lin Xu shook his head and said. Then, in an instant, a huge space channel suddenly appeared next to more than a dozen elder warships that were 10,000 meters long. The space channel was so large that it could swallow more than a dozen elder warships in one gulp. Countless elder wearing power armor, who were hammering and repairing the warships outside the warships, looked at the suddenly appeared space channel, and their faces under the helmets were full of astonishment. But soon, they received the news. Don't panic, our Lord Human will provide us with supplies. Repeat, don't panic. Under the comfort of the high-level direct group message, including the elder who were scrambling to look out of the porthole position. They calmed down, but soon something even more astonishing happened to them. Some elder even fought directly to compete for the position next to the porthole, and then their position was occupied by others. In the eyes of these elders staring far away, the space channel became bigger and bigger. In the end, it was not only able to swallow more than a dozen warships, but even the planet behind them. Then, a huge war star as big as a planet, far beyond their imagination, slowly drove out from the space channel. Speaking of this war star, Lin Xu had snatched it from the rebel alliance that resisted the cleansers a long time ago. Because it was useless, Lin Xu had always thrown it into his personal space. Now it is good, and it has been found to be useful, and it is directly used by the elder. This, my lord, is this a supply for us? The elder senior standing on the flagship deck looked at the war star as big as a planet, and his mouth was already full of surprise. Yes, Lord Lin Xu confirmed that it is for us. The elder nodded solemnly with a happy expression. Ha ha ha, this time I wonder what those evil gods' pups can use to fight us. Someone laughed. Yes, the evil god's sons can't fight us, but what can we use to drive this thing? Our entire elder race now has only 1 million people. The elder sighed, which was the reason for his solemn expression. So, compared to the war star, what we need now is actually more artificial wombs. Someone next to him smiled bitterly. Yes, artificial wombs are what we need most. We need more manpower now. Another elder said in high spirits. Although there are many difficulties, he has seen the bright future of the elder race, so what is not worth being high-spirited about? In short, the appearance of a war star directly raised the morale of the elder race by several levels. However, the elder race fell into happy trouble again. How should this war star be driven? The speed of this war star is a bit slow, but I don't have any spaceships suitable for ordinary races, so for the time being, I can only give you this one. Lin Xu appeared on the deck and spoke to the elders. Thank you for your gift. This is far beyond our most beautiful imagination. The elder said sincerely. You said the speed of the war star is a bit slow. I wonder how slow it is. An elder couldn't help asking. The speed of this war star's curvature navigation is about 100 times the speed of light. Lin Xu recalled a little and answered. 100 times. The speed of light. Several elders looked at each other for a while, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, the slowness in the eyes of humans is so different from ours. Although the warships of the elder used to have a speed of 100 times the speed of light, the warships that are now being repaired and broken can no longer reach a speed of 100 times the speed of light. 10 times the speed of light is the limit. So how can this be slow? It's obviously very fast. This war star is for you, and the artificial womb you want, I have already prepared it for you on it. Next, I plan to continue to investigate what happened in the past, and find the truth about the growing remnants of the evil god. What about you? Lin Xu asked. The elders looked at each other, and finally the elder made a solemn request. If we have this honor, can we, the elder, follow humans and find the truth about the growing remnants of the evil god? This question has troubled the elder for too long. Because of the growing remnants of the evil god, the fleets of the elder, which had once developed to be extremely large, have only this branch left. The elder are naturally very upset. Okay, it just so happens that it will take some time to adapt to the war planet. You might as well enter my portable space, otherwise you won't be able to keep up with me. Lin Xu nodded in agreement. Thank you for your generosity. Many elders thanked again. Lin Xu nodded and looked at the planet not far away. Have all the people evacuated? Lin Xu asked. All the personnel have been evacuated. Someone answered. In fact, the elder were also very strange. They were still searching for any zombies that had slipped through the net, but Lin Xu ordered all the elder to evacuate. Although everyone was puzzled, they obeyed the order. So next, Lin Xu casually opened the space channel beside him and stepped into it. Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Lu Yao and others followed. The figures of several people appeared again, and they had already arrived in the atmosphere of the planet. The last evacuated elder spaceship happened to capture the figures of Lin Xu and others. So the elders who were wondering what Lin Xu wanted to do saw it. In an instant, a large amount of energy rushed out from behind Lin Xu. The concentration of energy almost burst the shipborne energy detector on the spaceship. Even if it didn't burst, the shipborne energy detector continued to sound alarms. Then the large amount of energy continued to squeeze the evil energy inside all the zombies that had been crushed on this planet. Then under the squeezing of the large amount of energy, the evil energy was completely expelled from the zombies' bodies and finally gathered in Lin Xu's hands. The Elder also has a way to eliminate the evil energy in the zombies' bodies, which is to use energy to annihilate the existence of evil energy. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. But it is impossible to clear all the evil energy in the bodies of all zombies on the entire planet. But now, seeing Lin Xu standing in the air, gathering the evil energy in the bodies of all zombies in the world, the elders of the elder side. So the energy can be used like this. Yes, humans are worthy of being humans. This way, we are completely not afraid of the resurgence of evil energy on this planet. No wonder they asked us to withdraw. So amid the elder sighs, Lin Xu finally collected all the evil energy on the entire planet, and finally gathered it into a sphere that is larger than the previous planet. Found it. Lin Xu opened his slightly closed eyes, opened a gap in the portable space beside him, and threw something in. Zhangxing, leave it to you. Those were the two original apocalypse elements that Lin Xu found on this planet and were originally launched to this planet. As Lin Xu guessed, the apocalypse elements on this planet, like the previous planet, also originated from the two apocalypse elements that were originally launched. So, like last time, he handed over the two original apocalypse elements to Zhangxing. Next, he had to wait for Zhangxing's analysis results. With the trajectory of the apocalypse elements from two consecutive planets, as long as the two planets are not on the same straight line of the launch trajectory, even if there is only a slight deviation, it is enough to draw two straight lines through these 2 points and determine the intersection of the straight lines. And there's where the apocalypse elements were launched. Next, it is the big relocation of the Elder. In fact, there is no need to relocate. More than a dozen 10,000-meter-long warships look huge, but compared with a war star, they are really inconspicuous. Just drive the warship to the war star and then dock in the hangar inside the war star. There are countless hangars on the war star that can dock 10,000-meter warships. These dozen ships are just a drizzle. In this way, all the Elder entered the war star. When they were happily visiting the war star, Lin Xu waved his hand and the portable space opened again, swallowing the war star into the portable space again. This time, countless elders also leaned on the portholes to watch this spectacular scene, even though they had already known from the group message sent by the Elders Council that this was a portable space for humans, which would take them on the road. Countless elders were already amazed. There is such a huge space in the portable space, and it can even hold more than one galaxy. Humans are indeed the greatest race in the universe. Countless elders sighed. At this moment, they were like sighing that a certain god was the greatest existence in the universe. In fact, in the eyes of the Elder, humans were also mythical in this way. Fortunately, humans seemed to be really powerful and lived up to their myths. In this way, the war star was taken back into the portable space, and the elders began to get busy inside the war star. According to the information given by the town star, they studied how to open the war star themselves. Even if there are only 1 million people, it is impossible to fully utilize the functions of the war star, at least it must be able to open it first. Then the artificial womb began to breed the new elder population. As for the tattered spaceships, although the Elder were reluctant to part with them, they could only park them there temporarily. They have too many things to do now, and they don't have time to repair these warships that are actually useless. Maybe they will be repaired in the future to give them a second life, or maybe they will go directly into the museum. But who knows, this is all for the future. After the space channel was closed, Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao returned to the Skylark again to see the planet that was completely covered with the yellow sand, and now even the zombies were killed. I don't know when this planet will be able to recover its vitality. Nansu sighed. There will be that day, maybe tens of thousands of years later, maybe hundreds of thousands of years later, who knows, such a planet suitable for life will sooner or later breed life again. Lin Xu said lightly. At this time, the test report of Zhangxing has also come out. The direction from which the two original apocalypse elements were launched was found. Is it in the same straight line as the previous two? Lin Xu asked. They are not on the same straight line. There is a slight difference between the two. After calculation, the two straight lines will meet outside 10,000 light years. Zhangxing replied. So, the location of launching the apocalypse element is outside 10,000 light years. Let's go. Lin Xu nodded. So, the space jump channel in front of the Skylark was opened, and the space inside the channel began to fold continuously. After a day of preparation, the folding in the jump channel was completed, and the Skylark went straight into it. When it reappeared, it was already 10,000 light-years away. As soon as the Skylark drove out of the space channel, not only Lin Xu, but also Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu and even Lu Yao noticed the unusual place in the star field. This star field is full of apocalypse elements. Maybe it's not particularly rich, but it's everywhere. Lin Xu's sight turned to a galaxy in front of the left. If his feeling is correct, these apocalypse elements are all spreading from this galaxy. Lord Lin Xu, it's that galaxy, right? Miss Qiu also felt it and pointed outside the porthole and asked, Xiangxing, where's it? The intersection of two straight lines. Lin Xu asked Xiangxing directly. Yes, according to calculations, the original apocalypse elements on those two planets were launched from the third planet in that galaxy. Xiangxing replied. At the same time, the Skylark explored this galaxy with hyperspace radar, quantum radar and other detection methods. A holographic projection belonging to the third planet also appeared in the cockpit. The third planet seems to be an Earth-like planet. Lin Xu sighed as he looked at the planet projected by the holographic projection. Why do I always encounter Earth-like planets recently? Yes, but there is no sign of life on this planet. Except for the ubiquitous apocalypse elements, there is nothing on it, only dead silence. Xiangxing replied. Strange, the distance between this planet and the star is just right, so life should be born here. Could it be that like the two planets above, a zombie crisis broke out, and the entire planet's ecology was completely destroyed? Miss Qiu asked in confusion. It's different. This is the source of the zombie crisis. Maybe it's not the zombie crisis that destroyed this place, but the god of death itself. Lin Xu shook his head. The god of death himself, yes, that guy pretending to be the Apocalypse Clan, maybe he's here now. Let's go quickly, catch him quickly, don't let him run away. Miss Qiu's eyes lit up, and he immediately urged. Let's go, whether it's the real Apocalypse Clan or pretending, let's go and take a look. Lin Xu nodded. The Skylark accelerated and headed towards the galaxy in front of them. The elder in the portable space are already rubbing their hands. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 198 Natural Disaster Level, Human Level. The Skylark quickly approached the galaxy filled with apocalypse elements. As it got closer to the target planet, the concentration of apocalypse elements around it was getting stronger and stronger. Even in the river system where the dimensionality reduction channel was located, Lin Xu had never been to an area with such a high concentration of apocalypse elements. Because of the existence of the Apocalypse Clan, Lin Xu did not stay in the river system where the dimensionality reduction channel was located for a long time, nor did he go to many places, let alone places like the residences of the Apocalypse Clan, so he had never felt the feeling of being in a vast amount of apocalypse elements. This was the first time that the Skylark sailed into a place filled with a vast amount of apocalypse elements. It was a completely different feeling from entering an area with a vast amount of nanorobots. When entering an area filled with nanorobots, Lin Xu would feel like a fish in water, as if there were eyes everywhere around him, and they were all extensions of consciousness. As long as Lin Xu wanted, he could use nanorobots anytime and anywhere to extend his consciousness to cover all the places where nanorobots were located. But it doesn't work here at all. Instead, it's like a fish entering a desert. The ubiquitous apocalypse elements around not only can't help, but even hinder Lin Xu's possibility of releasing nanorobots to explore outside. Lin Xu tried it on purpose. When he was close to the target planet, he slightly opened the portable space and released some nanorobots. Then the next moment, these nanorobots conflicted with the ubiquitous apocalypse elements. Aurora-like light appeared in the universe. It was the aurora-like light formed by the conflict between the nanorobots and the apocalypse elements. So Lin Xu immediately stopped releasing nanorobots. He was afraid that if he continued to release them, he would alarm the existence of the impersonating Apocalypse Clan hidden on the target planet. Although it is not certain whether there is any existence impersonating the Apocalypse Clan, it is better not to alarm the snake. In this way, the Skylark finally entered the atmosphere of the target planet. The violent tornado rolled up endless sand and blocked the sunlight in the sky. Because the sunlight was blocked, the entire planet was frozen all year round. There was a dead silence on the wasteland, and there was nothing. This was what Lin Xu saw. Then, A slight alarm sounded in the skylark. "What's wrong?" Lin Xu asked. The skylark was attacked by the signal of the apocalypse element. The apocalypse element is trying to import a signal of a certain frequency band into the skylark. Zhengxing replied. "Introduce into the skylark? What signal is it?" Lin Xu was puzzled. "It's some kind of consciousness signal. The target of the apocalypse element is not just the skylark, but the entire planet. The apocalypse elements on this planet all carry these signals. As long as there are intelligent creatures on the planet, they will be connected to this signal. The attack perceived by the skylark is just a byproduct of this consciousness access signal." Zhengxing quickly analyzed it and finally came to the conclusion. All intelligent life will be connected to this consciousness signal? Let me see. Lin Xu suddenly became interested. So he left the skylark and was in the violent tornado on the planet. He immediately felt a ubiquitous apocalypse element trying to establish a connection with his brain and import a certain signal. Really? But what is this signal? Do you want to connect it? Nanzhu stood beside Lin Xu and also felt the apocalypse element's efforts to import the signal. He was also curious. "Master Lin Xu, let me try it first," Miss Qiu said. Although this signal import was basically not dangerous for Lin Xu, Miss Qiu still didn't want him to be the first to take the risk. "It's okay, just use the nanorobbit to transfer it, and don't connect it directly," Lin Xu comforted. Then he directly contacted the apocalypse element with the nanorobbit. Under Lin Xu's control, the nanorobbit did not conflict with the apocalypse element. Instead, it transferred the signal and established a connection with Lin Xu's brain. In an instant, Lin Xu felt that the scene he saw in front of him had changed. There was no yellow sand and tornado all over the sky, but clearly a blue sky and bright sunshine. The sky was filled with dense clouds, and there was even a passenger plane flying not far from Lin Xu. The passenger sitting by the window on the plane suddenly rubbed his eyes hard, as if he also saw Lin Xu standing in the air. Then the passenger immediately shouted and screamed, and soon one side of the plane was crowded with passengers. Countless people looked at Lin Xu standing in the air and raised their mobile phones to take pictures. At this time, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Miss Qiu and Lu Yao also appeared beside Lin Xu one after another. Suddenly, the passengers on the plane shouted even louder, and kept taking pictures until the plane gradually went away. "Where is this? It's surreal." Nanzhu looked at the technology in the distance, stretched out her hand to grab a little cloud floating next to her, and it felt the same as the real cloud, and even she couldn't tell the difference. Is this a virtual world built by the apocalypse element? The apocalypse element wants to establish a connection with our brain and transmit signals, just to pass this information to our brain. Lu Yao also stretched out her hand to feel the flow of the wind and the passing of the clouds, and was amazed. What happened to that plane just now? The people on the plane looked so real, just like real people. Could they be intelligent programs? Miss Qiu asked in confusion. "No, those are real consciousnesses." Lin Xu shook his head and said. He had clearly seen from the higher dimension that those consciousnesses were real. Real consciousnesses living in the virtual world? So what does the god of death want to do? All this should be done by him. Nanzhu's eyes widened. Who knows, let's go down and take a look first. Lin Xu looked down at the lush green land, the flowing rivers, and the prosperous metropolis on the plain. Everything was as if this planet was still the same as before, never experiencing the end of the world, and intelligent life was thriving here. Indeed, let's go down and take a look, maybe we can find some clues. Nanzhu nodded repeatedly. So the group flew down. Along the way, Lin Xu and his friends had two pictures in their minds. One was in reality, and there was only a ruin below. But through the signals transmitted to their brains by the apocalyptic elements, in the virtual world formed, there was a prosperous metropolis in front of them. While descending, Lin Xu was also constantly searching for the god of death who was suspected to be hiding on this planet from a high-dimensional perspective. Unfortunately, he found nothing. So many people, are these all? Nanzhu looked at the heads of people in the bustling metropolis below and looked at Lin Xu in surprise. Yes, these are real consciousnesses, which should be the consciousnesses of the people who live here before the end of this planet. Lin Xu nodded. So, although this planet is actually in a doomsday state that is completely unsuitable for intelligent life to survive, the natives of this planet have no idea that their planet is over, and they are still living peacefully in the virtual world. Even though Nanzhu is already well informed, she has never seen such a situation. Maybe they know, maybe they don't know, But there are billions of consciousnesses on this planet now, living in the virtual world constructed by the apocalypse element, which is indeed true. From a high-dimensional perspective, Lin Xu can see more clearly the billions of consciousnesses attached to the apocalypse element network. There is also some sighing about this. Is this all done by the god of death? What on earth does he want to do? Lin Xu asked this question again. Master Lin Xu, can't you find it? Mu Ziyao couldn't help asking. It can't be found. The billions of consciousnesses on the entire planet are all attached to the network of the apocalypse element. I haven't seen any consciousnesses that don't rely on the weather network in reality. In this case, unless the god of death also attached his consciousness to the weather network. Otherwise, he is not on this planet. Lin Xu sighed and said. He also attached himself to the network? What does he want to do? Lin Xu's eyes widened in disbelief. Who knows? Lin Xu shook his head. Then how do we find it? Lin Xu asked subconsciously. I didn't want to alert the enemy, but now it seems that if it doesn't work, we can only make a big fuss. Lin Xu thought about it and decided. Make a big fuss? Okay, how to make a fuss? Lin Xu's eyes lit up all of a sudden. She liked this the most. Although I don't know why, the god of death built a network on this planet and even allowed so many people's consciousness to survive here, which means that this place should be special to him. If we make a big fuss here, unless he is really not on this planet, there will always be some flaws. Lin Xu said his plan. Where to start the fuss? Lin Xu was already rolling up his sleeves. Let's start from the city below. Lin Xu looked down and said. Okay, I'll go first. Lin Xu said and was about to rush out. But before he rushed out, Lin Xu grabbed him by the collar. What are you doing? Making a big fuss. Do you think you are Sun Wukong? Making a big fuss doesn't mean you can cause damage. And this is a virtual world. No matter what kind of damage you cause, others can restore it at any time. It's nothing more than a program. Lin Xu said speechlessly. Then, how should we make a fuss? Lin Xu was a little disappointed and a little puzzled. Of course, let these consciousnesses living in the virtual world recognize the reality. Although reality is cruel, we should not escape it. Lin Xu said, and a large number of nanorobots in reality poured out from the portable space open behind Lin Xu. In an instant, a large number of nanorobots in reality collided violently with the apocalypse elements, and the long-lost beautiful aurora lit up on the barren land. The aurora spread across the sky, but unfortunately no one appreciated it. In the virtual world, as the nanorobots and the apocalypse elements fought for control of the virtual world. In an instant, a hole appeared in the city under Lin Xu's feet. The hole continued to expand, swallowing everything around it. In the hole was a barren land full of yellow sand and ice and snow. It was the scenery of the real world. What is this? What is this? Is the other world invading? Run. Hurry, get in the car, go quickly. Countless people rushed to escape, and for a moment it seemed like the end of the world. In fact, for them, it was indeed the end of the world. At the same time, in a special institution in the city, as soon as the hole appeared, the alarm sounded throughout the institution. Suddenly, the people who were resting in the dormitory ran to the operations hall as soon as possible. Those who were on vacation also received the news and made a sharp turn on the highway and rushed back. The staff who arrived at the operations hall first sat down on their seats panting and entered the working state. The super time and space hole is continuing to expand. It is still unknown what is on the other side. It is suspected to be a natural disaster of natural disaster level. It is recommended that the control personnel go out immediately to limit the disaster. Otherwise, if it continues, the whole city may be in danger. Reports came one after another quickly, and the old man sitting in the main seat had a gloomy face. Over the years, this city has experienced countless disasters and was almost destroyed countless times, but in the end, all of them were saved, so he had strong confidence. But when he heard the report below that the disaster level was suspected to be a natural disaster level, his face couldn't help but jump. Natural disaster level? Can you be sure? Isn't it just a hole? Such holes have appeared before. The old man asked in a deep voice. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. This is the result of the calculation of the pioneers. The pioneers have never made mistakes, and the disaster level is suspected to be rising. The person who just reported was shaking a little. It is really a natural disaster level disaster, which is too rare, but every time it appears, it will cause large-scale damage to the whole world. By then, More than one city will be affected. Still rising? How is it possible? If it rises, it will be a human-level disaster that only exists in theory. The old man frowned more tightly as he listened to the report. Yes, I also think it is impossible, but the disaster level is indeed still rising. The reporter's voice has begun to cry. It is really too much psychological pressure to see the disaster level constantly climbing to the human level that can destroy the world. Immediately connect to all cities in the world and ask for help. This is no longer a situation we can handle on our own. A natural disaster suspected to be of human level can only be faced by the whole world together. The old man made a decision and stood up and ordered. Yes. So various messages for help were released and replies were received soon. The initial replies were all unbelievable. No one believed that a natural disaster that could potentially become human level and was already a natural disaster level was happening. Because they had no idea at all. In the past, when natural disasters of natural disaster level occurred, they would have already occurred at the same time and affected several cities. It was impossible for them to appear in only one city now. It was not until the calculation results of the pioneers were smashed in their faces that they began to prepare for support one by one. At the same time, the control personnel of the city, under the personal leadership of the old man, had rushed to the scene of the super time and space hole. Looking at the hole that was still spreading, the old man frowned. No matter how you look at it, this is just an ordinary space-time hole. He has experienced so many of these space-time holes over the years. This time, it doesn't seem special, but why is the danger level so high? It may even destroy the world? Report: all non-combatants have evacuated to a safe area, and the space-time hole can be explored. Control personnel, get ready, start exploring the hole and find a way to close it. The old man ordered. So a well-equipped three-person control team slowly walked out of the crowd. A big beautiful woman with long red hair, a strong man, and a handsome man with a handsome face. The three people looked serious and relaxed, and they were obviously experienced control personnel who had been through many battles. Director, we're going. The long-haired beauty was obviously the leader among the few people. She nodded and greeted the old man. Be careful, this time is different from the past. The old man also nodded. Understood. The long-haired beauty said, motioning the two people behind her to follow. So the three of them walked towards the slowly expanding hole. I'll go to the other side first to see what's over there, you two will pick me up. The beauty said, and she had already put on an oxygen mask on her face. After all, there are all kinds of things in a place that seems to be another world, but there may not be oxygen, so you must be careful. Be careful, boss. The strong man was wrapped with ropes and handed one end to the beauty. Boss, when you come back this time, can I chase you? The handsome guy asked with a smile. Let's talk about it when you can beat me. The beauty glared at him. The strong man smiled indifferently, but in fact he was a little envious. He seemed to be pursuing the boss blatantly, but it was a pity that he was not handsome. Forget it. Love belongs to handsome men and beautiful women. I should just work out honestly, so that I can protect the boss, although the boss may not need my protection. Just like that, the beauty was ready, with the rope hanging around her waist, and the rope was connected to the strong man, so that if there was any problem on the other side, the rope could be retracted at the first time. The beautiful woman with long red hair jumped and rushed directly into the hole. All the onlookers nearby were nervous, including the old man who was called the director. All of them looked at the hole nervously. Then everyone saw that as the red-haired beauty entered the hole, her figure became erratic and then disappeared. Boss. The strong man realized that something was wrong and shouted, but got no response. Quick, pull the boss back. The handsome guy shouted. The strong man exerted force with both hands in an instant, and with a sound of search, the rope flew back quickly. But there was nothing on the rope side, even the part of the rope that entered the hole was gone, only the rope on the hole side was still there. Could it be that the rope was corroded and broken? The strong man was stunned for a moment. Impossible, this rope has been specially reinforced. The handsome guy retorted. No, it must be the rope that broke, otherwise why didn't the boss come back? The strong man obviously didn't want to think about another possibility, another terrible possibility. Yes, it must be the rope that broke. The handsome guy was stunned for a moment, and also nodded heavily. He also did not accept that possibility, so there must be only one possibility, that the rope was broken. I'm going to meet the connection. The strong man untied the rope from his waist and threw it on the ground. "I'll go too," the handsome guy said and tightened the gun on his shoulder strap. With that, the two of them were about to rush into the hole. "Come back, what are you two doing?" The old man, who had already reacted, wanted to stop the two. Unfortunately, it was too late. The two had already rushed into the hole and disappeared. Impulsive. The old man slapped the car door heavily. Unfortunately, it was useless. "Director, what should we do? Should we continue exploring?" someone asked. "Continue, we have no choice." The old man was silent for a moment, and then immediately regained his tenacious look. So, more control teams that had just arrived were sent out. However, with the lessons learned from the previous experience, everyone was more cautious in exploring this time. Although the speed may be a little slower, it is better than not exploring anything and losing manpower for nothing. "Ah, my hand disappeared." A control personnel who stood on the edge of the gradually expanding void and tried to reach in, his face changed and he quickly retreated. Looking at his palm again, his palm had completely disappeared. "Medical staff, treat him quickly, where's the limb growth agent?" Soon, several medical staff came running over with large and small bags. "Don't worry, soak the wound on the wrist in it, and your hand will be able to open out in a while. This is the latest technology." The medical staff encouraged his new partner. The control personnel with a broken palm were also looking forward to it. After all, without a palm, he would have to retire early in the future. However, after soaking the palm in the potion for a long time, there was still no reaction. "Strange, why is the limb growth agent useless?" the medical staff observed in confusion. "Is your growth agent useful?" The control personnel became a little anxious. "It is useful, of course it is useful, but why can't your hand grow out?" The medical staff was also confused. While the control personnel were struggling in vain with a continuously spreading void, Lin Xu in mid-air quietly slowed down the progress of releasing nanorobots to compete with the apocalypse elements for control of the virtual world. Because with a nanorobots struggle for control of the virtual world, he finally noticed some subtle changes in the billions of consciousnesses in the virtual world. Sure enough, the god of death is hiding in the virtual world. Lin Xu smiled. "Ah, is it true?" "No, he posted himself on the internet. What is this for?" Nansu said puzzledly. "Who knows, maybe he is also an internet addict." Lu Yao thought about herself, who was once an internet addict, and said, "P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket." Chapter 199. Who are you and the man who destroys the world? In the network formed by the apocalypse elements, it seems that there is some kind of giant beast hidden. The giant beast had been in deep sleep, but now it seems to be gradually awakened by some existence and slowly began to breathe. In another coastal city hundreds of kilometers away from the city where the super time and space void is being generated, a boy is standing on the beach and looking at the sea in a trance. His eyes are dazed and out of focus. A large number of signals formed by the apocalypse elements are trying to interact with his consciousness, but he seems to not know how to interact with these signals. In the end, he is at a loss, as if he is in a daze. At the same time, a faint black mist began to accumulate around him. Affected by the black mist, the sea breeze quietly stopped when it blew around him, and the seabirds unconsciously avoided him when they passed over him. Suddenly, a voice called him not far away. "Yu Feng? What a coincidence, I actually met you here." The owner of the voice has a sweet appearance, standing tall in a pure white dress, and is curiously looking at this usually taciturn college classmate. Just now, she had to look at him for a long time before she dared to recognize him, because at that moment, Yu Feng's temperament was very different from usual. She couldn't tell where it was different, but it was different. The faint black mist around Yu Feng, who was awakened, instantly dissipated, and the apocalypse element that was trying to establish a connection with him also died down instantly. "Hello, classmate Zuman." Yu Feng nodded gently and turned around to leave. He didn't like to have too much communication with these conspicuous people in the university. He preferred to stay alone. Although the other party was very beautiful, beauty had nothing to do with him. He was just an ordinary person. Such a beautiful woman would never fall in love with him, so why bother to get to know him? Yes, he was such a negative and depressed person. However, I don't know if it was because of his temperament just now, or because Zuman was bored. She suddenly became a little interested in the male classmate in front of her. "Hey, why are you leaving when you see me? Don't you welcome me? Do you have something to do with me?" Yu Feng frowned. Nothing much, I'm just curious about what you're doing here. Zumin blinked her big eyes and looked at Yao Fen. To see the sea. He replied lightly. I'm here to see the sea, too. Do you want to join me? Zumin invited him with a bright smile on her face. Okay. I don't know if he was deceived by that smile. Yao Feng nodded. In this way, the two walked along the beach and talked all the way. Of course, most of the time it was Zumin who was talking, and Yao Feng just answered a few words from time to time with yeah or yeah. But Zumin still smiled while chatting. Maybe she is just that kind of person. Until it got dark, the two took the bus back to the city together. Both of them lived in the school dormitory, so they got off the bus together and walked to the dormitory area. Naturally, they were pointed at along the way. Yao Feng didn't want to walk in the school with Zumin, which would make him attract a lot of attention, and it would be difficult for him to be away from the crowd alone in the future, but he couldn't refuse. Hey, have you seen the news? I heard that another hyperspace hole has appeared. I don't know how long it will take to eliminate this disaster. Zumin jumped beside Yao Fen. She suddenly found that chatting with this taciturn classmate was quite interesting. Because you can say whatever you want, you are always the one talking, and you don't have to listen to the other person. This is a perfect chat partner for a chatterbox who likes to talk nonsense but doesn't like to listen to others talking nonsense. Super space hole, natural disaster. Yao Fen, who was originally taciturn, was stunned again after hearing these two words. The light black mist gathered around him again. However, the black mist was too thin for Zumin to see. Instead, after walking a few steps, she found that Yao Feng didn't catch up, so she immediately turned around and greeted him. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why don't you catch up? Oh, I'm coming. Yao Fen, who was awakened, shook his head, drove the strange feeling out of his brain, and followed Zumin's footsteps. However, as the two walked on the campus, Zumin gradually found something wrong. Since the two entered the school, there was no one on the entire campus. Yu Feng was very happy about this. It was a good thing that he was not discovered by his classmates. He would not be noticed in the future. Strange, why is there no one on the road today? Zumin continued to fiddle with her mobile phone while wondering, and suddenly a piece of news that had just been refreshed caught her eye. Do you think this is our school? Zumin's eyes widened instantly. With a little fear in her eyes, she put the mobile phone screen in front of Yu Feng to confirm it for him. A natural disaster occurred in the school and it was blocked. Yu Feng frowned, and then his first question was, then how did we get in? This is not important, we can't stay in the school, let's get out quickly. Zumin shrank nervously beside Yu Feng. She was originally wondering why the school seemed particularly dark today. She thought it was because it was getting dark. Who knew that it was not the case at all, but because of a natural disaster. Yu Feng also knew the horror of natural disasters. After all, they were reported on the news every day. Although it was strange that he never seemed to have any fear of natural disasters. Just like now, Zumin was already extremely nervous, almost sticking to him, but he still didn't feel nervous. But even so, he knew that this was the time to escape. It was just that the two of them had just turned around and were about to leave the same way, when they found a figure standing behind them, more than 20 meters away, staring at them with a playful look, as if it was a poisonous snake playing with its prey. You found me. A very long tongue that really looked like a snake core stretched out of the man's mouth. Ah. Who are you? Are you a disaster creature? Zumin screamed and hid behind Yu Feng. That's right, I am a disaster creature, so thank you for being my food. The man even gave the two a gentleman salute, looking very polite. But the next moment, the whole person rushed towards the two people quickly. Ah! Zumin huddled tightly behind Yu Feng and screamed. But she didn't notice that since the appearance of this disaster creature, Yu Feng's state when looking at it began to become more and more like his state when she first met him at the beach. The feeling of being out of touch with the world and detached from the world. The ubiquitous apocalypse elements began to want to interact with his consciousness more, but unfortunately more interactions could not be achieved. At the same time, a layer of light black mist began to gather around him again. And this time the gathering speed was particularly fast. At this time, the disaster creature that rushed up came into contact with a black mist. Compared with the harmless black mist in front of Zumin, the disaster creature was like a rat encountering hot oil. With a scream, the whole person retreated violently. At the same time, his face changed instantly. You, what on earth are you? Thing? How dare you? Yu Feng, with his eyes dull, frowned, as if he was a king offended by his people, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. The black fog seemed to have sensed his anger and quickly spread in all directions. In the evening, the presence of the black fog was not obvious. In the blink of an eye, it spread to the retreating disaster creature and enveloped it. So before the disaster creature could continue to escape, it let out another even more shrill scream, and then the whole figure gradually faded and disappeared into thin air. Did you do this, classmate Yu Feng? Zhu Min's voice was a little trembling, and her eyes were full of shock when she looked at Yu Feng. She really couldn't imagine that this usually taciturn classmate in the university was actually a being that could hunt disaster creatures. Well, I did it. Yu Feng was also in a slightly confused state at this time. He didn't understand what he had done, but he also knew that all this was indeed done by himself. Could it be that you are the legendary controller? Zhu Min's voice became a little excited. Controllers, hey, the legend has all kinds of magical abilities, guarding cities one by one, the Dark Guardian. That is the dream lover of countless boys and girls, but unfortunately the controllers have always hidden their identities, and no one knows who is the controller. And now, one of her classmates who is usually taciturn is actually the legendary controller. Isn't this a plot that only exists in novels? Could it be that I am the heroine? Zhu Min fell into a certain fantasy. Yes, no wonder he is usually taciturn. The words and deeds of ordinary students like us must be ridiculous in the eyes of him, the guardian of the city, but he is still silently guarding our comfort. Zhu Min has already imagined the psychological activities of Yu Feng with a million words. And Yu Feng's psychological activities at this time are indeed no less than those of a novel with a million words. As the black fog continued to spread into the campus, soon the disaster creatures that were fighting against the controllers in the campus were purified in the blink of an eye. But at the same time, he also realized that he was gradually different. He also gradually heard the chaotic voices everywhere around him, and those voices seemed to be trying to establish a connection with himself and report something to himself. Well, then establish the connection. Yu Feng was in a trance, and he didn't know how he did it. He successfully established a connection with the countless apocalypse elements that wanted to convey information to him. In an instant, boundless information poured into his mind. Yu Feng was at a loss at first, and then his eyes gradually became clear. But after his eyes became clear, Yu Feng's eyes were no longer the same as before. There was a deep sadness in his eyes, and there was also a sense of loss after waking up from a beautiful dream. The melancholy eyes made Zhu Min's heart tighten, as if she felt the same way, and she even wanted to cry. At the same time, Zhu Min also discovered for the first time that this usually inconspicuous Yu Feng looked so handsome at this moment. His melancholy eyes were really able to touch the hearts of girls. Just when Zhu Min wanted to comfort him, and at the same time fantasized about whether something could happen between them in the future. Yu Feng spoke first. Sorry. Yu Feng looked at Zhu Min with a hint of apology. The next moment, when Zhu Min's face was just filled with surprise, her whole body slowly disintegrated, with a final look of surprise on her face, as if she had never existed. And the entire world and the billions of people living in the world also disintegrated. Everything turned into dots of starlight, gradually rising towards the sky, and everything was dissipating. Whether it was the disaster creatures that were scattered all over the world, or the controllers who were fighting against the disaster creatures for the survival of the world. Everything was meaningless at this moment. They were like a group of lives living in a dream of a certain existence. With the awakening of that existence, the dream woke up, and then they also dissipated. The world ended. The latest novel was first published on the 6th-9th book bar. The signal from the apocalypse element transmitted by the nanororbit was suddenly interrupted. At first, Lin Xu thought that he was kicked out of the network by the god of death. You actually cut off the network cable. You have no moral principles. Nan Xu complained. Obviously, Nan Xu also thought that he was kicked out of the network. But Lin Xu soon discovered that it was not that the network cable was cut, but that the entire network was gone. Because in the high-dimensional perspective, he had seen that the billions of consciousnesses that originally depended on the network completely dissipated at that moment. With the disappearance of the network world, the billions of consciousnesses living in it also disappeared. The network is gone? Those who depend on the network to survive. Nan Xu listened to Lin Xu's explanation, and then his eyes widened. Dead. Lin Xu sighed. It should be said that he is worthy of being the god of death. He is really cruel. Lu Yao also sighed. Where is the god of death? Nan Xu asked. Over there, There are only the last one of the billions of consciousnesses left, and he can't escape. Lin Xu said, looking into the distance. But isn't his consciousness also hosted in the network? Without the network, where will his consciousness reside? Lu Yao asked. Obviously, he prepared a body for himself. I don't know if it was his original body or one that was created later. It's just that I really didn't expect this body. Otherwise, if we just did it, we should have been able to wake him up a long time ago, and there would be no need to go through so much trouble just now. Lin Xu sighed. Before Nanzu and Lu Yao could ask where the body was, the next moment, the entire planet began to rumble and vibrate violently. Suddenly, a thick stone pillar suddenly rushed out from under the rock layer below. The stone pillar seemed to be alive, waving and leaping, whipping towards Lin Xu and others in midair. Miss Qiu was the first to react, and he chopped the stone pillar into pieces with a sword. The huge stone pillar fell to the ground with a rumble. Miss Qiu wanted to continue to draw his sword, but was stopped by Lin Xu. Let's go, let's talk after he wakes up. There are still many questions that I want to get answers from him. Lin Xu said, taking the lead and flying into space. Miss Qiu, Nanzu, Lu Yao and Miss Qiu followed naturally. But Nanzu was still puzzled. Is that stone pillar just now him? No, he is a god of death after all. Even if he is not from the Apocalypse clan, he would not be so weak. Nanzu asked in confusion. No, it should only be his tentacles. As he spoke, Lin Xu had brought a few people to the outer space outside the atmosphere above the planet. He turned around and motioned Nanzu to look for himself. Nanzu also turned back to look at the planet, and then he understood what Lin Xu meant. It was as if a major earthquake had occurred that spread across the world. At this moment, the rocks, yellow sand and other objects on the surface of this Earth-like planet were all shattered in the roaring sound. At the same time, thick stone pillars, shaking and waving, rushed out of the planet from the bottom of the planet. The longest stone pillar even reached out of the atmosphere and waved in the outer space. The entire surface of the planet was broken, and the stone pillars were waving all over the sky. It has become a huge sphere that seems to be waving many tentacles. It's just that this sphere is so big that it's a whole planet. At the same time, as the surface of the planet was broken, a huge stone eye that occupied nearly half of the planet's surface also appeared on the planet. Now the huge stone eye is staring at Lin Xu and others without blinking. Compared with a huge planet waving rock tentacles, Lin Xu and others standing in space are smaller than ants. But the two sides strangely presented a state of confrontation. Human, I ranked humans as the highest level of natural disasters in my dream, but I didn't think you would really come back. The huge one-eyed stone ball made a buzzing sound in space. Although sound cannot be transmitted in space, the vibration reverberation is recorded by the nanorbit and converted into sound and transmitted to Lin Xu's consciousness, which is exactly what it means. We didn't come back, I'm chasing my. Are you the god of death? You are not a person of the apocalypse, so who are you? Lin Xu said directly to the point. Who am I? You're asking me who I am? Don't you know who I am? I have all these painful experiences, all thanks to you humans, but you've forgotten who I am. The huge one-eyed stone ball instantly became furious. The huge body, the size of a planet, was extremely flexible and rushed directly towards Lin Xu and his companions. However, flexibility or heaviness is always relative. For ordinary races, a planet performing such actions is already very flexible. But in the eyes of Lin Xu and his companions, his actions were still clumsy, so he easily dodged it. I'm not the humans you saw at the beginning. I'm pursuing my tribe. Lin Xu frowned but still explained. Pursuing your tribe? Ho ha, so you are a lone human, right? Great, then let me kill you and avenge my master. The huge stone ball continued to try to attack Lin Xu, but it was in vain, but it was still trying. At the same time, the spirits in Lin Xu's portable space were already driving the war stars, waving chainsaw swords and fiercely asking for a fight. After all, it is their dream to kill the god of death with their own hands, but Lin Xu has not agreed yet, and he still has doubts. You said revenge for the master? Is your master dead? Lin Xu began to ask. My master is a great apocalypse, how could he die? He was just sealed by you despicable humans. The stone ball was already attacking Lin Xu frantically. The apocalypse was sealed? So you are actually a member of the apocalypse family. Lin Xu understood. Yes, I am a member of the great apocalypse family. Then what is the purpose of everything you have done in this river system? Lin Xu continued to ask. Of course it is to break the seal of mankind and save my master. I see that you don't have high-dimensional power. Do you think you can really break the seal? Lin Xu asked in surprise. What does this have to do with high-dimensional power? As long as we break the gravitational blockade of humans, it will be enough to rescue the master. Lin Xu immediately understood that the Apocalypse clan in front of him was still unaware that humans had upgraded their dimensions, and they were still looking at humans with the old eyes. They didn't know that with the upgrade of humans, everything left by humans naturally had high-dimensional information. Maybe when humans set up the seal, they didn't use high-dimensional power, but with the upgrade of humans now, it would be absolutely impossible to break the seal without the participation of high-dimensional power. And from what he said, humans sealed the Apocalypse clan with the gravitational blockade? No wonder as soon as they arrived in this galaxy, they detected some gravitational anomalies in this galaxy, which might be caused by this. So where is your master, the Apocalypse clan, sealed? And how do you want to break the seal? Why do you want to let the planets fall into silence? What does this have to do with breaking the seal? Lin Xu asked. This is not something you should know, human, go to hell. With a loud bang, a huge cannon appeared on the stone ball, and it fired directly at Lin Xu. The stone ball was the size of the earth, and the huge cannon on it fired a shot, covering all the places around Lin Xu and his companions. Theoretically, it was impossible to avoid it, but Lin Xu just gently pulled open the space around him and opened a space channel. Several people entered it, and when they appeared again, they had already come to the other side, easily avoiding the bombardment of the cannon. At the same time, Lin Xu also opened the portable space. In an instant, the elder, who had been impatient for a long time, drove the war star and rushed out of the portable space. Rushing towards the planet-sized Apocalypse clan, two planetary-level beings of equal size just met face-to-face in the universe, a narrow road. For the glory of mankind, charge! Countless elder driving the war star shouted. Elder? You lowly ants, get out of here! The Apocalypse clan waved its tentacles and whipped Zhang. Obviously, he also knew these elder who were almost exterminated because of him. Lord Lin Xu, can the elder do it? Nanzu said with some concern. This is their revenge, just give them this opportunity. Lin Xu said lightly. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 200 Lin Xu's return gift. The war star driven by the elder had been in Lin Xu's personal space for a long time. But Lin Xu had never modified the captured war star. In fact, Lin Xu didn't think much of it at all. He just collected it as a scrap, so he naturally wouldn't modify it. So the strength of the war star remained at the original level, not very strong. Not to mention that the elder couldn't fully exert the power of the war star due to insufficient population. But when the star of the Apocalypse clan and the war star met face to face, neither side could do anything to the other for a while. Even Lin Xu was a little surprised by the result. The reason for this is that the elder clan drove the war star and fought without fear of death. Driving the war star, they rushed into the huge planet-sized body of the Apocalypse clan. At the same time, the main guns kept firing, bombarding the Apocalypse clan. The Apocalypse clan, on the other hand, was not so fearless. He still had to save his own life to save his master. How could he die here, in the hands of a bunch of inferior spirits? Even if they died together, it would be a big loss. So, the two sides fought back and forth for a while. It really proved the saying that when two meet on a narrow road, the bravest wins. Wow, this spirit is powerful, and it can force the Apocalypse clan to this extent. Nanzu also sighed. It's really powerful, but why is this Apocalypse clan always timid in the fight? As if they are afraid that their bodies will be damaged? Or is there any secret in his planet-like body? Lu Yao's eyes flashed, and he found that things were not simple. Indeed, this should not be his original body, right? We have seen many Apocalypse clans before, and none of them are this big. Did he change his body later? But why did he change to such a big body? And he is so cautious, he can't stand it if it is damaged at all. Nanzu asked puzzled. It's not necessarily true that there aren't any large-sized Apocalypse families. The ones we've seen are still few. Mu Zai disagreed. But it's still not right. Did you notice that the Apocalypse families haven't mobilized the Apocalypse elements to fight back? Nanzu asked in confusion. No one could answer this. Several people were discussing here, while the duel between the Apocalypse families and the Elder War Star over there finally turned into a disaster due to an accident. As the saying goes, if you defend for a long time, you will lose. The Apocalypse families, who kept avoiding the impact of the war star, finally failed to dodge and were rushed over by the war star. The loud vibration spread in the universe. Although there was no sound in the vacuum, the ripples that spread out from the collision point, and the area on the star that was broken was equivalent to the size of the entire Asian continent. And part of the outer shell of the war star was also open due to the collision, and even part of the internal area could be seen. This collision caused the war planet of the Elder to vibrate violently. Countless Elder were unable to stand on the war planet and were thrown into the sky. However, the morale of the Elder was greatly boosted. It can only be said that they are a race that has evolved specifically for fighting. The more intense the battle, the more they can inspire their fighting spirit. For the glory of mankind, charge! Countless Elder shouted. The war planet turned a corner and was about to continue to crash into the Apocalypse families. However, the Elders who had already fallen into the frenzy did not notice the changes that were happening to the Apocalypse families, whose stars had been partly destroyed by the collision. No, you bugs, you actually destroyed my body and my coordinates. The Apocalypse families roared. In an instant, the Apocalypse elements in the entire galaxy, which had remained silent in the previous battle and had never been mobilized by the Apocalypse families, were finally mobilized by the Apocalypse families. In an instant, a large number of Apocalypse elements became active, and all kinds of overwhelming attacks were generated out of thin air in the universe and bombarded the war planet of the Elder. The bombardment continued to fall on the war star. In just a blink of an eye, the surface of the war star was blasted into pits and in ruins. However, the Elder had already controlled the war star and rushed towards the Apocalypse clan with great tenacity. However, this time the Apocalypse clan did not dodge, or suddenly became fearless. They rushed directly towards the war star, as if they were no longer afraid of their bodies being destroyed. At the same time, a large amount of Apocalypse elements also formed a huge energy reaction around the star. Several bombardments containing powerful energy were about to be launched towards the war star. Each of these attacks could be said to be a Star Destroyer level bombardment. It only took one hit to destroy the war star. So, Lin Xu finally couldn't watch it any longer. It seems that it still doesn't work. The clan is still the clan after all. Lin Xu sighed. Of course, if it was me and Zunzing who were fighting, we would have won long ago. It's strange that the Apocalypse clan has delayed until now to take re-election. Why did he care so much about the integrity of his body before, and why did he always refuse to mobilize the Apocalypse elements? Why is he suddenly letting go now? Nanzhu asked, puzzled. Maybe it has something to do with what he said about breaking the seal? Could it be that his planetary body is the key? Lu Yao guessed. While the others were guessing, Lin Xu had already taken action. Before the Apocalypse clan used the Star Destroyer cannon formed by the Apocalypse elements to hit Zunzing, Lin Xu opened his personal space in front of Zunzing. Zunzing flew straight in, and then the personal space was closed. The Star Destroyer cannon just passed over the personal space that had just been closed, but it didn't hit anything. Human, it's you again, human. You sealed the master, and now you are preventing me from breaking the seal and rescuing the master. Go to hell, human. The Apocalypse clan roared. After losing the target of the Elder War Star, he naturally turned his hatred to Lin Xu, the human who started it. So a large amount of Apocalypse elements rushed towards Lin Xu and others, as if to drown them. At the same time, the Apocalypse elements also formed countless Star Destroyers around him, bombarding Lin Xu and others. However, any of these attacks would be fatal to the Elder War Star, but for Lin Xu and others, it was not even a tickle. Lin Xu didn't even need to do anything. Nanzhu waved her hand, and her portable space instantly opened up countless space channels. In an instant, a large number of nanorbits rushed out from the front, behind, up, down, left and right of Lin Xu and others. A large number of nanorbits collided with a large amount of Apocalypse elements that came in, blocking the approach of the Apocalypse elements. For a moment, colorful auroras flashed in the universe like a rainbow. At the same time, nanorbits formed a series of deflection-repulsion fields around the people. As the energy bombs of the Star Destroyer came, these repulsion fields directly deflected the energy from the bombardment and bounced it in other directions. So one after another of the Star Destroyer's energy bombs exploded in the starry sky, and one of them even hit the second planet of the galaxy passing by. In the blink of an eye, The planet was pierced through the core by the Star Destroyer and exploded into a ball of fireworks in the universe. However, Lin Xu and others who were fired by countless Star Destroyers were unharmed. Do you think you are the only one in the family? If you want to hurt Lord Lin Xu, have you asked me if I agree? Nan Xu sniffed at the star of the Apocalypse family in a very arrogant way. Human family? It's just right. I have long wanted to see what qualifications you guys who are protected by humans have to call yourself a family. The Apocalypse family mobilized more Apocalypse elements to attack. However, it still couldn't shake Nan Xu's non-orbit defense line. The two sides were in a stalemate for a while. Lin Xu took the opportunity to continue asking for information. You just said that your body is a coordinate point? Is this related to your desire to break the seal? Yes, that's it. So you want to stop me from unlocking the Master's seal? Human. I didn't want to stop you. Lin Xu shook his head and said honestly, because the human seal, if there is no participation of high-dimensional power, must be unlocked. And obviously, the Apocalypse clan in front of them cannot access high-dimensional power. Do you think you can fool me? The fear of the great Apocalypse clan from the higher dimension is deep in your bones. Unless you become a higher dimension one day, you can eliminate this fear. But unfortunately, it is impossible for a mere human to become a higher dimension race, you know? You can't do it at all. The dimension upgrade you are pursuing is just a false hope from the beginning. So admit it, your fear of the Apocalypse clan. The Apocalypse clan obviously thought they had seen through Lin Xu's heart, and revealed the weakness of human beings in one sentence, and then laughed. But we have already upgraded. Lin Xu thought about it and felt that it was not good to continue to deceive others, so he said honestly. Upgraded? Ho ha ho ha, it's so funny, do you think it's useful to deceive yourself like this? Weak human, you can deceive me, but can you deceive yourself? The Apocalypse clan obviously thought that Lin Xu was just pretending to be rich, and laughed at him unscrupulously. In this regard, Lin Xu didn't know what to say for a while. Just like the cow dung chip in Xianzhu, the saying goes that summer insects cannot talk about ice, which is probably true. So, your body is destroyed, does it mean that the coordinate point has lost its function? Can your master's seal still be unlocked? Lin Xu decided to turn the topic back. Of course, you don't think I only have this planet as a coordinate point? When the master was sealed, I began to build coordinate points in various places in the Milky Way as a fulcrum to break the master's seal. This coordinate point is just one of them. Without this place, there are other places, and I can still build coordinate points again. It's nothing more than a waste of time. But before that, I have to clean you up first. The voice of the Apocalypse clan fell, and the star that was getting closer and closer to Lin Xu and his group suddenly exploded from the inside out. Amidst a loud bang, the majestic power generated by the explosion of an entire planet encouraged a massive amount of Apocalypse elements that already existed on the planet to rush towards where Lin Xu and his group were. Nan Xu hurriedly mobilized more nanorobots to block the impact. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind several people and rushed straight to Lin Xu. But before he could get close to Lin Xu, he was stopped by Miss Qiu. The latest novels are first published on Liuji 9 Shuba. So this is your real body. Lin Xu turned around and looked at the young man and said, you can say that this is my previous body. It took me a while to transfer my consciousness back. You can call me Yu Feng. The young man said. You seem to be much calmer now than before. Lin Xu was a little curious. That star contains the residual consciousness of billions of people who originally lived on it, and my consciousness has been affected to some extent. However, I am still me, and humans must die. Yu Feng's eyes were tough, and he looked at Lin Xu with no sadness or joy, as if he was just stating a fact. In order to save the Apocalypse clan, Lin Xu, a human, must die here. Otherwise, with Lin Xu's interference, he will never be able to rebuild the fulcrum again. I'm very curious, what method do you want to use to break the seal? Shooting Apocalypse elements to planets one by one, making them dead silent, is this the way to break the seal? Lin Xu really didn't understand, and took advantage of the fact that the Apocalypse clan in front of him seemed to be able to communicate better, so he asked immediately. At the beginning, humans used gravity to entangle the master near the center of the Milky Way. So if you want to break the seal, the easiest way is to disrupt gravity. So I need planets filled with Apocalypse elements, which can break free from gravity at the moment I give the order, disrupt the flow of gravity in the Milky Way, and break the seal of the master. Now, Are your doubts resolved? Yu Feng looked at Lin Xu calmly, and at the same time, a large amount of apocalypse elements were gathering behind him, as if preparing a big one. I see, but is it okay to tell me about this? Lin Xu asked curiously. It doesn't matter. If I win today, it's meaningless for you to know. If I lose today, you will find out sooner or later. There is no point in keeping it secret. Yu Feng seemed to be talking about something extremely ordinary. Then the next moment, as a large amount of apocalypse elements gathered, his eyes finally changed. So, please die. In an instant, the apocalypse elements of the entire galaxy seemed to be mobilized by him. The boundless and dense Star Destroyer cannon spread throughout the entire galaxy formed in an instant. Countless projectiles were fired at the area where Lin Xu and his friends were in an instant. At this moment, tens of thousands of energy bombs, each of which was enough to penetrate the planet, were targeted at the location of Lin Xu and his friends, and covered that area in the blink of an eye. Even at the moment when the projectiles were fired, the space was obviously distorted. Seeing that the dense energy bombs were about to hit Lin Xu and his friends, Nanzhu's ears trembled, and she wanted to unfold her high-dimensional organs. But before her tale changed, Lin Xu had already made a move. Thank you for the information you gave me, so this is my return gift. After the words fell, Lin Xu in the high-dimensional perspective gently fiddled with the high-dimensional space, and in an instant, the basic physical rules of the universe within a certain range around Lin Xu changed in an instant. Although the change was only a short moment, in this moment, the basic physical rules that supported the existence of energy bombs no longer existed. So in an instant, countless energy bombs disappeared out of thin air, as if they had never existed. Then, the physical rules were restored, and everything returned to normal, but the energy bombs that had disappeared would never come back. At the same time, Yu Feng, who had always been expressionless, finally changed his face at this moment. As a member of the Apocalypse clan, he naturally recognized what this was. So, this is your return gift. Yu Feng finally smiled on his face, but it was a bitter smile. He had understood that humans had really upgraded their dimensions. They had become true high-dimensional beings. Although he was just speaking out of his mind under the influence of the emotions of billions of consciousnesses on the planet, that was also his true inner thoughts. He was just guided by the emotions of billions of consciousnesses to speak out his true thoughts. So when he really saw the evidence of the successful dimensional ascension of human beings, the mixed feelings he had were only understood by him. It turned out that the clown was me. So, do you still want to fight? Lin Xu asked with a smile. No, but I won't give up. Yu Feng's mouth twitched, revealing a relieved smile. Lin Xu realized that it was not good. But it was too late to stop it. Because the next moment, Yu Feng's whole body began to drift away like accumulated sand and dust. At the same time, Lin Xu also noticed through the nanororbit that the originally smooth gravity between the surrounding starry sky had a momentary sense of disorder at that moment. Although it soon returned to normal, the sense of disorder was so obvious. Lord Lin Xu, an abnormal gravity has been detected. Zhengxing's report also said at the same time. However, Lin Xu did not have time to read the report himself. Did you activate the apocalypse elements on those planets? Lin Xu asked Yu Feng, who had only the last bit left. Yes, at the cost of my life, it should be enough to replace the function of this planet. It's a pity that I will never have the chance to see the master again. Finally, Yu Feng's figure disappeared completely and was never seen again. This guy is really decisive. Nanzhu looked at Yu Feng's disappearance with a complicated expression. If Lin Xu was sealed one day, she would probably do the same, and this feeling of empathy made her sympathize with Yu Feng a little more. The seal of the Apocalypse clan. Lu Yao was a little worried about the seal. Don't worry about the seal. Without the participation of high-dimensional forces, human seals are not so easy to unlock. The question now is whether this gravitational anomaly throughout the galaxy will have any impact on the entire galaxy. And even if the seal cannot be unlocked, if a gap is opened, will the Apocalypse clan take advantage of it to stir up trouble? Lin Xu sighed. Then let's go to the place where the Apocalypse clan is sealed. Nanzhu suggested. We should go and take a look, but the question is, do you know where that place is? Lin Xu spread his hands and said. Isn't it said to be near the center of the river system? Nanzhu thought for a while. Yes, but the center of the river system is also very large. Forget it, let's go there first and think of a way, and we can also look through the database of the spirits to see if there are any other clues. Lin Xu thought for a while and said, "By the way, how are the spirits?" Nan Xu remembered the spirits who were just running rampant and were collected by Lin Xu into the portable space. They are very energetic, but they are still clamoring to come out and continue the battle just now. Lin Xu said with a smile. The fighting spirit is commendable, but the strength is a little bit. Lu Yao did not continue to speak, but the implication was very clear. Don't they understand what strategic retreat is? This is not a war, it's a suicide, no wonder all the other branches died. Nan Xu said speechlessly. So a few people talked about the problem of the elder, and Lin Xu waved his hand to take out the skylark. Prepare to go and find the sealed apocalypse. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.